Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Oh, Lord above, honestly, we went complete panic stricken. I thought I had to give the money back. I had a horrible feeling they're going to be writing to me saying, well, your show started a bit late the other day, Steve. All of a sudden we had a blip in the studio, so we were sort of faffing around, moving microphones. I mean, some people breathed a sigh of relief, but no, rest assured, I'm here, and tomorrow, and the next day, and for about the next 12 days, isn't it? I think we've worked it out. It could be more than 12 days. Either way, it's lovely to have your company. Very nice indeed. I can now try and reset because the producer put the fear of God into me. He said, oh, by the way, he said, we'll try the microphone. If it doesn't work, he said, we'll go downstairs. I thought, well, I mean, it's going to take me a week to move this stuff. I've got Christmas cards to take, I've got newspapers, scarf, then half my wall collapsed behind me. It was like a scene out of Demolition Derby. I've never anything like it. But nevertheless, it is nice. It's freezing cold today. And we had the most excitement we've ever had a while ago. There was a fight in Leicester Square. There's a bar down there, probably the start of many fights, I shouldn't wonder. The trouble is, where you get a bar that's open till 3 a.m, and you get people who either can't handle their drink or something goes wrong, fights break out. And this one was a girl. The language was atrocious. I'm sure her parents would be delighted to know she's a foul-mouthed little madam. And she was attacking people, and her friends are trying to keep her away from people. And then in the end, we had 8 police officers there. 2 of them turned up on bicycles. It was so exciting. It was like a scene out of E.T., and then one of them got carted away in handcuffs. Not be a good night for her, I should imagine. I think hopefully in court on an assault charge. But, we can't have everything, can we? Nevertheless, the Queen launches her Prosecco brand. I know. I mean, you'd have thought by now she'd be going, I can't really be bothered to do anything. What if she treads her own grapes? Probably, I should imagine. The housing chiefs, they've been called Nazis. You know why? Because the elderly have been told to remove wreaths from their front door. A lot of people put wreaths on their front door. You can buy real ones now. They're about £6.50, or if you get one with little berries on, it's about £10. And a lot of people use them for cemeteries, for putting on the graves, because you get these wreaths. Paul Cooper sold about 500 of these wreaths, and they're made on frames, and they're twisted holly leaves and berries and stuff like that. So a lot of people will buy 2 or 3. They'll have one at home, and then they'll take one to the cemetery for a loved one. And I think that's quite nice, actually. I quite like to see things like that in cemeteries. I don't spend my life wandering around cemeteries, but as you get a bit older, you start thinking, that looks nice. And I thought, I definitely want a grave that lights up, I've decided. Definitely want something that lights up. Definitely a good idea. And so they've been ordered to remove these risks because they say they're a fire risk. They're old people. They're little things on the... I mean, everything's a fire risk. Having a newspaper in your house is a fire risk. Having a chip fryer is a fire risk. Having an electric kettle is a fire risk. These housing chiefs, they're right mamby-pambies. They really are, we just want to look after this. Why don't you just mind your own bloody business? These people have survived perfectly well up till now, thank you very much indeed. The Maddie detectives, yes, we're still paying, heading off to Portugal. They're still coming up with the same old line that they're looking forward to this man being charged with the abduction of Madeleine McCann. Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Tom Daley to call for a Premier League footballer to come out. Tom Daley's doing the Channel 4 Christmas alternative message. So everybody else gets the Queen and Channel 4 get Tom Daley. And to be honest with you, I find it immensely patronising. Immensely patronising. The first ever text message. Remember you talked about the text message a short while ago? And we were sort of saying, they were saying it could fetch 25,000 quid. And I was thinking, good God in heaven, what do you get? The phone as well? Yeah, you get the phone that it arrived in on. It's just sold for £91,000. I don't know where somebody would get the money from that from, but it's an awful lot. The Sheikh, the Princess and the divorce settlement, 600 million quid, mainly for her security, because he's the danger. He's had all sorts of things done, and it's just, a little bit embarrassing, really. But anyway, she's going to get 600 million. I think he has something like 12 wives. So I'm glad somebody's taken him to the cleaners. But it's just one of those things. That's the way it goes. And so she's got, I think it's 600 million, give or take, a few £100,000 or a few £1 million. The Rooney brothers out rubbing shoulders with the Beatles. Is that still going on? Colleen and her argument with some other footballer's dreary person. Dawn Neesom's got her column in the Daily Star today, which is nice. Martine McCutcheon's family are full of wrong-uns, not for who do you think you are. It's funny, I was only watching Love Actually the other day on the television, which was very nice indeed. Haunted by the Ghosts of Christmas Past. More than 100 channels we've got in this country, but we can't resist the festive favourites. So they've got all of the same old film with 100 channels. And most of ITV's new programmes done for Christmas have been shelved. They've cancelled This Morning. They've cancelled Good Morning Britain. They've also cancelled... Oh, God, they've cancelled loads of things. Mainly because they can't go ahead and make anything. So you're going to get supermarket sweep, I'm afraid, over Christmas. Not with Dale, unfortunately. You've got to put up with Rylan on that one, so that'll probably please somebody. And because I didn't think it was doing particularly well in the ratings. I've got no idea, actually. Somebody says, brilliant radio. The suspense was enormous. Yes, it was for us as well, actually. It was quite, because we were sort of going, why is it not working? It should be working. It's perfectly simple. And all I was thinking about is, I'm never going to get all this stuff downstairs, because it's like down 2 flights of stairs to get to the other studios. And I don't like the other studio. I know it's bigger and it's more sort of super duper, but I prefer this one here with the walls collapsing in on me. And the producer goes, oh, just leave it alone. I'll come and sort it out. And I've said, oh, he said it does it all the time. Does it? If it does, it's going to hit me on the back of the head, and all of a sudden you might hear a dull thud, and then silence, which is nice, isn't it? We like that. The saboteurs' footage of a fox chase and threats, and another person whipping a horse. He's not on the horse; he's holding it at the front, and he's whipping it. So we'll be finding out who you are, mate. I hope. We managed to get rid of the last one, the primary school teacher, who was punching her horse. A really disgusting thing to do. I mean, it really just drives me mad. The new season of Weakest Link kicks off, so it's all filmed with at least one brainless Z-lister. That's what you have to have. You've got to have somebody who's terminally stupid, and one of the reviewers picked up on what we said the other day. What have I done with that tablet now? They've... Oh, there it is. It's all right. Just... And they said, because after the Gemma Collins debacle, the world's stupidest person who didn't know what was the thing she didn't know it was? Twin bed. Do you know what twin beds were or something? Because she only stays in the penthouse, proving she's either a complete and utter idiot or she's pretending to be thick. But either way, it's a brilliant act, and we've all bought into it. You really are stupid. You know, she doesn't always stay in the penthouse at all. It's the only room that fits. And it's a case of she has to have it because she's a celebrity. You'd think she'd want to stay at home. I mean, how many nights does she stay away? But very interesting. And Sam Smith's touring company made a £30,000 loss as COVID put paid to live music. Andrew Lloyd Webber's had to cancel until February Cinderella because of COVID. 10 other West End shows are currently in lockdown. It's not looking very promising. It's really not. Although the government are going to let you have Christmas. New curbs are looming. Scotland, they've cancelled just about everything. Pubs are being given about £6,000 each. Well, that'll cover it for less than a day, won't it? This is Rishi. Right to help businesses and resist another lockdown. Vladimir Putin is ready for war against the Ukraine, and he's warned NATO, back off or you'll be ash. He's obviously a rather stupid person, isn't he? I mean, I don't quite understand what he's trying to prove. He's done all his sort of gay stuff, hasn't he, on the back of horses with his shirt off. And you start thinking to yourself, perhaps he's a few sort of tiles missing, a roof. I can't think of any other reason. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Will you be having nuts for Christmas? Most people do have a bowl of nuts. Hardly anybody eats the blooming things. Hazelnuts, Brazil nuts, they're not COVID secure, are they? Yeah, no, they're nuts in the shells. So if you buy Brazil nuts or hazelnuts or other nuts, they're all in the actual shells. Well, we used to get a bag of nuts at Christmas. You can buy them in supermarkets or you can buy them in greengrocers and places like that. But I sort of begin to wonder whether or not people don't bother with. I mean, what would you rather have? Quality Street or nuts? The answer, Quality Street and Satsumas. Yeah, I mean, Satsumas, you can just we used to play games at Christmas, mainly hunt the Satsumas. And we'd always have a bowl of them. We'd put them on the table and people would dive in. And that was always quite nice. And we'd always play the same game, always Monopoly. Didn't play anything else but Monopoly. I don't know why. Some people just flop down in front of the television. And I didn't always win Monopoly, actually, because I used to throw the board on the floor. So there was no winner in our household. It's not that I'm difficult to play with or anything like that. Christmas trees have been replanted to cut the risk of flooding. The couple told to get rid of their cockerels by neighbours. They're too noisy. Too noisy. Which is a shame. And a sad story about a paramedic who was shamed online because she was littering. And I remember thinking, OK, listen, everybody litters at some point. They do, I'm sorry. I know, I know people say they don't, but I don't believe them. I think they're liars. And you go down the motorway, you've got a sweet wrapper. What do? You open the window a little bit, just push it out the window, and it disappears off it. And you look at it in the mirror, don't you, as it sort of floats down the road, don't you? I always throw food out the window. Not going through town. If I'm going down the motorway, I throw food out the window, because I always think there are probably foxes and badgers and birds. Yeah, but then they've got something to eat for Christmas, I think to myself. That's my excuse anyway. It's only because I'm bored with sausage rolls. We don't encourage throwing. No, you should feed animals. No, you should. I think you should. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't think there's any rule about throwing food out of car windows. I've never heard of it. No, there isn't. You think there's a rule about throwing food out of windows? I'll bet you 20 quid there isn't. Never wrong. Don't ever question Steve Allen. The Welsh can still visit the pub but they do get a fine if they go to work. 60 quid. Because they're sort of, it's all terrible, isn't it, really? The teenager believed to be Putin's secret love child, obviously not a secret anymore, has vanished. And the joys of a Jewish Christmas, probably as good as everybody else's, I should imagine. Just probably a lot more food. I've just got a feeling, a load of food, which I quite like, actually. So we take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And who went the other night, and I'm telling you this, it's to go no further. It's just between ourselves, because not even the papers have got hold of this one. And I know they're sniffing around the story. Who went to the Magic Circle Christmas show the other evening? Details in a moment.
LBC.
I love barging through crowds and sitting in traffic, said no traveller ever. Rediscover the joy of urban adventure in Lithuania. Stress-free. Plan your getaway at lithuania.travel.
This is flute beatboxing. Amazing. You can do something just as amazing by giving blood. We need donors in London. It's quick and easy, and extra safety measures are in place. Join us at blood.co.uk to make an appointment at Westfield, Shepherd's Bush and Stratford, or the West End Donor Centre. Your donation could help save the lives of up to 3 people. This is amazing.
Let's get together again to share a smooth dram with friends and enjoy the full flavour of every moment. It's been too long. Drop by for a Bell's. Please drink responsibly.
So your accountant does your audit for you, looks at your accounts, calculates your tax, stuff like that. But do they look at your business model and give you long-term advice to help your business grow? And most importantly, are they looking after you, the owner? At Barnes Roaf, our partners get to know their clients and want to become part of their team. Is it time to see what we can do for you? Arrange your free consultation today at barnesroaf.com. Clever accountants for business.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. So. I got a text from a friend of mine the other day from the Magic Circle. And he said, you'll never guess who was in the Magic Circle the other day with his son. And I said, well, I know that Hugh has been in there from Downton. And we know about Mark Almond, who was in there the other day watching the Magic Circle's Christmas show. None other than James Corden. James Corden's in town. He's in London at the moment. He went to Scott's the other day and he turned up at the Magic Circle. He bought his ticket, bless his heart, and he loved it so much he stayed behind afterwards and the magicians were showing him, some nice close-up magic tricks and things like that. And then he offered to help clean the stage of the Magic Circle. So good old James Corden. So very pleased. Now, you won't read that anywhere. Nobody's got that story. Nobody's got it. But they've got pictures, I believe, at the Magic Circle of James Corden there. We always get celebrities turning up. I don't know why people seem to be surprised about celebrities interested in magic. We had Joe Pike in there the other day with some friends as well. Joe used to work on LBC, and now he's based in America, so he must be back in this country for the festive season. But no, we always welcome people to come in because it's lovely. You get to watch a lovely show, nice, intimate little theatre. It's not one of these vast places. You don't have to sort of strain to sort of catch anything on stage because you can see it, and very good Christmas show it is too. If you want to buy tickets for it at the moment, you just have to go to the Magic Circle's website, okay, and all the details are on there. Christmas can go ahead free of lockdown at the moment, but I have a sneaking feeling that around the corner there is a lockdown coming. Fears for the new year as well. Already the mayor, I mean, why even entertain the idea of sticking a blasted choir in Trafalgar Square? You know, his idea of hilarity, I should imagine. The rest of us are going, you are. I mean, a laugh, mate. You're having a bit of a giraffe. 6,500 people were going to be crammed into Trafalgar Square. That'd be a good way to continue this thing, which is spreading like wildfire. Spreading like wildfire. You know, don't wear a mask. You stand a very good chance of getting it. But as I say, if you're that thick, get it. You know, let's see you deal with it. Because to be honest with you, you can't tell people anymore, can you? 90,000 people the day before yesterday went down with COVID. 90,000 people. The other week, we had 140,000 in London alone who went down with it. So if they don't want to wear masks, that's their business. You know, the people in hospital, 90%, the producer tells me, are in there and they haven't had any vaccinations. And you think, well, I mean, I don't want to be cruel and say, you know, we should really turf you out of the beds because you're basically wasting everybody's time. But if you're dumb enough not to get the inoculation, that's your fault. We can't do any more than tell people. You cannot force somebody or drag them screaming. But the amount of thickos out there who wander about without their masks on and everything else, I just feel sorry because you know they're going to go down with it because it spreads. This one spreads particularly fast. It's against the law to throw anything out of a car window. Yeah, who's going to catch me? All right, who's going to catch me? It doesn't say food. Doesn't say food. I'm not throwing cardboard boxes out the blooming window. Yeah, well, I'm afraid I'm going to feed the little animals that suffer. So I might even open the sunroof and chuck out an entire Christmas lunch. Worth it for 150 quid. I mean, who's going to follow you behind and go, right, you're on for 150 quid. Yeah, going to report me. Yeah, go on, report me then. Yeah. Look out for Steve 1, the motor car. You can't miss it. Steve had the misfortune of cutting through Oxford Street yesterday, absolutely rammed. How anybody thinks that is a pleasant shopping experience is beyond me. Saw one of those shops selling fake perfumes with the loudspeakers who claim they're closing down. A bit like the old mock auctions. Oh, we love the old mock auctions. Rip-off merchants. But it's so fun to watch people being parted from their money. Gillian Basingstoke says, are you winning the Christmas card count? It's a bit of a draw this year, I think, between Nick Ferrari. I think Nick Abbott got a couple, and me. I mean, I got half a dozen in yesterday because I worked the day behind actually, and you know, Gilly will be listening in Basingstoke, which is good news. I've been so looking forward to going away on holiday with my son Alfie, says Steve. I had to delay it for 2 years now and was going away this July, but now with all the COVID, I'm going to have to sadly cancel again. I feel very lost and very depressed. I know. See, I couldn't care less about holidays. It doesn't make any difference to me. I really don't. I'm not one of these people. I've got friends of mine who've booked holidays and they go, oh, I'm really looking forward to my holiday and looking forward to going away. And then when it doesn't happen for lockdown or something like that, I feel a bit sorry for them. But because I don't do holidays, it makes no difference. I can sort of quite easily live with it. Me sitting on the patio would be classed as a holiday. I just don't do it. Just don't do it. But don't feel lost and depressed. For goodness sake, honestly. Eddie says, thank goodness we can hear you. I'm in bed now over Christmas with COVID. Despite being as careful, I'm sure the booster is keeping out of hospital. Hope all your listeners have been boosted. Yes, I know that. I mean, we get people every day on a daily basis going, today I'm being boosted. Because if you do get COVID, it makes it a lot easier through the other side. If you're not boosted and you haven't bothered having the vaccination, you stand a really bad chance of being extremely ill. Okay, just so I tell you, but they all know best. They know best. Sarah says, I put a holly wreath around my parents' grave every Christmas. They passed away in 91 and 92, but have to secure it with wire or it gets nicked. Yes, I mean, you can't believe that people thieve from cemeteries. I mean, I can't believe it either, but people steal everything. Yes, I was talking to my assistant producer, Minty, a short while ago. She had some COVID swabs delivered the other day. They rang the bell. Oh, we've got the COVID swabs. Yes, lovely. Just put them on the hall table. She went down. Somebody had pinched them. I mean, you know, because you can't get them in the chemists at the moment. But, you know, to steal anything from a cemetery, I think is about as low as it can get. You know, it's really, really disgusting. Steve Scott in Littlehampton. Probably a good joke there, I should imagine, somewhere, but I won't do it because it's a bit dated. He said, you have a new follower. My partner, Kirsty, who kept telling me you are my man crush. She thinks you're hilarious. Well, she probably says the same to you when you've taken your clothes off, I should imagine. Have you bought the Richmond Monopoly, says Jennifer. No, I live in Twickenham. Why would I want to buy Richmond Monopoly? I would only ever buy Twickenham Monopoly, which is better. And Steve, looking forward to my tea and toast. Very busy day today. We have to do a main shop in Sainsbury's, come home, drop everything off, get into Marks and Spencer's, back home, then out to the gym. I've been in this flat for 8 years, never spent Christmas here. Always with friends, says Susan. And this year, one of my friends is doing Christmas on Christmas Eve because her daughter's with her boyfriend's family on Christmas Day. So off to a friend's on Christmas Eve and then home sweet home on Christmas Day. I will no doubt have you on the whole time. Thank you very much indeed. And Phil says, I'm confused. How can you go to the pub but not go to work in Wales? How do the bar staff get to work without getting fined? Oh, listen, I've got no idea. No idea. Ray says, I once watched a magician called Fay Presto. I watched her push a bottle through a solid table and also made coins appear in my hand. Amazing. Yes, it is amazing. It's called bottle through table, surprisingly, as you can well imagine. Yes, she's been doing that for years and years. Shane says, I'm not going to go to the Sydney Harbour fireworks on New Year's Eve while we're watching it on the television, which is the best way to do it. We don't have any fireworks. We have nothing going on in London on New Year's Eve. Nothing at all. So, I mean, the advice is stay at home. You know, celebrate locally with friends. Don't bother coming into town because apparently the trains are being cancelled and buses left, right and centre. You know why? COVID. Sorry to mention it again, but people are being stricken with it because loads of people on the buses, I see them getting on and off, swapping drivers over it. Nobody wearing a mask. The train drivers, at least the train drivers I see wearing masks, and the guards and things like that at Waterloo Station. I can't speak for the other stations, but I do actually think to myself, you're going to go down with it. I mean, wearing the mask won't stop you getting it, but it helps. It sort of makes it a bit easier if you do get it. And there's a very good chance you will, because this one's spreading fast. You know, they can't keep up with it. You know, very shortly people will be going to hospital going, I've got COVID. And they're going to go, we've got no room here, mate. Have to go find somewhere else. We don't have, what do you want to do? Sit in an ambulance or something? How else are they going to do it? Phil says, good morning. Thank you for making radio worth listening to. I know, it had fallen into the doldrums, I think. We sort of revitalised it. I'm a British ex-army living and working in Paderborn in Germany, which I don't know, actually. I've never heard of Paderborn. Is it an army base? Oh, no, it can't be, because you're ex-British Army living and working in Paderborn. How lovely. So you must be fluent Deutsch, which is great. Where's the producer's looking where Paderborn is? Oh, you're in the eastern North Rhine, Westphalia. Looks lovely. I love some of these places. This is known for its... it's lovely, isn't it? Very nice. Very nice. We like this. What do you do? Blimey. It's beautiful. Paderborn in Germany. What a nice place to live. They seem to have a different life in Germany. It's a simpler life. You know, a lot of it, they don't decorate their Christmas trees, as I discovered years and years ago, with baubles and stuff like that. They sort of hang gingerbread biscuits on there, which have been made, or red ribbons, proper little candles. And they do Christmas on Christmas Eve, yeah. They do them over 90% of Europe. They celebrate on the 24th. Which actually, to be honest with you, I mean, I've been celebrating since April, so it don't make no difference to me. I just got my PCR test back. Positive. Had all my jabs and booster, and I'm super careful, always wear a mask. Can't believe my Christmas is cancelled. My 14-year-old, not a happy bunny. I know. It's odd. I mean, you know, they do say, you know, test yourself on a regular basis. And Carol says, Steve, I've been doing our very Jewish Christmas for my family for 47 years since I got married. We love it. Even during lockdown last year, I cooked and my children came to collect takeaway lunch from my front garden. This year, my husband and I both have COVID, but not badly, thank goodness. I shall still cook, just no guests. Happy, healthy Christmas, dear Steve, says Carol. Thank you, and the same to you as well. How lovely. I love the idea of a Jewish Christmas. It just appeals to my sort of sense of the occasion. It really does. Thank you to your recommendation, says Julie from Morecambe in Lancashire. I always go into that accent. I'm so sorry, Julia. I feel I should humbly apologise to anybody. I can't help it. I do it automatically. Anyway, thanks to your recommendation, my daughter Sarah and I went to Joe Allen's for the first time last night before going to Pantoland at the Palladium. Fabulous meal, brilliant service and a superb show. Pretty Woman at the Savoy Theatre today. Magic. Blimey, you are cramming it all in, aren't you? You really are. I'd love to know what you paid for Pantoland tickets. Not cheap, I should imagine, but Pretty Woman. Excellent. Oh, good choice. All the way from Morecambe. We love having you down in London. It's so busy compared to everywhere else, isn't it? It just really is. But I'm glad you love Joe Allen's. I always say to people, go there, because people say, somebody asked me yesterday, is it a pub or is it a restaurant? I said, no, it's a restaurant. But it's lots of character. It's showbiz. So the walls are lined with showbiz theatre posters and stuff like that. And the staff are lovely. And I've always eaten well there, drunk even better. Producers never been, but they have a door code, and we've decided that yes, he's barred. Even before he arrives through the door, they go, "Hello." Wrong. No, it's wrong. As Basil said, we're looking for a double room. Yes, double room. So no, Sybil, not married. Penthouse. Yeah. She? But that's the trouble. When you get to 40 and you're a bit dim, it's not her fault. She can't help it.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, team. Nice to have your company. Welcome along to the Groovy Gang, and welcome along to 26 minutes to 5, Steve Allen's early breakfast. Best way to keep people off the streets at Christmas is better television.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Says this one here, we have no blockbusters for families to watch. Perhaps the BBC should bring back Krypton Factor with the Prime Minister and each of the First Ministers competing for their jobs. I used to enjoy watching the Krypton Factor. It wasn't BBC though, was it? It was ITV Krypton Factor. Was it Channel 5? I don't know. Can't remember now. No. It was Gordon somebody, wasn't it? It did the Krypton Factor. But it's the same old on Christmas this year. But I thought the programme was quite clever, but it was far too sophisticated for me. Far too sophisticated. I used to watch it with Gordon Burns, who did it. I don't even know where he is now. How old's he? All these people from from your past he's 79. Gordon Burns is 79 from the Krypton Factor. Guest columnist today in The Sun is Mercy Morocchi. And she says what we said. It's the new season of The Weakest Link has just kicked off with dry-witted comic Ramesh Ranganathan taking on the infamous role of Anne Robinson. It wouldn't be a celebrity entertainment show if you didn't include at least one brainless, Z-list celebrity. And including somebody from the Only Way is Essex is always a sure way to fill that slot. Cue Gemma Collins, the larger-than-life ex-TOWIE member who features on the new series and displays her astonishing lack of brain power in tomorrow's episode. She's asked by the host how many beds are in a twin hotel room. You'd think, as questions go, it doesn't get much easier, but alas, even in this too complicated a matter for the serial reality TV star, worth apparently 2.7 million, who blames her ignorance on only staying in suites and penthouses. I mean, really, it really is. It's so embarrassing, isn't it? You get somebody who's sort of passing into their twilight years at the age of 40, and as thick as that. Very embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing. But then they've actually offered you a little bit of a twist, I think. And telly-regulator Ofcom, well, telly and radio regulator Ofcom, have revealed it received a record number of complaints this year. Love Island. Apparently Shannon Singh and Good Morning Britain were the most complained about shows. There were over 150,000 complaints. That's more than double the figure for last year. I must say, writes Mercy, I find it very odd that people go out of their way to file objections about shows they didn't enjoy, mainly because it often has nothing to do with programmes breaking Ofcom rules and regulations and everything to do with people just taking unnecessary offence when they hear or see something they don't like. So she says there are literally hundreds of channels available and an endless buffet of series on streaming platforms ready for viewers to consume at the touch of a button. If you don't like something, why not try saving yourself the grief? Pick up the remote and flick over to something else. Simples. She's absolutely right, because people hear it, I don't like this, I've just seen this on television. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought Shannon Singh was a bit of an embarrassment on Love Island. She's another one of those who sort of wants to own her own body, which is fine. We don't have a problem with that at all. But, just don't go it, dear. I mean, try and find an intelligent thing to do with yourself. Try and find something to do. I mean, could you sort of work in a bank or something like that? Perhaps you could be a Father Christmas. But just getting your boobs out, I'm afraid, is a little bit tacky in this day and age. And a little bit dated. Don't want to go on about it too much. Thank God Gemma Collins doesn't do it. That would be embarrassing. They've got a bloke here. He's an adrenaline junkie. He's walking on a high wire, not just a high wire between two buildings or a mountain, between two hot air balloons. They've sent up 2 hot air balloons. He was 6,000 feet above the ground, and he walks across it barefooted. I mean, a small mistake, and it could have been a catastrophe. Well, actually, it wouldn't be because he's got a thing around his waist, which means that if he falls off, he's on a wire. But he said, I remember seeing my friend smile after I made the crossing. What is it with these? I can't do these things. I mean, he might be an adrenaline junkie. To me, he's an absolute idiot. What's the most daring thing I've ever done? Turn up here. This is pretty daring. Don't you reckon, ladies and gentlemen? I think so. But to be between 2 hot air balloons. But he has got this wire. You can see it. So, in other words, if he falls, he'll be suspended underneath the balloon and then they'll just lower it down to the ground so he can do it okay. But I'm always amazed at people who in fact, it makes me feel quite queasy to watch his feet, because he's barefooted, curled around this sort of wire, this thin wire stretched between 2. And, of course, the danger, at one point, he sits down on the wire. Must be bloody mad. Absolutely cuckoo. Absolutely cuckoo. Strictly champion Kelvin Fletcher's going to be a dad for the 3rd time. I'm all in favour. He's already got 2 children, Marnie and Milo, with Liz, who he's known since he was 9. They married and very happy too. The former Emmerdale star was 37. He said, there's no question that for the Fletcher family, the best thing to come out is we're expecting again. See, I'm a big fan of big families. Big fan. Big fan of big families. Just 2 of us. I wish there were more. I mean, I always thought, great to have sort of maybe 6, something like that. I don't know. I just, your dad has 90, has he? Oh, right, okay. Your dad has 9. Blimey. Did he have a job or not? 9 children, good God. Yeah, my mum was one of a large family. Very large family. And it was quite normal in those days because everybody wore hand-me-down clothes. So you very rarely got anything brand new. If you were in a big family and you were youngest, I mean, you really got nothing at all. You had to wear everybody else's clothes. As I say, my mother said that she sometimes had to go to school in shoes with newspaper in them because they leaked. Boys all slept in one room, girls in another, because nobody had these 6-bedroom houses that they have nowadays. You'd have 2 up, 2 down, and sometimes the boys would all sleep in the one bed. And the girls would sleep in another bed. My mother used to have to share a bed, I think, with her sister, top to toe. Yeah, I mean, it must have been an absolute nightmare. Of course, we never had it so good, as they say. Steve, I bought a big bag of those Christmas nuts in their shells for the house. Realised I didn't have a nutcracker. Hunted everywhere, says Kim. Finally managed to get one. Quality Street or nuts, Steve? Quality Street. I know nuts are supposed to be good, but they get in your teeth and all the rest of it. But I fancy not having a nutcracker. I don't know where you'd go and get a nutcracker from. They do a little soldier, don't they? He looks for, you can find them in garden centres, and they do nutcrackers. Excuse me. And a big supermarket will also do nutcrackers. My mother used to love nuts, absolutely loved them. Phil says this is the bloke who lives in Paderborn, which is beautiful. This is in Germany. He says, I'm a truck driver working for a big meat producer and spend the week driving around Germany. Paderborn used to be a big garrison town, but it's just a training area similar to Canada, where troops arrive, do their exercise, and then return home. Paderborn is a beautiful city with about 250,000 people, great life, and there's always something to do and visit. There's a fairly big veteran community, and I always bump into people I know. It's definitely worth a visit, says Phil. Sounds lovely. So I'm assuming you must speak German if you're delivering for a big meat producer and spend the week driving around. But there's some beautiful places. I mean, I've often said, because I went out to Vienna for about 9 years, I worked out there on the radio. I used to take my holidays from here and go and work on the radio in Austria, in Vienna. And I would do 3 weeks out there. So I got to know Vienna very well and the surrounding countryside. And I remember thinking it's lovely. Not many people own properties, strangely enough. A lot of people rent in Vienna. It's quite normal to rent as opposed to taking out a mortgage. And I just thought the life was better. I don't know why. You know, I know there's an underlying current in most places, but in Germany, you know, they get places where people go out and they rent as well, but they go out for sort of their Sunday lunches, you know, and you'll sit in a pub garden or something like that, or a beer cellar or something, and there'll be sausages and chicken and pork and everything else. It just seems nicer. You can always spot the tourists in any of these places. In Vienna, it was particularly noticeable. The tourists were the ones who dressed down. You wouldn't find any Austrians who live in Vienna walking around in a pair of jeans. Absolutely not. They would dress up all the time. Even now, you would find people dressing up. Yeah, they're very, yes. I mean, you do see people in national costume, you know, and they don't think it's dressing up. They just think it's quite normal. So you get men who've come in from Burgenland and they'll wear lederhosen. You'll see crowds of them because they've come into Vienna for sort of the day or for the week or for a couple of nights or something like that. And they don't look at it as dressing up. Whereas we don't have a national costume over here, do we? Can hardly call chinos a national costume. Tracky bottoms and sort of G-strings, very popular. But no, everybody dresses up. I used to share a house. It was a lady who had a flat, and she had 2 bedrooms, and she had 1 bedroom, but she would rent it out to me when I was working over there. And she would sleep in her sitting room on the couch. Frau Hahn, her name was. I mean, she can't be alive now. She was fairly ancient when I was there. But she would wake up. She'd find out what time I needed to get up in the morning to do the breakfast show, because it was a little walk down the hill from her little flat, which was in a place called Taubstummengasse. And she would wake up. She'd go to the bathroom, put the heater on, so that I didn't have to walk into a cold bathroom. And I'd go in the bathroom, get myself ready in the morning. And then after I'd finished in the bathroom, I'd walk out the bathroom, back into the bedroom, dry myself off. I could hear her walking out of the sitting room. She'd go in the bathroom. She'd tidy it all up, turn the fire off and go back to bed. Seriously. I should have kept her. She was very good, actually. Very, very good indeed. But a lot of people used to do that. But she had to be registered. This wasn't just somebody who was making money on the side. You had to be registered with the local councils for the area. So I had to produce my passport. She had to fill it in on a form. So it was all done, you know, properly. Winnie says, wish me luck. I'm off to M&S first thing to collect the turkey and the Christmas goodies. Wow. Steve, an ex of mine, lives in Paderborn. He's a chef at the barracks. My God, I tell you, we keep finding more people. Gets better by the day, doesn't it? Honestly, you find people all over the world listening to this programme. Not just this programme, but all the programmes on LBC. Mainly because I can tell you that here we are in a freezing cold London, and the streets are deserted, thank goodness, but it is 5:15.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Weekday mornings from 7.
40% of GP appointments are taken by 10% of their patients. It is time for radical action. I propose to you that you all have 12 appointments per annum. After that, you will be charged, unless it is a desperately serious case such as cancer. But if you constantly come along and say, I've got a bump on my bottom, or I've got earache, you'll effectively get 1 a month free, after which you'll be charged somewhere in the order, probably about £50 to £60.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back this morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
McDonald's have always done their little bit for young people.
Like when they offered us apprenticeships and paid for our degrees.
And now they're starting to support youth workers in their UK restaurants and communities.
To mentor us and give career advice.
And it's not just 1 or 2 youth workers either.
It will be a whole team of us, working across 1,300 restaurants.
Add to that all the training McDonald's offer to over 96,000 young crew members. And well, that little bit doesn't feel so little anymore. McDonald's. Change a little, change a lot.
Hi, I'm Zane, a customer service assistant for TfL. As you return to our network, let me remind you that you can travel safely.
because we're cleaning regularly with antiviral disinfectant, providing over 1,000 free hand sanitizer stations across the network, and our ventilation systems frequently circulate fresh air on our tubes, trains and buses. Please remember, you must wear a face covering over your nose and mouth at all times, unless you are exempt. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
It was just another day in another week for Jenny. But as she listened to the radio, she was suddenly filled with an urge to escape. So Jenny pressed the green button and flew to Ireland's wild Atlantic way. She met the friendly locals of Cork's famous English market, indulged in the delicious fresh seafood of Galway, and explored the dramatic coastlines and picturesque landscapes of Donegal. Press the green button and fly to Ireland's wild Atlantic way this winter. Just over an hour from London's Stansted Airport.
Every cat has a tale to tell. So for pet insurance policies as unique as they are, visit petsinnapickle.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. I love the idea of going off to M&S at this time of the morning to pick up your turkey and Christmas bits and pieces. I thought people would do that Christmas Eve, Winnie. I had no idea people were doing it today because it is only Wednesday. It is the 22nd. I told you it's going to be over so quick. Over so quick. I still haven't decided what to do for Christmas. I know you're going to think I'm a little bit drippy, but I can't quite. I don't know whether to risk it or whether to sort of go. I'm going to go down and see what happens. I don't know. It's difficult. Steve, I've just looked at to Vienna prices to rent apartment. Vienna manages a wide range of apartments in various districts. Apartments are fully furnished and feature modern fittings and are available in a choice of sizes, starting at about €690 per month. Yeah, about 500 and something pounds, isn't it? I would think. But everybody does. But there's all it's the districts. You know, if you're in the 1st district or the 15th district, you're poles apart. And I just liked it actually. I just liked Vienna. I'd never been to Vienna before, and I liked the way that some of it was modern and some of it was very old-fashioned. Very old-fashioned. It was like stepping. Well, they used to say, "I've never been back." No, I went back once. I tell a lie. I went back once, and it's odd because they used to say when the plane landed at the airport, Schwekat, they used to say, we're just landing at Vienna Airport. Set your watches back 100 years. That's what it was like. They haven't changed anything. They still, up till a few years ago, used to change the opera. In the middle of Vienna, there is the Opera House, which is huge, a bit like the Paris Opera House. But they had a system whereby every day was a different opera. So every night, the opera would finish playing at the Opera House, huge barn of it. I mean, huge, thousands of people. And the trucks would roll in, they'd take all the scenery out, and then they would disappear, and then new lorries would arrive with all the new scenery. They would then put it in. In the morning, there'd be the rehearsal. Then in the evening, the show, and then the lorries would come in, take all the scenery out. And the stage is so big that they used to open up the stage for the opera ball. I think Sarah Ferguson was a guest one year when they sort of were under some misapprehension that she was somebody important in the royal family, whereas, of course, she wasn't. Quite mad. But anyway, they open up the stage so people dance on the stage. And the stage is so big that they can have 4 different sets on it at any one time. One in the middle, one either side, and one underneath. And the whole stage will descend, and then they bring in from the side the new set. Which was very clever. A little bit like when they did Sunset Boulevard in London at the Adelphi. The set would rise up and they could play underneath it. And again, it's terribly clever because you remember they had the problem when they put in the Sunset Boulevard. They were doing rehearsals, and all of a sudden during the rehearsals, the stage would start to move up. They go, what's happening? And it turned out that the frequency was the same one as on a mobile phone. So every time somebody keyed their mobile phone, the stage would rise. So they had to sort that one out very quickly. Brian of Bromley says, I bought 2 tickets for Pantoland on Christmas Eve as a surprise for my wife Linda. She doesn't know yet. So can you let her know, please? She's listening at the moment, says Brian. Well, there you go, Linda. You're going to Pantoland, whether you want it or not. I see. He must have paid a bit for that. Christmas Eve, good God. But that'll be nice. I think we should do things on Christmas Eve. I really do. And then you go home and have hot chocolate with, some booze in it and stuff like that. And then you sort of, and you sort of just enjoy yourself. Johnny in Chester says, I was an army musician at Paderborn with the Dragoon Guards band. I loved Paderborn. How many people have we got this morning who are listening in Paderborn? I mean, what is this? It's unbelievable. I'm a big fan, Johnny, of army musicians. In fact, of any of the forces bands and marching bands and, be it pipe bands or anything like that. But military bands especially. I live down the road from Kneller Hall, which I think is being sold off for a housing development, which is scandalous. And that's where they train a lot of army musicians and things like that. I love that. You can't beat a band. Big fan of band. Big fan. So, and Paderborn, what a lovely place to be in. We've looked at the pictures online. Absolutely fantastic. It looks like one of those sort of cities that borders the Rhine. It's like going down the Rhine on a Rhine cruise and looking at these fairy tale castles which spring up out of nowhere. And you look at them and think, oh, God, Kneller Hall, been sold off, yes. But it'll stay as it's listed. Have you seen the pictures of it? Beautiful, yeah. What they'll do is convert it. I mean, I'm very disappointed that they sold it off. Very disappointed. It's appalling, actually. But the MOD opened the bidding on Kneller Hall on the 8th of February, and Radnor House School completed their purchase on Friday the 10th. I don't know what they paid for it. Whatever it was way too cheap. Way too cheap. It's going to be a school. Oh, is it going to be a school? Oh, thank God. Well, that's a bit better, actually, than housing estate. Because it's literally on the borders of Witten. But it's a listed building, but it's lovely. But, a school, I don't know. I wonder what they paid for that. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? That's got to be a few million. Easily a few million. It's a beautiful place. I'd have a little slurp of my tea. Why not? So, Johnny in Chester, an army musician. Do you know, people talk about joining the forces and what's it like as a life? And I tell you, you're cosseted. You're cosseted. It's, you have friends in the army, all your friends that will remain with you for the rest of your life, you keep in contact with, and, everybody's got different stories about life in the forces and the postings and everything else. And we had about 4 postings. Well, my father had postings before, but we had postings to Hong Kong for 2 years, Egypt for 2 years, Yorkshire for 2 years, seemed longer. And then my dad came out of the forces. Because I think, actually, it seems so young to me now, but you can either come out at 36, which my dad did, or you can stay until your 50s. And my dad came out in his 30s. Because I don't know why he came out. We never, you never discuss things with your parents. You don't know really what your parents did or anything else. I mean, I knew, that Dad went off to work every day, but that was it. We didn't know anything about it. Forces people were quite sort of cagey about what they did, and he then struggled for a little while to actually find a job, and he had a factory. He made printed circuits for computers. Before they did the printed circuits which were mass produced, he was doing special printed circuits, and he had a little factory that made these things, and he made brass pictures and all sorts of things. And then that finished for some reason. I think they bought some other businesses. They bought flats in Reading and a stonemasons for some inexplicable reason. Anyway, then he sort of the business stopped, and he had to look around for a business or something to do as a job. And because of his military life, he ended up running the Special Forces Club in Knightsbridge, which is the club for Britain's secret agents. And he would tell me stories of somebody coming into the club and showing him another. It was a bit like James Bond. A little bit like James Bond. Bear Grylls knows all about the Special Forces Club. Steve, I am sitting in bed, clutching a mug of tea with my eyes shut and smiling. Are you drunk? What do you mean sitting there with your cup of tea? I've done that before. Do you know when you're a bit younger, you sit in bed and you've got a cup of tea and you're holding it, and then gradually you feel yourself going to sleep, and gradually the mug tips over a little bit. It's like they were doing a programme on Victoria Wood the other day, and one of her most famous sketches was the Two Soups one, where eventually she sort of comes in and she's got this soup. Julie Walters was amazing, and she was talking about it, and they said that the crew were absolutely doubled up in laughter because she does it takes her ages to walk to the table, and then they go, "What is the soup of the day?" "I'll just check." And off she goes again. Eventually, she comes back with this soup. "Ready to order, sir?" 2 soups, 1 soup, and another soup. And so she gets this soup, and as she comes back, she tips it all over the floor. So both of them, she's holding these 2 soups, and they go onto the floor. So when she gets to the table, there's no soup. And so she puts them down on the table, and she goes away, and the bloke looks at her, and of course there's no soup in the bowl. And he goes, "Excuse me." And she comes back, and she goes, "Oh, you were peckish." And then they didn't leave a tip, and I can't use the word. It's very rude word. But Steve, I was a part of the 1st Battalion, the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment, and was based in Paderborn for 13 years. Wow. And Astrid says, "Steve, I was an army brat in Paderborn in the 50s. My godfather, we've unearthed a cornucopia of wonderful people. Wonderful people. And Steve, Paderborn was lovely. The local bars were amazing. La Pampa is one of the best steakhouses we've been to anywhere. Totally amazingly good food and not overall expensive. Also cheap beer," says Steady. Isn't it amazing? God in heaven. And Heather says, "Steve, I finally recovered from the hideous virus that floored me for 2 weeks. I was very excited to hear that Auntie Enid is delivering her very own Christmas Day speech to the Steve Allen Original Spikers group this year. Your ears will surely be ringing as she will undoubtedly be singing your praises. This, for people who don't know, is my fairly ancient Auntie Enid, I'm afraid, at the moment. She's still in the maximum security Twilight home for aged gentlefolk. Well, in fact, she doesn't have a choice. She's locked in. And she is there, and it's a case of cold steel potties and sawdust on the floor. But she's been quite happy with that for years. But as I said to you, every April Fool's Day, we always go round there and you go, "You going home today, Auntie?" And it's so cruel. We always attach her to a piece of elastic. And it's almost like sort of bungee jumping, only on the ground. And she gets as far as the gate. We're always holding her on both sides. Then we let her go, and she pings back up the drive to the house again. Bless her heart. Steve, we have booked tickets for the Twilight Walk, says Sue, at Hever Castle on the 21st of January. It looks amazing. You'll love it. There's a very good one as well at Kew we talked about yesterday. Kew Gardens has this, they do a very good Soin Lumière. I think it's like a Soin Lumière. It's a light show, yeah. Soin, yeah, because I speak languages. Okay, I do English. And I struggle a bit with French. My mother claimed for years that she spoke French, so we went to France on holiday. She could only order eggs, so everywhere we went, it was eggs. Poached eggs, fried eggs, yeah, oof, that was it. God, we stayed in some places. And Steve, says Karen, I love that Victoria Wood sketch. It was so good, wasn't it? She was so good. She was very, very good. Listen, this music means that we've done an hour of the programme already. So if you've only just joined us, you've missed the best bits. It goes downhill from here on in. We take the news, then we take more of your... nearly said take more of your sex. I don't know why. Texts. We take more of your texts. I don't know why. I need a... Honestly, I think I'm getting to that stage now where I've gone a bit doolally, which is okay. It's Christmas. We can afford to go out there and enjoy ourselves. So we'll take the news. I'll be back with you in 3 minutes with more of your texts and emails on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, 22nd of December, 3 days to go. And then an elderly gentleman, I mean, he must be fairly elderly by now, will attempt to stumble down your chimney and then discover as he gets to the bottom you've bricked it up. So no chance of delivering presents at all. But it's one of the... I think today's going to be busy because people are going out and buying their... I mean, some people are still buying Christmas trees, which I find a little bit amazing. Some people leave it till the very last minute and then try and get them at a discount. But cheapskates, basically. People who can't afford to sort of waste money on trees and things like that. Tom Holland's Spider-Man, No Way Home, made $31.9 million in the UK and Ireland, which is a hell of a lot more than the West Side Story from Steven Spielberg, which is such a shame. I can't wait to see it. Seriously can't wait to see it. Ringo Starr has got a new book out about the Beatles, and he'll share images from his personal collection. Amazing, after all these years, still still huge, isn't it? The Beatles, wherever you go, they're still there when you think that John Lennon was shot, George Harrison died, and Paul McCartney is still there at the age of about 79, I think now, or something. Absolutely phenomenal. Must be about people in the industry. The ruler of Dubai makes all the papers say, mainly because we love a story at Christmas to do with money. And the ruler of Dubai is Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who is 72. He's been ordered to stump up, we think it's a record, £550 million divorce settlement, believed to be a record for an English court. He was told to pay sixth wife, Princess Haya bint Al Hussein, and their 2 children. Comes after the princess, half-sister of Jordan's King Abdullah II, fled the United Arab Emirates for England in 2019 with their kids, claiming her husband terrified her. The High Court also heard she'd had an affair with one of her bodyguards and a former British soldier who then blackmailed her over it. She paid $6.9 million just to keep quiet, and the judge said she must have been very frightened. But anyway, part of the settlement is £11 million a year for security for the princess and her children, rising to $17 million when they leave university. And the threat comes from her husband. So $251.5 million, that's the payout. $290 million bank guarantee for their 2 children's maintenance and security as adults, included in the payout. $11 million a year for Princess Haya and the children's security, £3 million for their education fund, $5.1 million for the children's holiday budget, $450,000 for the kids' staff, and $275,000 for the kids' animals. It's a different world, I think, from the rest of us. I don't think I've ever been in a situation like that. But it's very interesting, isn't it? I forget how many wives he's actually got. I think, actually, this award beats the $450 million, which went to Russia's Tatiana Akhmadova in 2016. The Sheikh's spokesman says he's always ensured that his children are provided for. He does not intend to comment further. No, he does have about £10 billion, so he's not exactly going to be crying all the way to the bank over this one. But he's got to pay it within a certain time span. It's a totally different world, isn't it? I think the house she's in is $95 million, and they get money for upkeep and everything else. So she doesn't need to work, actually. Mark is in Perth in Western Australia and says, listening to you live today for the first time in 5 weeks. I had a fortnight off work, which meant I couldn't listen, so I've just spent the last 3 weeks listening on catch-up. Anyway, off now till Boxing Day, so it'll probably be mid-January before I listen live, as I'll be listening on catch-up again. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and the crew. Oh, they'll be thrilled. They'll be so excited. In fact, they look excited at the moment. Yeah, made their Christmas, really. Steve, just on the train to work near Copenhagen, says William. Just like going round the world on this programme, isn't it? It really is amazing. Do you think other programmes get this? Probably. Chris says it's sad to hear about the demise of the music school at Nella Hall, but what happened to the great Western locomotive nameplate which adored the main gate? I've got no idea. It's going to be a school. It's going to be a school, which is better than a housing estate, isn't it? Definitely better. Steve, we bought a house from Victoria Wood and Jeff Durham in the village of Silverdale. They were both such lovely, grounded people. Victoria was so talented and greatly missed, says Adele in Higham. Yes, I mean, and also she didn't tell anybody that she was dying. She kept it very quiet. She was a very sort of humble person. And have you heard from the children since then? No. They're obviously a very private family. For a PS, we're not in Paderborn, says Keith in Belfast. We're up feeding our 3rd baby, 6 weeks old. You and LBC keep me sane throughout. Merry Christmas. Thank you. And I'm very lucky, says Trucker Andy, because I get to celebrate Christmas twice. My partner's Polish, and we're visiting friends on Christmas Eve, and then my parents come to us on Christmas Day. Sheldon says, I've just checked it, £127 in Heathrow to Paderborn. I think we'll be going when COVID-19 gets quiet again. Yes. Wayne, my favourite trolley dolly, he says, to the lady going to see Pantoland at the Palladium, she'll have an amazing time. Julian Clary asks for the house lights to go up every so often, so tell her not to sit in the front row as he's on form and picks on the audience. We shouldn't have told her, actually, should we, Wayne? We should have kept it as a secret. Tanker driver Phil says, yesterday was the shortest day of the year, and you're leading the Spikers towards the end of the longest night. So happy midwinter, happy solstice. And just want to let you know, say Matthew and Emma, that we're from the UK but listening from the far north of New Zealand, and as always, loving the show. So thank you for bringing the UK to our remote piece of paradise. Is it really paradise? New Zealand, I'm told, is, but it's very wet. A friend of mine went there. She went there whale watching, and I don't know why. And she could have, just got a DVD, I suppose. But it does rain quite a lot. But they filmed a lot of Jurassic Park in New Zealand. The bit coming in with the helicopters over the sea, where they sort of land. That's New Zealand. It does look nice, doesn't it? But I've never got used to is it the haka? They do that. I really don't get that for the rugby. Seriously, I've seen no end of people doing it, and I remember thinking that's really bizarre, isn't it? I've seen them doing it in schools as well, actually. And another one here from Phil, who says, yes, I can speak German well. I'm married for 24 years and have a 22-year-old daughter who's studying medicine at university. So many people who've lived here. Germans are very friendly. Restaurants are very good and it won't break your budget. Hotels very modern. Trains very cheap. I used to be with the 1st Battalion Devonshire and Dorset Regiment, now the 1st Rifles and 1st Royal Regiment of Wales. Ironically, the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment took over from 1 RRW. And to all serving troops and veterans, I wish my brothers and sisters a very happy Christmas, says Phil. Your radio show's fantastic. Well, gosh, I don't know what to say. Too excited, thank you. But you're right, actually, restaurants are good. The thing I used to like in Vienna was you can go into any restaurant and just have a drink. You can sit at a table. You don't have to order food. There's no minimum charges. You can just have a drink and sit there. But, of course, yeah, you can nurse a drink. Just down the road from where I used to work in Vienna, in Argentinierstrasse. I remember. It's funny you remember that. I've not been there for donkey's years. But there used to be China Garden. It was the biggest Chinese restaurant I'd ever seen in my entire life. God knows what it used to be, wartime. But I used to go in there, mainly because I love Chinese food. And you just go in there and have everything. But the funny thing is that when you've finished eating in a lot of restaurants, the waitress or waiter will come over to you. They don't produce a bill. You tell them what you've had, and she'll tell you how much you owe. And she's got a little pouch in front of her with the money in. They're very trusting. I mean, put it this way, if you make a mistake, she will correct you because they remember everything. But, well, it's almost testing, but she'll come over and I'll go, oh, I had this, and this. She'll go, whatever it cost. You give her the money. She'd put it in her little pouch. And that would be it. It was done on trust. Even their underground, the U-Bahn, is done on trust. There's nobody standing there checking your tickets, but they have ticket inspectors on the trains. And they stand on the platforms, and the moment the train comes in, they spread out. They get onto the carriages, so you can't get off. The moment the doors close, out comes their little badge. Put it on, Fahrschein, which is their word for ticket. I'll tell you what, we're learning all sorts of things this morning, aren't we, between us? And they're very hot on what they call black riders, people who cheat the system. But it's spotlessly clean. Spotlessly clean. Absolutely amazing. What else we got here? There's a £20,000 grotto in this couple's garage. Festive funsters Rob and Pauline have spent 20 years and 20 grand constructing a mini Christmas village. They have a cathedral house, a working fairground, Santa sleigh nativity scene. Pauline and husband come from Stratton. She says, we aim to give visitors a smile. Oh, this is my idea of heaven. If I had, a lottery win, or anything like that, and all of a sudden, you sort of came into an awful lot of money, which would be very nice. It would be a case of I would have a house with a big loft in, and I put in a railway and all the Christmas stuff and everything up there, little street lights, a bit like Rod Stewart's, which is fantastic. Ruth in Great Yarmouth says, reckon everybody knows somebody in Paderborn. It's so pretty. If you have access to a computer, type it in and just have a look at the buildings. It really is lovely. And of course, the good thing about Germany and about a lot of East European countries is compared to this country, they're spotlessly clean. They really are. I mean, Vienna, they wash down the streets every morning, everything. David says, I want to thank you and the team. Oh, listen, don't keep thanking them, honestly. Seriously, it'll make them very big-headed. Yeah, he's added that bit. For keeping me entertained over the year. They haven't done anything. Stop it. They just sit there. They have to entertain me. He says, I listen every day on my lunch break in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. You bring a little bit of home across the airwaves. So Merry Christmas to you and a Happy New Year to you and the team. Merci, thank you very much indeed. We know the Causeway Bay. We used to go on the beach in Repulse Bay in Hong Kong. We used to like that. Repulse Bay. And that was the only place, very stony beach, that they had peppermint ice cream. We'd never had peppermint ice cream before. And they did, up until then it was all just vanilla. But they did peppermint ice cream and it was really nice. I can see it then. I mean, obviously the whole place has changed an awful lot. I want some now, actually. I haven't had ice cream for a long time, although 3 people walked past me the other day, all eating ice lollies. Bloody freezing it was out there. They're all eating ice lollies. And then I thought, we must be the only country that doesn't do ice cream in the winter. Whereas, in fact, you go to any, East European country, they do ice cream all the time. There are a couple of shops round here which are open doing ice cream. Yeah, Richmond's got 3 ice cream. How they make a living, I've got no idea. A friend of mine's got one. It's because he has a gelato machine. I don't think the others have got gelato machines, but he has, and he makes his own ice cream. And it's really delicious. Just down one of the little alleys that leads onto the green. I think Corey's been there, my ex-producer. I don't think what he was then, actually. Who is he? He's one of those boys. Wicked's closed at the moment because of COVID. That's the trouble. One person gets it. They all go down with it. 5:15 the time. Let's sort of tempt you to get up this morning, shall we? Let's get the latest LBC travel on the roads and on the railways with Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning. There are problems on the A41 Finchley Road westbound in Hampstead, just after West End Lane. One lane is closed because of an ongoing investigation. And also because of an investigation, the A5 Cricklewood Broadway is closed in both directions. In Shoreditch, Vestry Street is partially blocked northbound after an accident. And in Park Royal, Lakeside Drive is closed in both directions. And that's also because of an ongoing investigation. And on the Underground, there are minor delays on both the Circle and Hammersmith and City lines.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Weekday mornings from 7.
40% of GP appointments are taken by 10% of their patients. It is time for radical action. I propose to you that you all have 12 appointments per annum. After that, you will be charged, unless it is a desperately serious case such as cancer. But if you constantly come along and say, I've got a bump on my bottom, or I've got earache, you'll effectively get 1 a month free, after which you'll be charged somewhere in the order, probably about £50 to £60.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back this morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
Everyone can make little changes to waste less. And at McDonald's, we're no different.
Like reusing our old cooking oil to make biodiesel.
That helps fuel my truck.
Or recycling my used McCafe cup at McDonald's.
To make a birthday card for me. Thanks, Dad.
It's the start of a plan to recycle and reuse even more. Because we know when you change a little, you change a lot. Recycling units available in UK restaurants. Search National Cup Recycling Scheme. Includes cards and other products.
Let's get together again to share a smooth dram with friends and enjoy the full flavour of every moment. It's been too long. Drop by for a Bell's. Please drink responsibly.
It was just another day in another week for Jenny. But as she listened to the radio, she was suddenly filled with an urge to escape. So Jenny pressed the green button and flew to Ireland's wild Atlantic way. She met the friendly locals of Cork's famous English market, indulged in the delicious fresh seafood of Galway, and explored the dramatic coastlines and picturesque landscapes of Donegal. Press the green button and fly to Ireland's wild Atlantic way this winter. Just over an hour from London's Stansted Airport.
It's Lidl's Christmas pick of the week. Get all your trimmings for just 19p. That's British carrots, Brussels sprouts, parsnips, red cabbage, roasting potatoes and shallots for just 19p. In Lidl stores now. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes NI.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, coming up 19 minutes past 5. I see that 2 more people have been wrapped. These are so-called influencers. These are basically peculiars. I think they're peculiar people. And 2 of them, Charlotte Dawson and Chloe Ferry, have had more Instagram posts banned despite repeated warnings for breaking advertising. They obviously think they're above the law. They're a bit dim, aren't they? Charlotte advertised her own tanning product without making it clear it was a marketing post. Her representative said she didn't think it needed to be labelled an ad because it was her own product. What are you, thick or something? It's an advert. What are you, stupid? She had the same warning from the Advertising Standards Authority in July over a series of Instagram posts promoting a makeup brand. Former Geordie Shore person Chloe Ferry had a post advertising water bottles banned. It included a swipe-up link to a site to buy them, but failed to make clear it was an ad. A representative for Chloe Ferry said she'd take care to ensure that future ads were appropriately labelled. In June, she was among the first 4 influencers named for repeatedly failing to disclose ads. In other words, don't touch anything from these people at all. They're adverts. They're adverts. They're not allowed to do it. But as I say, they're both a bit dim, so they obviously think they're above the law. It's amazing how many people think they're above the law now. Luckily, the law clamps down. Try it again. The full force of it will hit you. Quite quickly, I should imagine. Quite quickly. Diego Maradona's lavish home and 3 luxury cars have failed to attract a buyer at auction. Apparently, the footballer's great 6-bedroom villa, bought whilst he was playing for Boca Juniors in Argentina, proved too pricey at $680,000. He had a 2-bedroom property in the resort of Mar del Plata, also failed to sell at $45,000. 2 BMWs, including a $165,000 black 750i and a Hyundai, went unsold. His Puma boots and some of his old football shirts were among 87 items sold in Buenos Aires. He died of a heart attack in November 2020, aged just 60. Too young. Too young. I don't like things like that. Here's model Heidi Klum, dressed as Cleopatra and sitting on Santa's knee. I didn't think you were allowed to sit on Santa's knee anymore. Obviously, it's a little bit different. What else we got here? This is McDonald's seems to be serving up faster food by installing exercise bikes at its restaurants. Obviously agreeing that if you eat too many McDonald's, it's bad for you. Video footage shows diners tucking into burgers whilst pedalling away on the branded workout material equipment. Well, I would have thought so. Not supposed to be, like that. It's like I was watching a bit of America's Got Talent the other day, and the product placement was absolutely unbelievable. They all had paper water cups in front of them, branded with Dunkin' Donuts on them. Honestly, what a bit of a swizz there, isn't it? Bit of a swizz. David says, oh no, we've done that one, haven't we? Sorry, going back over and reading the same things. Are you smarter than a celebrity? Easy to laugh at quiz show Gat, but I mean Gemma Collins really is dim. I mean, that's just almost unbelievable, isn't it, really? And who played Vietnam veteran John Rambo in 5 action films? Okay, Harry Redknapp on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire came up with the answer. Bruce Willis. He didn't win anything, if you remember. He was so thick. So thick. Here we go. How's that? Is an appeal to umpires in which sport? This is an ex-Geordie Shore failure, Charlotte Crosby. Tennis. I mean, really. There we go. Let's find another one, shall we? In which city is the Olympic Stadium built for the 1936 Olympic Games and used by Germany's national football team? Monty Panesar, Celebrity Mastermind, Athens. I mean, really dim. Here we go. In science, water is composed of hydrogen and which other chemical element? Maya Jama on Children in Need's The Weakest Link. Acid? I mean, really thick. In A Christmas Carol, what is the name of Scrooge's old business partner who makes a spooky Christmas Eve appearance? Mel Giedroyc, Celebrity Weakest Link. Scrooge? I mean, really thick, but no surprise. In The Wizard of Oz, which of Dorothy's companions didn't have a brain? Sue Perkins and Celebrity Squares. The Tin Man. I mean, it's embarrassing, isn't it, really? And how about this one? Which US TV channel, based in Atlanta, Georgia, was launched June the 1st, 1980, to become the world's first 24-hour news service? Towie's Jess Wright on Celebrity Mastermind. Dallas? That thick. Straight to bed. Mask on. Straight to bed. Sorry, we're sending one of our team home. Sleep well. See you soon. So poor old Jess Wright. I mean, the trouble is when these people who aren't particularly bright go on these television programmes, there's not really a lot you can do about it. Because, you know, if they don't know anything... Here we go. How about this one? In European folklore, which nocturnal supernatural creatures are said to have come from the region known as Transylvania? Glamour model Jodie Marsh, celebrity weakest link. Bats? I mean, God in heaven. Do you think they deliberately put on thick people just so we can point and laugh at them and go, fancy not knowing that? I mean, how stupid you have to be. Let's find just one more, actually. See if we can find one here from... oh, here we go, yes. What L is a person who unthinkingly joins a mass movement and is also a small rodent? Scarlett Moffat, celebrity blockbusters. Leprechaun? Oh, what, which L? Which is... Wait a minute. I have to turn my paper round, actually. I can only do it the once, actually. It's a lemming. It's a lemming. But Scarlett Moffat, I mean, you can't expect her... A leprechaun. I mean, you can't expect her to know that. She's a bit dim. It's not her fault. But when they go on there, they really do show themselves up, don't they, as being ultimately dimbos. There's nothing... I mean, you can't do anything about it if they don't know anything. This is why we laughed at poor old Gemma Collins. She's 40 years old, but basically she's just a child. You know, she didn't know that twin beds appeared in all hotel rooms. She had no idea about that at all. Probably got no idea how to... Please God, she doesn't drive a car. That'd be a bit of a worry. I mean, she did try. Well, no, she didn't try. That's the trouble. She didn't. Talking about ice cream, Steve. Amazing Italian ice cream parlour in Paderborn, says Astrid again. Stop it. Actually, there used to be a very good ice cream shop in Vienna, in the Kärtnerstrasse, which is their sort of first district shopping road. It's all the posh shop. Nothing changes there. Over here... You know, you take a photograph 1 year to the next and buildings have changed and, you know, all sorts of things have changed. Over in Vienna, it stays exactly the same. David and Beckham, Jacob Marley, Scrooge's deceased partner. I know. Listen, what can you do, David? What can you do? Steve, I've ordered the Hippodrome book from Goldsborough Books, says Moray. Just around the corner from you. Thank you for the recommendation. You'll love the book. You'll really love it. I mean, it really is, Moray. It's a fantastic book. Full of anecdotes and photographs and the interior shots of when it was all being done up. It's really cracking. But I don't often recommend things like that. I've had nice things before, but to actually have something that, you know, came as a bit of a surprise, then we have to tell you about it. We have to tell you about it. Britain's toughest turkey will live to see another year. And apparently, Brussels sprouts are the toast of cocktail lovers this Christmas. Not sure. The Dirty Sprout Martini and Old-Fashioned Sprout are among the Sproutinis flavoured with the festive veg at the Pickled Sprout restaurant in Harrogate. Hope it stays there. I love it. Simon Gregson fears he looked obese on I'm a Celeb after he piled on weight during lockdown. The Corrie veteran said he'd love now to keep off the stone he lost whilst on the TV show. It's always a bit of an excitement, isn't it, really? I think when you sort of lose a bit of weight, which is good. Phil Collins is the unlikely inspiration behind Gary Barlow's fitness regime. Gary Barlow's he doesn't look as though he needs a fitness regime, does he, really? And apparently, George Shelley returns to the music scene with Lose to Find. The ex-Union J star hopes his first track in 2 years will help fans overcome their struggles after the death of his sister Harriet. He did a television programme on it, which I remember very well indeed, and I often wonder what happened to George Shelley. And he did a programme about sort of dealing with, you know, the death of a close family member. It's happened to a lot of people. But he sort of made a programme. I'm assuming it was a little bit cathartic for him. But whether or not the music scene is ready for George Shelley again, I've got no idea. But died in a car crash, didn't she? Didn't Bross's sister die as well, I think, the same time? I think the sister died, and then I think the mother died as well. I'm pretty certain. This is when they were saying the other day, we had a story about Bross. I was right, yeah. I think the sister died, and they wrote a song about her, which actually was very good. It was a very, very good song. It's just that, you know, Bross are dealing very much in the past, And I think the only one living in the past, I think, is poor old Matt. I think he's sort of... I don't know what you can do. If you've sold lots of records and everything else, then all of a sudden it just dies away. What do you do? I mean, I don't know where you're supposed to go to. Nobody tells them how to look after themselves. So, of course, they can't most of the time. A huntsman violently whips his horse and a man appears to scream threats at animal activists in a shocking video. A saboteurs group claims its footage shows evidence of death threats, animal abuse and road chaos, as well as a fox being illegally chased. Yes, they're not supposed to do hunting for foxes. They're supposed to do drag hunting, which means they drag a piece of material with the scent of the fox on it. Where they get the fox from, I don't know. But the idea of a man appearing to whip a horse, as I say, the last time that happened, it was a school teacher from a primary school, and she's been fired, and she lost her job at the stables where she was teaching people, presumably, hopefully, not to abuse animals. But she punched it and kicked it and everything else. A rather stupid person. It can really get on my nerves, actually.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to... Oh, my God, it's creeping up on us a bit fast. It really is. 3 days' time, it'll be... Hooray, break open the booze. No, we break open the booze every day. If you're driving, don't break open the booze. Some people will. Some people think they can risk it. But believe you me, there's more unmarked police cars out there than ever before. And they're very fast. Very, very fast. Thank you to Roy, who's a member of the Bentley Drivers Club. And he said, why don't you join? It's all sorts of different people. I shall ponder on it. Thank you very much indeed. And this one from Jenny and Jeff from Chigwell. It says, yes, we did eat all the mince pies. Thank you very much indeed. And a huge card from Asher. And says, thank you for being an awesome presenter. Maybe if you retire, let LBC know that there's a new mini Steve Allen about, which is me. And said, this is the 4th show of yours I've been to, because she came to the Magic Show on Saturday. And it made my year. She says, I knew you lived at Westcott Road, not far from me at St Kilda's in Brentwood. Know you're diabetic. I need to be careful as I put on lots of weight through COVID and suffering from depression. Lee, my fiancé, was with me Saturday. He didn't know you were presenting, so he was pleasantly surprised. And he thinks you're great too. Don't worry about your age. You've got a very young radio voice. He said, could you interview my favourite Louise Redknapp? And I like these Moonpig cards. They're very good, actually. They're very good, but there's a picture of me on stage with Mark Armand and a picture of Asher, who also does radio as well. She does radio. But you're right, actually. It is whether you've got a young-sounding voice. I think that's what sort of helps. I think so. I do sound so much younger than I used to. You think after the operation, it was deeper, was it? Oh. Yeah, I'm Steve Allen. Doesn't quite sound the same, does it, really? But, I'm getting there. Steve, oh, my goodness, have you seen the thick layer of frost outside? I have. It was on my car today. But it doesn't matter, because I'm not... Actually, when I'm driving today... What's today? Wednesday. No, I'm not going to do anything today. Thursday, I'm going to go and fill up the car with petrol, just in case I decide to go down to the brother. Yeah. This is the point. We lose track of what day. I have to say to someone, what day is it today? It's not that I don't know. It's just that I have to sit down and think about it, which makes me sound a bit dim. Germany's beautiful. Says Phil, I was in Heppenheim in Bavaria, and a family friend was showing us around. I commented on the town planning because there was a horrible modern building wedged in between beautiful medieval buildings. I didn't know what to say. They do that, but some of the buildings are beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely wonderful. They really are quite super. It looks a little bit like sort of early London. Oh, look, here's good old Sarah Jane Dunn flaunting herself on the beach with her photographer. She was there in a barely there strappy bikini. Oh, shut up. Go away. Boring. Dull, boring. We know you own your own body, dear. It's very sweet and very pleasant, I'm sure if you're very happy doing what you're happy doing, well, then keep on doing it. But, don't try and pretend it's all casual. Holding your hair back like that just looks a bit fake, I'm afraid. It doesn't quite look right. Woke censors have reclassified a Lord of the Rings film because apparently the battle scenes are too scary for today's youngsters. Can you believe I've never seen a Lord of the Rings film? Not seen any of them. I couldn't. It's not my sort of thing. Yeah. Apparently the Fellowship of the Ring was changed from PG to 12A because snowflakes don't like seeing violence on screen. Well, don't go. Go watch something else like Noddy in Toyland or something. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, The Empire Strikes Back, Jaws, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Ghostbusters, Rocky and The Karate Kid are among re-rated classics. The Karate Kid? What? And National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? Why would they reclassify that? The British Board of Film Classification said research showed the PC Brigade have developed an increased sensitivity to horror, sex, drugs and violence. My sort of film. My sort of film, kids. Compliance manager Chris Davis says this provides a fascinating insight into how people's tastes and standards No, it doesn't. It just means that you're even more drippy than we thought you were in the first place. Ridiculous. It's our role to keep in step with the direction in which society is moving. Oh, God in heaven. Why don't they just put a sign up on the cinemas? If you're easily offended, don't bother coming in. It's not for you, OK? It's only pretend. Apparently Ghostbusters moved from a PG to a 12A due to a scene in which a ghost appears to perform a sex act on Dan Aykroyd's character. I give up. Seriously, I give up now. I'm so glad I've never seen Ghostbusters. Apparently, the used certificate given to The Empire Strikes Back is no longer appropriate. It's been upgraded to a PG over a scene that shows Luke Skywalker's wrist being chopped off. Fantastic. Well, if that doesn't encourage people to go out there and watch it, nothing will. Fancy. Honestly, Jaws, I ask you. A plastic shark. Yeah, there's a shark warning. It's only pretend. You believe that people are buying into this drivel. God in heaven. And Rocky. It's a boxing match in it. Okay. And the Karate Kid. Mr. Miyagi. We like Mr. Miyagi. He was great. He was fantastic. Oh, blimey, that was I loved it. I watched the other Karate Kid, which had a girl in it. And she was, again, it's about bullies who pick on people, and yet at the end of the day, the Karate Kid wins because he's learnt karate and he's teaching them a lesson. And I love it. There's a great thing on YouTube. I don't know if it was taken from a film or if it was just made up. And it's a girl in a class at school, but she's in what they call a leavers class. In other words, it's people who go there because they're too stupid to be saved and they can't do anything. And she's reading. She's got her hood up. And I think it comes under the bullying thing. And this girl comes over with 3 of her friends, because they're always very brave in 4s. She goes, "Oh, what are you reading?" She grabs the book. What she doesn't realise is that this girl that she's grabbed the book off is a little bit skilled in the martial arts. But anyway, she doesn't know this. And so she's bullying her. She's going, "Oh, what are you reading?" "Oh, yeah, you need to get real," and all the rest of it. Anyway, in the end, she said, "You can have the book back now. I was so mean to you. I'm so sorry." And as the girl goes to reach for it, she pulls it away and the girl falls to the floor. So she takes a bottle of milk and pours it all over the top of her hood. And this girl is on the floor and all the people are filming it and going, "Hey, look at you, you're being, all this kind of thing." And the other girl's going, "Yeah, so I'm the big I am in this class." And the girl gets up. Slowly, the hood comes off the top of the head, and the girl comes towards her, and she takes her 3 fingers, and she goes, and she jabs her in the side of her shoulder. And this girl goes, "Oh!" And then she tries to come forward. The next thing, this girl picks up a tray, and she annihilates 4 of them in the stomach, bashes them about the head. They all fall to the floor. It's fantastic. It's the person who's being put upon who has all of a sudden got the strength to come back. Yeah, she's had enough of being bullied, and she learnt how to do it. And in the end, this classroom is littered with all these bullies. They got their comeuppance, which is great. I love it. Love it. Sue says, "I thought the world would like to know that I have a stone hot water bottle which I fill with boiling water at bedtime, and when I wake up to listen to it, it's still very hot. They say that in the good old days, the water still warm was used to shave with." I bet it was. I bet it was. And Roger says, "Your young-sounding voice is a result of the wise choice you made when you gave up smoking. Well, I absolutely believe you. I can almost tell if somebody is a smoker. I can tell by their voice. I mean, I gave up years ago, 20 years ago, I think now, something like that. And you're right. That's what, it didn't help because I was doing 60 a day. I must have sounded like a foghorn. It must have. I can't remember if there's anything around. But no, I think it does. People sort of say, how old are you? And I go, oh, just look in the papers. It'll tell you. Steve Allen is 67. Mind you, Pete Murray's still going and he's 96. 96 for Pete, which is great. Steve, please say hello to my partner who's been in hospital for 46 days with blood clot on the brain, but still manages to listen to your show. Keep making us laugh. But unfortunately, we don't know the name of your partner, which doesn't really help. So, c'est la vie, as they say. Billy Connolly agrees with woke warriors that his classic joke was misogynistic. This is about a wife killer using his murdered spouse's bottom as a bike rack. It's an old gag from years and years and years ago. He also admitted old gags about homosexuals would get him publicly hanged if told today. Asked if he agreed with critics who say he was guilty of women-hating material, he said they'd probably be right. The whole world had changed. The dad of 5 who has... I didn't know he had 5 kids. 5 kids? No, he's kept that quiet, hasn't he? He has Parkinson's. He say his daughters now annihilate him for anti-women jokes. Mind you, Les Dawson made a career out of telling mother-in-law jokes. Times have changed. Times have changed. Different things that people did years and years ago are now completely different. Completely different. I love it when people complain. It's always a good thing because everybody, but some people just like writing letters, basically, so they can get a letter back because they're a bit lonely. They're probably the sort of people who encourage junk mail. Steve, says Tara, I'm rewrapping all the prezzies from under the tree. Seems that Squiggles the cat had a wonderful time tearing them all apart at some point in the night. They do, actually. They do that because it's very good exercise for their claws. We used to have a cat, and it used to exercise its claws on the back of our settee. It wasn't until we moved the settee out one day that it had shredded the back of the settee to pieces. Unbelievable. Kenny in Manchester says, I've been listening to you on LBC's Steve catch-up recently, which is great. Not having to be awake at 4 till 7 means I can't text you. It's 5:45. What do you mean you can't text me? What are you, mad or something? Probably on medication. You'd have to be if you live in Manchester. I watched Dr. Zhivago yesterday for the umpteenth time, says Halinka. The snow looks very real despite filming in Spain. Yes, it was all fake. It ruined it for me. I thought they filmed in Russia. But, all you've got to do is add a bit of and make it sound a bit Russian, stick in a few pictures of churches, and people go, oh, it was Russia. No, it was Spain. They sprayed the bushes. They sprayed everything. Home Alone was exactly the same. No, it weren't in Spain, but they were sprayed the snow. They had a couple of days of snow, and then it started petering, so they had to go back and spray it with snow. So Helinka says, P.S. you have a very lovely voice. I don't think I was ever chosen for my voice. I don't think so. I wonder why they chose me in the first place. I was trying to think the other day. No idea on that one. No idea. Cheap. I think that's what they sort of have said. Paul Goddard launched Godbods to show support for men without chiseled torso. So basically it's a lot of fat, overweight blokes who've done a calendar. They're showing off their dad bodies. He says, you know what? I'm sexy. Why can't I be good looking? He comes from Manchester again. To be honest with you, it looks like a giant gay club. I can't believe it. Who is going to buy this? He says he's put out a call for men, and the models are aged 32 to 46, including plumbers, a doorman, and wait for it, a DJ. Can't bear it. You've ruined your Christmas. You didn't buy me this for Christmas. He says there was some banter about some of us with very expensive boxers and a guy with a hole in his. It's been such a dreadful 18 months. Most of us have suffered at one point. Please don't do it ever again. OK? Please don't do it ever again. Slight warning there. 5:45. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Steve. On the Underground, there are minor delays on the Circle, Hammersmith and City and Northern lines. On the roads, these problems on the A5 Cricklewood Broadway do continue. It remains closed in both directions because of an ongoing police investigation. It's closed between Gladstone Park Gardens and Temple Road. Also, because of an investigation, one lane's had to be closed in West Hampstead on the A41 Finchley Road northbound, and also in Shoreditch, Vestry Street is partially blocked northbound because of the ongoing investigation works. In Streatham Park, there are restrictions on Tooting Beck Road both ways, and that's following an accident.
LBC. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Weekday mornings from 7.
40% of GP appointments are taken by 10% of their patients. It is time for radical action. I propose to you that you all have 12 appointments per annum. After that, you will be charged, unless it is a desperately serious case such as cancer. But if you constantly come along and say, I've got a bump on my bottom, or I've got earache, you'll effectively get 1 a month free, after which you'll be charged somewhere in the order, probably about £50 to £60.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back this morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
Are you getting a train over Christmas and New Year? If you are, here's some important news from us at Network Rail. As part of our ongoing work to improve the railway, we're carrying out essential rail upgrades from the 23rd of December to the 4th of January. While most of the network will remain open, some trains might be on a different schedule or even not running. If you're planning on travelling by train over Christmas and New Year, to avoid any inconvenience, please check before you travel.
There's nothing quite like that doorbell moment when your McDelivery arrives. Or snaffling fries on the way back to the living room. There's nothing quite like the taste of a Big Mac in your own home. And there's nothing quite like the kids enjoying a Happy Meal in perfect peace. For a minute, anyway. There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. Order now on the My McDonald's app or via Uber Eats and Just Eat. Participating restaurants only. Serving times and delivery fees apply. Service charge may apply. See the My McDonald's app, Uber Eats or Just Eat for full details.
It was just another day in another week for Jenny. But as she listened to the radio, she was suddenly filled with an urge to escape. So Jenny pressed the green button and flew to Ireland's wild Atlantic way. She met the friendly locals of Cork's famous English market, indulged in the delicious fresh seafood of Galway, and explored the dramatic coastlines and picturesque landscapes of Donegal. Press the green button and fly to Ireland's wild Atlantic way this winter. Just over an hour from London's Stansted Airport.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, there's a solar clock. This is a sun-powered timepiece described as the ultimate green clock. Rare enamel decorated solar clock made by, this will give you a clue to the price, Patek Philippe in 1973, so not that far back. It's just sold at Bonhams for £50,000. It's not the most expensive watch in the world. You're way off the mark on £50,000. I think one of the most expensive watches is over £1 million. Well in excess of £1 million. Well in excess. I remember we went through it some time ago to try and find the world's most expensive watch, and we went, what? Absolutely fantastic. It was, you couldn't wear it. Where would you wear it? Can't wear it because somebody would be going, wait a minute, I've seen that watch somewhere before. I think this one was made by Theo Fennell. I don't know why, I've got a feeling it was a jeweller's watch, and I think it's absolutely drenched in diamonds and everything else. Here we go. Oh, it's Graf. This is their hallucination watch. To be honest with you, I don't like it. Yeah, it does look like Quality Street wrappers. It's $55 million. 55. The most expensive watch ever made. It's got 110 carats of different coloured diamonds in a range of different cuts set into a platinum bracelet. It brings high fashion to the world of horology. About as far from a tactical watch as you can get. It's almost easy to forget this timekeeping capability, but there is a tiny dial in the centre of all the sparkle. It really is a tiny, tiny dial. But 55 million. Oh, look, there's another one. Oh, they've got the Fascination watch, which is far more me, at 40 million. But where would you wear this? You can't wear these things anywhere, can you? Somebody's going to go, look at that. That looks like diamonds. That looks like diamonds like that. If you really, really want to be attacked, this would be the watch. It's, £40 million. But what somebody would do if they nicked it is they'd take all the diamonds out and sell all the diamonds separately. I can't believe that somebody would ever buy something like that. Do you think they sometimes... Oh, here we go. We've got a Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime. 31 million. You see, 50,000 is positively cheap scrag end of the market. That looks quite nice. Yeah, but it's $31 million. I mean, just because it's got Patek Philippe, and also it's got the moon and everything. Who cares? I have to be honest. All the watch is there for is to tell the time. That's all it's there for. And in which case, you've got a telephone. And you just look on your telephone, and it will tell you to the second it's 0550. Okay, 10 to 6 in the morning. That's what it is. I love it. I love it. Steve, I've only really discovered you this year. I can't believe it took me this long. I love your irreverent chat. I normally listen whilst walking the dog in the dark. This morning I'll be getting the Christmas shop in Morrison's while I listen, says Andy, who's in Basingstoke. Well, somebody's got to be, haven't they? Can't have everything perfect. Do you remember Les Dawson used that sketch as the woman in rollers with the other actor from Corrie? I keep telling my husband that'll be me in 10 years, says Stella. You don't think he's going to wait 10 years, do you? But you're right. They used to stand a bit like that. She knows, you know. Steve, didn't you used to do a programme straight after Pete Murray many years ago? Yes, I did. Can't believe he's 96. It's amazing. Steve, my partner Gary heard your message, says Linda. Thank you. And Rob says, I heard the Royal Variety the other night. The comedians on it was so woke and dreadfully not funny. Bring back Billy Connolly. Well, that's not going to happen. Les Dawson, definitely not going to happen. And Freddie Starr. I'd be in tears laughing when they were on form. I mean, well, I think you'll find that Les Dawson did more Royal Varieties than anybody else. More because he used to just tell these stories, and then he'd finish up by playing the piano. But of course he played out of tune, which, you know, people thought, you know, that's quite easy. No, it's very difficult to play out of tune. Holly says, Steve, you make the start of my 13-hour shift a little easier every morning. Well, listen, we've achieved something then, haven't we? We've achieved something. What else have we got here? Oh, this what's-her-face, Molly May Hague, is still droning on about her £800,000 raid on her home was bad luck. The crook stole jewellery and designer items. What, £800,000, love? Or is that what it says on the insurance form? £800,000, and from a pad she shared. It was only rented, and yet for some reason she's got £800,000. You'd think she'd be intelligent and put the money into property. Make far more sense. She said of the October burglary, where are we up to? December. Hello? I have this weird theory in life that everybody has their ultimate fair share of good and bad. They've since moved on, which happened when they were away in London, and they've hired 24-hour security for their new home. That'll not be obvious then, will it, dear? Most appearances at a Royal Variety performance, Max Bygraves and Cliff Richard. Two of the most frequent performers, having appeared at least 14 and 13 times each between 1950 and 2008, because you know that Max Bygraves was the Queen Mother's favourite. She loved Max Bygrave. You're a pink toothbrush, I'm a blue toothbrush. Have we met somewhere before? Or the other one was Gilly Gilly. Yeah, he was awful on Family Fortunes, but you know they paid him a fortune to do that. 60,000 quid a show. £60,000 a show back then. And I know that because I knew his agent. And I remember we were talking about Max, and she said he got the most amount of money that anybody's ever got for Family. Admittedly, he wasn't a game show presenter, but because he was such a big star, they gave him that. But, I mean, he was big star. Big star. I loved him. I thought he was great. And, of course, Cliff, well, goes without saying. Goes without saying as far as I'm concerned. So he's done the most appearances. I remember when he sort of came on stage one time, and he just literally went through all the hits, hit after hit after hit. And again, effortlessly young, you know, because he doesn't smoke, and he's very fit, even at the age of 80. I mean, 80 plus, I think. But, I mean, no, remarkable. Quite remarkable. But also, I love the other thing. What did I love? Sunday night at the London Palladium, Donny Osmond came on, and they had some dancers behind him who represented the Osmonds. And he went into this song, and then all of a sudden, these dancers melted into the background. The thing lifted up, and there were the original Osmonds. Seriously, it was a really good moment on YouTube. On YouTube. Check it out, as they say. Check it out. And Mark in Aberdeen. So I'm sorry, I don't know why I do that. I'm terrible. Well, I can't help it. Steve and the team, great show, thank you. Did you hear about the Scottish ice cream company that spent the last 5 years creating a Christmas dinner flavoured ice cream? It's a gelato with the flavours of chicken, Brussels sprouts and pigs in blankets. Oh, my God. See, I thought that was going to be a joke. He said, have you heard the story about, I say. But, gosh, a Christmas dinner flavour ice cream. What's the point of that? What is the point? Yeah, it's Meals Gelateria in Inverness have gone all out. The full dinner gelato with flavoured layers. And they've got a picture. Oh, my God. Is that it? Are they really sausages there? Or are they ice cream sausages? Oh, I don't think I'd like that. No, sorry, Mark. I mean, it does look vile. Even the producer there, and he'll eat most things. This might actually be proper Christmas dinner, but sausages that aren't really sausages. Perhaps they're ice cream. I don't know. Whatever it is, not my sort of thing. Why do they use chicken, not turkey? It's an odd one, isn't it? Perhaps people have chicken for their Christmas dinner. But it's got layers of flavours. No, thank you. No, thank you. Steve, I'm Karen from Norway, the one who makes the Christmas gnomes. Am I correct in thinking your overseas listeners don't count on your listening figures? You are absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And but you do count on the global player and on downloads. Very important. Over 20 million downloads of Steve Allen's programmes. 20 million. Even I can't believe it. It's very exciting. Steve, I've just realised I've been listening to you since 1984. Where did those years go? Under the bridge. Under the bridge. It does go quick, doesn't it? The older you get, well, not the worse it gets, but the faster it becomes. As you race towards, Steve Allen, 67, and then you race towards 68, 69, then 70. I mean, I can't believe 70. I mean, I don't know any presenters at 70, apart from Pete Murray at 96. I mean, are there other presenters out there who are old and still working? Most people sort of give up, don't they, after a while? You know why? I can tell you exactly why it is. It's because they do music. And music's completely different. Unless you're an expert on music, like certain people have been over the years, people who know everything about the artist. I mean, I could sit there playing music, but not knowing anything about it. It's just this is, that was, here we go, and a time check. That's about as far as I go with it. But you get people who are experts, like the Gambachinis, people who know everything about the music. And I don't know anything. I mean, music radio for me would be stifling. Imagine talking for 30 seconds. Imagine, think of it. They'd be going, sorry, you were talking too much this morning, Steve. At one point, you talked for more than 10 seconds. I can't imagine ever doing a radio programme. I used to. When I went to Vienna, I did do a music-based programme for their breakfast show. And I used to cut the record short because I used to feel I wanted to talk. Yes, I was systematically in my head editing. And so I'd start playing something, about a minute and a half in, I'd fade it down and start talking, which actually, they all loved. I mean, luckily it went down very well, so I didn't have any problems with it. But everybody else is going, why do you not want to play all the music? I said, because I've got things to say. I still think I've got things to say. Going down in history, it's the TV ghosts getting ready. Are You Being Served went down in history with jokes about Mrs. Slocum's cat, which they made a big thing about. I can't believe it was on the BBC. They got away with absolute murder. And now fans have seized on the fact that Ghosts is following suit with its puns about something else I can't say. These have included, I can't mention any of it. I mean, talk about, so Ghosts getting ready to haunt their manor house this Christmas. Part of Horrible Histories. But it's all double entendre. People seem to like things like that. Wouldn't catch Steve Allen doing it. Not many. Family-friendly programme. You can be 9 or 90 on this programme and absolutely get through every day. Especially if we've got the news coming up at 6 o'clock. So I'll be back with you in 3 minutes.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Got to be quick. Got to get your thing. I mean, if you've ordered your turkey and you've ordered your other little bits and pieces, well then you'll have to get those today. The vegetables you can get. And they'll keep till Christmas Day, won't they, vegetables? I mean, I would have thought so. Are they? Yeah, I mean, I would think most of that sort of stuff. If you pick the right stuff, sprouts and everything else. And the potatoes, of course, I mean, the potatoes will definitely keep. Because you just, if they get little bad bits on, you just cut them out, don't you? And the turkey, if it's fresh, well, then you'll probably be picking up, probably today, I would think, or tomorrow. Some people will be doing Christmas Eve. We'll have queues up and down in Twickenham, always have. Sandy's will be selling the most turkeys of anybody else. I forget how many he did last year. Runs into hundreds. And the queue goes all the way up the street. So they take out people little mince pies and mulled wine and stuff like that, which is quite sweet. It's very nice. It's a kind of thank you, I think, apart from his lights as well, which are going great guns at the moment. How many turkeys are eaten in the UK at Christmas? I don't know. I can't remember at what year turkeys overtook geese. And stuff like that. We used to have goose a long time ago. So how many turkeys eaten in the UK at Christmas? Oh, God knows. I don't know. A few million. Like 6 million? 10 million turkeys. Poor turkeys. Don't we feel sorry for them? Not really. Not really. But we do like turkey. Some people don't like turkey. I mean, if you're a vegetarian, obviously you wouldn't. But it's a case... We eat 10 million turkeys at Christmas time. Ooh. I was going to get some pigs in blankets the other day and just have them by themselves. just a dip or something like that. Oh, I tell you, again, I had something in the Marks & Spencer's Christmas range. It was rubbish. It was absolute rubbish. This is the second time I've had something that's rubbish. And they're both what do they call them? Little spring rolls. The first spring rolls were duck spring rolls. And I'm telling you, the ones that they do normally have got far more duck in. These things, I mean, barely you could find pieces of duck in there. It was really awful. And then yesterday, it was beef burgers, I think, in little spring rolls. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I was so disappointed. I bought them thinking, oh, I can have those just as a little sort of thing. I've seen the beans on toast bites. I mean, really. But no, don't waste your time with the other things. They're a terrible waste of time. There's hardly anything in these things. You know, if I bought from the Chinese takeaway a spring roll, it would be packed from one end to the other. This thing, the first thing you're biting off is all the pastry, and that's it, or whatever they call it. I can't remember. Really disappointing. Very, very disappointing. And every time you mention about stopping smoking, says Tara, the bloke gives me a dig in the ribs. So finally, having known the bloke for 22 years, but both you and cigarettes longer, I'm finally taking the plunge. No New Year resolutions for me. I've just put my last pack of fags in the sink, which, yes, does have water in it. So thank you, I think. It's not easy. I have to tell you, it's not easy. But also, New Year resolutions don't work either. Because if you want to stop smoking, you'll stop smoking. You don't need a New Year resolution to stop smoking. It's, I know because I've had angina, so I know what the operations are that you have. But no, I mean, listen, if you can give up smoking, it's great, but I never pressurise people. The reason being, I used to be a smoker, so I can't preach to people about smoking. I've got a producer who smokes. I can't sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. But it's not up to me to tell people that. All I could tell you is my experience. And if somebody can give up, well, then great. But, if you don't want to give up, don't give up. Christmas meat, apparently in the north of England. Oh, this is what Dominic will like out there. He's from up north. He's just been up north, actually. Most people with money to spare would buy a hefty hunk of beef. In the south, goose was favoured. Poorer families would make do with a rabbit. Oh, no, I couldn't eat a rabbit. I really couldn't eat a rabbit. No, I've never had it, no. But it was during the Victorian era that turkeys began to be popularised. In Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, published in 1843, Scrooge sends Bob Cratchit a massive turkey to replace his goose. Turkey really became more popular at Christmas through the Victorian era. Turkey was still expensive for most people, but were able to serve more people than a goose could, so it became very popular for larger families or for Christmas entertaining. I quite like it. Isn't that interesting? So a hefty hunk of beef in the north, why aye, hefty hunk of beef. In the south, goose, and then poorer families, a poor rabbit. Oh dear. It's not so good, is it? In the 1930s, a turkey would have cost a week's wages for most people. So people saved up. Christmas clubs were very popular. A friend of mine joined a Christmas club. There was a butcher down the road. Some people do it at Christmas time. And so every week he would go in and pay a bit off. And then at Christmas time, this particular butcher did tins of fruit, sausages, steaks, turkeys and everything else. And he had enough money accrued for Christmas to pay for all of Christmas. So he didn't have to spend that money out in one go. And Eddie says, Steve, if you want a double entendre, I'll give you one. Thank you. Da, 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 da. So the Queen's now making Prosecco, apparently in Sandringham. She's going to stay at Windsor instead, but she could stock up on the bottles of fizz now sold on the Royal Sandringham estate. They don't imagine. That's apparently the Queen recently gave up drinking spirits, but she enjoys an occasional glass of wine. You can imagine, can't you, really? One palace staffer at Sandringham said, over the years she's had, we hope Her Majesty has an enjoyable time as possible. The Prosecco carries a pretty punchy price tag, but it's been flying off the shelves. Do you know how much it costs? Wait a minute. So these 200ml bottles of fizz, now sold on the Royal Sandringham estate, the tiny bottles enough for one glass. One glass. Are decorated with a robin, a holly and fir trees, and cost, wait for this, I wouldn't mind, but here comes the rub. She doesn't even grow this stuff. This is made in Italy and brought over. It's produced in Italy for the Queen's estate, and they're flogging it for 15 quid a little bottle for one glass. You're having a laugh, you Madge. Goodness sake, 15 quid for one little bottle. Not touching that, I tell you. Look at that. The glass is bigger than the bottle. And it's not even from Sandringham. It's overseas. It's come from Italy. The label's very naff. I wouldn't touch it. Vintage Prosecco. £15 for one glass. No, thank you. I was buying it in Marks and Spencer the other day. £6.83 a bottle, which is good. Mr. Neil is collecting their turkey from our local Eastwick turkey farm this morning. It's £18. That's weight. £18. I'm assuming that's quite big. He says, I've also got a rib of beef. Oh, that sounds quite nice. See, we don't have rib of beef. And a triple smoked gammon being delivered from our Smithfield butcher. Wonderful. A farmer's friend brought around 3 geese from Scotland, which the neighbours have benefited from. So happy days. Pop in if you're passing, he says. God, you've got enough food to feed an army. An £18 turkey. I don't know what £18 looks like. About the size of the producer, I should imagine. Oh, you wish. £18. That's good, isn't it? That Sandringham Christmas Prosecco, what a rip-off. 15 quid for one glass. And it's not even made... And they call it Sandringham Prosecco. Sandringham... Well, it's not. It's made in Italy. Just over a stone is £18. Wow. £15. Perhaps Prince Andrew can buy it. Oh, no, he doesn't have a job, does he? Wouldn't be able to afford it. £15. Goodness sake, honestly. What's going on? And Sidcup Julie says, I heard you on Catch Up yesterday, Steve, singing to the laughing policeman. You made me laugh. Anyway, my boyfriend bought a lovely blue Staffordshire Bull Terrier. Very cute. I've named him Boris. He's blue. Is he not ill? That not odd? Steve, the spring rolls turn all soggy when they're cooked, says Brian. No, I deep-fried them yesterday. Well, shallow-fried them. They were fine. There's nothing in them. In a spring roll, I want it full of stuff. I don't care whether it's vegetable, duck, chicken, burger, whatever it is. But these things, you bit through half of it and there was still no meat there. Little piddly bit in the middle. So I warn you now. Stephen, neither my husband, says Bella, or myself are keen on turkey. So we're having minted lamb shanks. You see, I think at Christmas, the good idea about Christmas, Bella, as you're probably aware, you can have anything you want. If you want to sit down and eat a box of After 8 for Christmas lunch, you sit down and eat a box of After 8. When I checked in Paul Cooper's yesterday, he's got the fruit and veg shop, and they've got lots of satsumas and everything else, but all their wreaths have gone. All their wreaths. I say they've done about 500 wreaths this year. All their Christmas trees. I think they had 2 trees left. And the other thing that he's got is little bit of mistletoe. He had loads. Yeah, I know. I want to get on the bus and go, purse up, wait and see what happens with the bus driver. See how he goes on there. But I quite fancy the idea of getting some mistletoe. I was going to bring some mistletoe in here, but then I looked round at them and I thought, no, doesn't work with the mask either, does it really? But then I thought, actually, because we actually haven't got any decorations in the office this year. There's a very small one just by Dominic. Very small little tree. It's so small you could barely see it. Mind you, for him, it's probably enormous because he's not the tallest person I've ever worked with. But perhaps I should bring some mistletoe in for Friday, for Christmas Eve. See if I can grab a snog off anybody. I guess producer's putting his leave in immediately, and the rest are booking appointments with HR. Steve Allen's likely to pounce. Fantastic, I love it. Oti Mabuse has waltzed onto the Dancing on Ice judging panel and said she can't wait to join the family at ITV. Well, I think somebody's down with COVID, so they're not doing that at the moment. They've cancelled programmes left, right and centre. She's been on The Masked Dancer and The Greatest Dancer. She replaces John Barrowman. And I still like John Barrowman. I don't care what anybody says. I think he's a great singer. He's a good dancer. He's a good presenter. He's got all sorts of things. All sorts of things. But the celebrities taking part... Oh, well, I'll have to save this for you. You can't believe who we've dragged up for this one. Yeah, it's mainly cemeteries, I think, they go to for Dancing on Ice, if they can find somebody. There's some real... Oh, my godfathers. Anyway, I'll tell you who they are in a moment, but it's 6:15. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Thomas Watts.
People infected with COVID in England now able to end their self-isolation after 7 days. More coronavirus restrictions are expected to be announced by the Welsh Government later. And independent businesses have warned the latest package of government financial support doesn't go far enough. LBC weather, cloudy across much of the UK with showers later, a high of 8 Celsius.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. In Cricklewood, the A5 Cricklewood Broadway is closed both ways because of an ongoing police investigation, and also closed is Tooting Bec Road outside Tooting Bec Lido. That's closed both ways following an accident. Lots of problems on the underground. Firstly, the Circle Line's not running between Hammersmith and Edgware Road, and also the Hammersmith and City Line can't run between Barking and the Edgware Road, and that's because the train's broken down at King's Cross. Severe delays on the rest of the line. Also, the Metropolitan Line's not running between Baker Street and Aldgate, and also on the trains, Thameslink services are suspended between Swanley and Sevenoaks, and that's all down to a track problem. And London Overground trains aren't stopping at Stamford Hill Station because of an investigation.
LBC.
Sainsbury's teams have worked tirelessly over the past 18 months, so to say thank you, we're closing all Sainsbury's and Argos stores this Boxing Day to give colleagues an extra day to spend with friends and family. So please, try to pick up any essentials you might need ahead of Christmas, and we'll be back open as usual on Monday the 27th. Thanks in advance for your understanding, and Merry Christmas.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
I'm back, leading Britain's conversation this morning from 7 on LBC.
This festive season, travel safely with Avanti West Coast. With mandatory face coverings for those who aren't exempt, and trains that are as clean as a whistle, you can rest easy when you travel with us. All you have to do is sit back and relax as you glide past all that holiday traffic. Find out more at avantiwestcoast.co.uk. Avanti West Coast. Travel with confidence.
When you talk to Barnes Rofe, we really want to get to know your business and understand what makes it tick. You'll talk to your contact partner regularly. And what's more, they'll make sure you're not missing out on your tax reliefs, so that you only pay the tax you need to, not more. Now that's got to be a conversation worth having. No wonder many businesses of Greater London love talking to Barnes Rofe. Clever accountants for business. Visit barnesrofe.com.
In a world ruled by speed, where destinies are decided by downloads, a hero has arrived.
Hello.
I meant no Sky Broadband Ultra Fast.
Huh?
It's 10 times faster than standard fiber, making everything you do online feel epic. The next generation of broadband is here. New Sky Broadband Ultra Fast.
Already available to 15.7% of UK homes, and we're adding more every day. Comparison of average download speed of Ultra Fast Plus versus standard fibre. Speeds measured to router. See sky.com.
Does your cleaning contractor help to protect your workplace against viruses for up to 28 days? If your cleaning contractor is Ice Cleaning, the answer's yes. Ice Shield uses electrostatic technology, giving you peace of mind for a safer working environment for up to 28 days. Protect your team and workplace with Ice Shield from Ice Cleaning, the UK's cleaning experts. icecleaning.co.uk.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nikki Kanani, GP and Medical Director of Primary Care in England. Omicron cases are rising fast, so it's good that 12 to 15-year-olds can now get a second COVID-19 vaccine. Vaccines give your children the best possible protection against the virus. Get your 12 to 15-year-old vaccinated before term or as soon as it's been 12 weeks after their first dose. Book online or find your nearest walk-in centre at nhs.uk/COVID vaccination.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Actually, it's so good. The Magic Circle have tweeted a picture of James Corden peering round the door of the Magic Circle because he went there the other day. He's obviously a fan of Matt. I think he took his son, so it was good. Will Guyot's up, which is always good news. He says, hope you're ready for the big day. Of course. I've been ready since April. Seriously, it's going to finish really, really quickly. I just still haven't decided what I'm going to do about where I'm going, or if I'm not going. I've got no idea. It's a bit of a misnomer, I'm afraid, at the moment. I want to be safe at the same time as being careful. There's also significant disruption to the Christmas getaway rail services. One of our boys here, Ben, he's a Welsh boy. He can't get home on Christmas Day because there's no trains to Welsh Wales, which is a bit ridiculous. And there's also cancellations all over the networks because of COVID. I mean, so, and buses as well. So if you get, every day I've been to Waterloo. Did you go back from Waterloo Station, Joe? No. But Waterloo Station yesterday, there were even less people on the concourse than I've ever seen before. So perhaps people have either finished work or they're just not going out. Lots of people working from home now. Not me. I think you deserve me. I'd never get anything done at all. Steve, my Auntie Lizzie, Dad's sisters, was a big fan of Max Bygraves. In fact, at the tender age of 85, had a massive poster of him above her bed. She really fancied him. Just shows you're never too old. Hope I'm like that at 85, except I'll have a poster of you, Steve, says Kim. Thank you. Thank you very much. David in Sunderland says, my mate's thinking of spending Christmas at home alone instead of with his family and just having chicken jalfrezi for Christmas dinner. You see, that's what you can do. You can have whatever you want. To be honest with you, I could eat chicken jalfrezi right now. I've never done. I've always had traditional Christmas lunch, except for 1 year when we couldn't go anywhere at all. And so I didn't. And last year I did manage to get a Christmas lunch. One of my neighbours, did Christmas lunch, so Lynn and I were okay because she eats about enough for a hamster. Seriously, she hardly eats anything at all. I've got a bigger appetite than she has. But no, if you want to have chicken jalfrezi, why not, for goodness sake? That's the advantage. It's at this time of year when you can basically go sticking two fingers up to everything and going, COVID, poo. And it's been a rough 18 months. And so that's why, I say this year you do whatever you want to do. You do whatever you want to do, but just be aware that this bit of COVID is dangerous. It's not so much dangerous as people dying, but it can lay you pretty low with COVID, and it spreads fast. Once it's in your body, it multiplies very quickly, and it then makes you somebody who people can pick it up from. So just be careful. I can only say that to you, mainly because I've said before, I'm a bit selfish. I want the audience figures. I want the downloads. I don't want somebody to write into me and said, oh, we lost one of your biggest listeners. I don't want that. And don't, want more pressure on the NHS. They're struggling at the moment. And that's because idiots are not looking after themselves properly. But there you go. Sean in Cambridge says we're having leg of lamb as the main event, but I felt bad about not having a turkey, so I've ordered a turkey crown for sandwiches. That's fine. That's really good. Lee says I've got a huge Christmas brisket marinating in real ale. They do that down at the Barmy Arms. Whenever they do the Barmy Arms rugby stuff, they sell burgers, but they're always steeped in beer. People seem to like things like that. And Glyn says, I hit 62 tomorrow. Can you tell me what to expect? brochures about coffins and funeral services and cremations. That's generally the speaking. Yeah, because hang on to the wreath from Christmas. Could always be useful again. 62, you cheeky devil. I'll never see 62 again. Did you see Inside Harrods last week, says Chris. We visited London sightseeing the other week. I saw the Creed Aventus in there and I had to have a spray to see what it smelt like. I can still smell it on my coat a week later. Definitely going to buy some now. It was lovely. It is lovely. My friend Danny Milo got me into that. He's the one who's responsible for making me spend more money than I should be spending. But anyway, Steve, have a lovely, safe Christmas, and tell my grandson Harry and beautiful daughter Chloe that I love them and can't wait till Christmas Day, says Denise. Is that Hans, Denise and Bumps a Daisy? Don't want to do the old jokes. Me and my husband, says Yvette in Great Missenden, Rupert, have our booster jabs appointments today in Marlow, which is exciting and also means we can pop into Iceland on the way back to stock up on frozen mash. Double win. Yes. Well, good luck with the booster jabs. Just as well you do it. Listen, it will help you in the long run. Okay? Who are the people appearing on the Dancing on Ice? Who have we dragged up? Who have we dragged up this year? Here we go. These are the main events. Sally Dynevor from Corrie. That's Sally Webster, isn't it? Yeah, we like her. Happy Mondays dancer Bez. I mean, dear God, honestly, it's like going to the local old people's home, isn't it? Para-Olympian Steph Reed. Not a clue. Not a clue. Paul Gascoigne's dancer son, Regan. I have to tell you who he is, because nobody knows who he is. Will line up with Love Island's Liberty Poole. Who? Who? God, we've scraped the barrel. Rugby's Ben Foden. Pussycat doll Kimberly Wyatt. And S Club 7 singer Rachel Stevens. God, blimey. Professional dancer Brendan Cole. God, I hope he's not going to have some of his tantrums. He's a bit known for tantrums, isn't he? TV host Rhea Hebden. Who? Who's Rhea Hebden? I love it when they throw a name in and they go, TV host. It's like, putting down Christine McGuinness, model. When? Rhea Hebden, here we go, does entertainment news on Lorraine. Oh, dear God, we've scraped the barrel there, haven't we? Blimey. I mean, who is she? An English journalist reporting on This Morning since 2018 has been the entertainment editor since 2020. In other words, she's done nothing. Very pretty. Never seen her before in my life. Apparently she's part of a new wave of exciting TV presenters hitting our screens. According to her website. Nobody else has ever said it. Also, the Vamps' Connor Ball. Who? The Vamps are quite big, but I mean, also Olympics hero Kai White. Who? God, blimey, honestly, I'm not surprised they axed this programme. But fancy having to tell you that Regan is Paul Gascoigne's dancer son. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Bit embarrassing. What else we have? Oh, a week left to claim $1 million on the Euro Millions. The clock is ticking on the prize, which has not been claimed from a draw on July the 2nd. It was purchased on Anglesey, or in Gwynedd, North Wales. They're urging players to check their numbers. I mean, that's narrowed it down a little bit. Anglesey's not huge, is it? Andy Carter of the National Lottery said time is running out. The winner has until December the 29th to claim the prize with the winning code TXJV 25096. Whoopee, it's me. I wish. It's only £1 million. I mean, to be honest, I'd give it back. Hardly worth bothering collecting $1 million, And Madeleine McCann detectives hope a make-or-break trip to Portugal will lead to the prime suspect being charged. No chance. No chance. You've been down this road before, boys. German investigators are to carry out re-interviews next spring. So obviously no rush then to do anything. I mean, it's ridiculous. He's also accused of other offences, but I mean, there's no link to Madeleine McCann at all. And I suppose, wait a minute, if they're doing this, they must be running out of money. They must be after more money. I mean, I don't know where we go with this one. I really don't. They also found cocaine with a street value of more than £90 million found on a ship carrying bananas. Bananas, eh? 7 men were charged with conspiracy to import Class A drugs. More than 100 officers sealed off the docks in Kent in a dawn raid. They'll be spending a bit of time in prison, I should imagine. £90 million found in a banana. What do they do with it? I mean, do they flush it down the toilet or something? I don't know what they do with cocaine. No, but I mean, after the police have found it, what do the police do? Yeah, it goes in the evidence pile, and they take a picture of it and show you what cocaine looks like. Just looks like blocks of salt, I suppose. But then, how do they get rid of it? Do they burn it, or I don't know. I'm not well up on things like that, which was a shame. Martin says Max Bygraves used to live in Bermondsey, but now he's moved out to Australia. I think he's dead, actually, dear. I don't think he's alive anymore. He was married to a lady called Blossom, and he did move to Australia, but he died. In fact, I can't remember the year that he died. What year did Max Bygraves die? We shall find out. I think his number plate on his Rolls was MB1. I remember 2012 he died. I love the idea. You think he's moved out to Australia, I think. But now, no, I think not. Stacey's currently driving home for Christmas with my partner, Fergus. For dinner, he loves an entire plate of sprouts to himself. I don't have a problem with that, as you can well imagine. I'm a huge fan of sprouts. Little sprouts, not big sprouts, little. I like little, so you can get 3 on the fork at the same time. We were wondering what your thoughts on Christmas jumpers were. Love them, Stacey. Love them. Absolutely love Christmas jumpers. Big fan of Christmas jumpers. Caroline says, wish my cousin Chris and his wife Sandra, both 4am spikers, happy Christmas and hope we can meet in 2022. Chris in Worcester says, I don't know what he's on about. You don't look a day over 40. I don't think so either. I mean, if I turn the lights off, I can pass for 20, at least. I'm going to have turkey sandwiches, says Terry, for my Christmas dinner. I shall be home alone on Christmas Day. Nothing the matter with that. Tony in Chichester says, if you can't spoil your family at Christmas, when can you? Yesterday I spent all morning shopping in Poundland. God, you're a bit slow. We can't find out what happens to confiscated drugs. Anybody know? And drug money. What, drug money, what, the money that they make? I've got no idea. I think it just gets confiscated. Perhaps goes to funding a party or something for somebody being very clever and finding them. Greetings, greetings. Welcome to the, where were you all yesterday? I know, Stonehenge. You were celebrating the winter solstice, and there they all were, the Barmies and all the other people who like to go and watch other people doing something that they do all the time. I still find it fascinating, don't you? I love the idea of Stonehenge. I'm big into Stonehenge and stuff like that. Also, the message is, dear unjabbed, book your vaccination now. 2 days ago, the winter solstice. I know. I feel you could stretch it, though. I feel you could stretch it. Because yesterday, it was interesting going back through and looking at the pictures in the papers today. Lovely pictures of places with a hoary frost over it. That's what they call it, a hoary frost. And it looked lovely, actually. It looked really pretty. Puddles were frozen over. My car had ice all over it, which was quite nice. I did go and put petrol in, which was kind of a bit of a waste of time. For the simple reason that I'm not having a Christmas this year. Somebody's come down with COVID, so it's off. I think safer in the long run. I think, it was a case of, strangely, I was just going to phone my godchildren to say, I think I might have to cancel for the Boxing Day. And literally, I was sitting in the car, my phone rang, and I picked up the phone, and we were sort of chatting away. And the mother of my godchildren said, I was going to tell you that your eldest has gone down with COVID. So I said, oh, no. But anyway, so it's best not to. So then I thought I'll cancel my brother as well, just to be on the safe side. Just to be on the safe side, as Danny Dyer, the bloke, said, it is only one day. I can have a dinner any time. And I shall still see them, because probably what I'll do is I'll do a FaceTime call with them all on Boxing Day. So I heard from my brother and his wife. So it'll be a turkey for one, which is basically an egg. There's no point, is there? How do you imagine trying to get a turkey? I wouldn't do anything like that at all. So cancel Christmas, but unfortunately for you lot, I'm still here. I'm going to be here on tomorrow, obviously, and that'll be into Christmas morning, which is very exciting. Every day? No, it's not every. So yes, till the end of the year. I'm trying to work out, actually. So I'll be on tomorrow morning. Wait a minute, I'm now trying to work this out. So this is now Thursday. Then Thursday evening I'll be in, and I'll be on Friday, which is Christmas Eve. And then I'll go home, and then on the Saturday I'll be doing breakfast between 7 and 10. I'm losing track of where I am. And the following Friday is New Year's Eve. And I'll be doing New Year's Day, because I don't do New Year's Eve either. I never have done, actually. I've always worked over the festive period, mainly because I like it. And there won't be much going on, because they've cancelled everything. And so they'll be pointless coming into town. The only reason people are coming to town, you know what they'll do? They'll come into town because Big Ben is going to be chiming. Not that it makes any difference. I mean, I've never known anybody drag a job out so long, probably because it's worth so much money. Nobody seems to be keeping a tab on it at all. I mean, 80 million quid to repair a bloody clock, I ask you. Seriously, you could have gone to Twickenham High Street and got somebody to do it at one of the jewellery shops. We don't have any jewellery shops. Doesn't matter though, does it? But today they'll all be queuing horologists. I love horology. That was, you know why I know it's called horology? Because they did it in Only Fools and Horses when they found the lesser watch or something. Because I think it was the parents of Cassandra who came. Was it Cassandra? Raquel. And he said, do you have a piece of paper for this? He said, yeah, we got it from some house. And it went for 6 million quid. And it was lovely because they managed to buy a huge boat on the Thames. Uncle Albert had a boat. Rodney and Cassandra had this huge flat. And then Raquel and Dell ended up with what looked like a mansion. All for 6 million. Pfft, not in this day and age. Not in this day and age. The 90s. Thank you for your pithy observations. I certainly have not been. I refuse to have people saying that. It's absolutely outrageous. Wash your mouth out with carbolic. It says, I noticed because I'm being listened to in Calgary, in Canada. I noticed your tweet saying you were a bit chilly over there. Take a trip over here if you want to tickle your toes properly. Forecast for Christmas and Boxing Day is for high temperatures of -25. Cooling down to a -30 overnight. Whoopee! Bet you'd enjoy that. No, I don't do cold. I mean, well, I do cold. But, in fact, I'd probably rather do cold than heat. I don't like the heat. At least I can control the heat when it comes with the cold, which I can wrap up, actually. Jeannie says, I found a new way with Brussels. Blanch them for 5 minutes, let them go cold, wrap on tin foil and butter and drizzle olive oil, salt and pepper, and put them back in the oven for 45 minutes. 45 minutes? I did Brussels yesterday. I did them with a bit of bacon and some rice, some vegetable rice. It was quite nice, actually. Unfortunately, the little tiny Brussels that I buy are literally tiny, tiny little things, and I eat a whole pack of them. And I mean, some people hate them, I know, but it's this olive oil, salt and pepper and all the rest of it, which I'm not doing. I don't do the salt and pepper stuff. I really don't. Robin Hatfield says, you can come to us for Christmas dinner. I'll come down and pick you up. Listen, if I'm not going to my brother's for Christmas dinner, you seriously think I'm going to head for Hatfield? Yeah, thank you for the offer, but I mean, put it this way, I'd want, God blimey, I'd want to see hygiene certificates for the kitchen. You know, I'd have to check. I couldn't possibly eat like that. And secondly, I want to make sure that I'm going to be 100% fit. I've got to be because there's nobody available over the Christmas period because most people want to spend it with families, which is what I would have been doing. But it's no hardship. I promise you. It just means that, we're being safe, being careful. Because I was waiting for the car this morning and there was a bloke waiting at the bus stop with two of his friends. Nobody had masks on. And this bloke started sneezing. Sneezing like I've never heard before. Literally every 5 seconds. Like that. Seriously, it was like he could have flooded the entire street. Yeah, it was like that. And this kept going on. And I'm thinking, you've got COVID, mate. You need to go to hospital. There's something the matter with you. You don't sneeze this much. And then he started, and then his nose was running, and I thought, oh, my goodness me. I went inside, shut the door. Thought, not risking anything like that. What else we got today? Oh, we found a lovely woman. She's a vandal. I'll tell you who she is. I think her name's Anna Valente. And she was in a car park, bless her heart, and she was one of those selfish little gits who parked. They're all marked out for you for the terminally stupid who don't know how to park cars, so that you park within the white lines. She parked over the white lines. So, in other words, on the right-hand side, she was half in her space and half in the next door space, because apparently she had a dog in the back of the car, and she needed to make sure that she could get the dog out. I know. Get out. I know. I mean, I didn't understand. But anyway, this bloke comes in. He has a Tesla. And he parks. He manages to get his car in because there was nobody on the other side. Anyway, she comes back and she has a way of telling him that she's really annoyed that he's parked so close to her car, even though she was the buffoon and the idiot. And she keys his car. She keys it down one side, which is a little bit annoying to say the least. He comes back, notices she's driven off by this time. Unfortunately, what this thick person doesn't know is that this Tesla has cameras in the mirrors. So they caught her doing it. She's an evil old bag. Seriously, she went to court. They took her to court. The police prosecuted, and she got fined over £1,000 because you'd have to get the whole side sprayed. I had it done once to me, and where had I parked? I think I parked in a Mews years and years ago, and I had a red Bentley, and quite a big Bentley, and it was red. It was like a people carrier, and I came back from having dinner, and I didn't notice it. But it was on the other side, and somebody had keyed all the way down one side. Obviously, it's a case of, you've parked in a place you shouldn't be parked in. So as opposed to leaving a note on the windscreen, because we have things at home, which is very good. We have stickers. And they're permanent. So you literally peel this thing, it's bright orange, and it says, basically, bugger off, you've parked, on private property, and you're not supposed to park here. And you put this thing on, and in 2 minutes it cures. In other words, when they try and pull it off, you can't. It rips and it leaves all the paper stuck on it. I love it. And I buy them from a company, there might be many of you listening who have car parks, and to stop people parking in your... Because some people are so rude. They just literally drive in off the street, think they'll just park and go and do some shopping. Not with me around, they don't. And because I'm a director of the company that looks up, I get the stickers out, and you peel them off, and you stick it on the windscreen. Well, actually, not on the windscreen. That's a lie. You must put it on the side window. Yeah, no. If you put it on the main windscreen, they can't drive the car, and that's called damage. So you put it on the side window just to really annoy them, and they go to pull it off, and of course they can't pull it off, and it's great. The only way you can get it off is with putting water on it, and then I've got a liquid. You can get it off with methylated spirits, but of course, who carries methylated spirits? And it basically says you're a complete idiot, and I'm determined to get my own back on you. And you get them from a company called Seton, Seton, and they mentioned it in one of the papers years ago. Totally legal, absolutely, totally legal. They did it. I think it was in the Daily Mail, and I remember thinking, and I'd forgotten about it for some years, because you just put a note on the windscreen saying, "Excuse me, this is my parking space. Don't park here ever again." And people just throw it on the floor. Not with this one, they don't. Not with this one. Oh, I've seen people trying to scrape it off, and it doesn't work. They can't do it, which is lovely. And they're about, I think you can either get them so that you peel them off straight away, but what's the point of that? That hasn't had their desire. The whole idea is to make them realise that they've made a mistake and they're trespassing. And so I bought them from this company called Seton, and they supply everything to do with car parks and everything. So you can get the white line material. It's a catalogue. It looks like the Argos catalogue, Seton, and that shows them. I tell you, they don't park there again. They don't park there. They only do it the one time because you just inconvenience them. Them going, oh, we've got this. Because you drive along the road and everybody knows you're an idiot. It's as simple as that. Because it says on it, warning, you have parked illegally, and you write their car number on it. And you just peel the sticky off the back. It's very good. Seton. Steve, 80 million quid, says Carol, to repair a clock. Screaming with laughter in the Big Apple. Thank you. You're starting the show off with a bang. 80 million quid to repair a clock. I mean, seriously. It's been covered up for years. It really is the biggest waste of money I've ever seen. Why don't they just leave it? It was working perfectly well, thank you very much indeed. Shane says, I've just come back from Christmas shopping. It's good to get home. It's warm outside. Is it? Not here, it's not. Blooming freezing outside. Absolutely freezing. But it doesn't matter. Tara says, sorry to hear your Christmas with your brother and then with your godchildren is off, but I hope it helps that we all love you. Well, you've got to put up with me over Christmas. Listen, it doesn't matter. It's 2 days out of my life. 2 days I can do quite easily because I'll do a FaceTime with them and they'll all wave and go, yeah, of course I'm saving on the Christmas presents because they'll have to wait till sort of January because I want to see where it goes. I don't want to risk anything. I really don't want to risk anything. And I think better to be safe than be sorry because a load of people are going to go down. Record numbers again the other day in London of people going down with COVID. It's not as disastrous as you think, but it's still, I think it was still over 90,000 people. 100,000 people. 100,000 people. You don't want to be a statistic. You don't want to screw your Christmas up, do you? Let's try and enjoy it as much as we can. So I'll be here for the laughs, if you will as well.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, you know who's died? Sally Ann Howes has died. She was the star, well, together with Dick Van Dyke, of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and she was truly scrumptious. That was her character's name. She was 91. 91. That film is goodness knows how old, and I'll still watch it because it's such a good film. So Sally Ann Howes died in her sleep at the age of 91. Millions of you are going to face travel chaos over Christmas. Because of COVID, as I say, 100,000 people in London the other day. Just in London. Forget the rest of the country. Just in London, 100,000 people went down with COVID. So their Christmas is screwed up, you know, for everybody else. And, you know, people are going to have to start rethinking, do we invite people down or do you want to infect even more people? Because it spreads quick, this one. It doesn't matter whether the symptoms are not as bad as the last time round. But it's a case of you don't want to risk it. You really don't want to risk it. Channel 5 News revealed the winner of Celebrity MasterChef even before it aired. Who cares? Who cares? Somebody won a naff cooking programme. Who cares? Who cares? Turned out to be the woman from Loose Women. There you go. White Christmas for you, but only if you live in the hills. If you live in the hills, there's a very good chance you're going to get a little bit, or Sheffield, I gather, is going to be hit by a little bit of snow. But I think that looks quite pretty. If you were on a train and there's nothing on Christmas Day, I don't think there's anything. I think Christmas Eve the trains will be packed, although yesterday I was down at Waterloo Station again and it was very quiet. The train I was on, in my particular carriage, there were 3 of us, and I remember thinking, oh blimey. So obviously, you know, the schools are off and a lot of people have finished work, so consequently nobody's getting the trains and the buses and all the other bits and pieces, but you still get those idiots who won't wear a mask. You know, sitting on the buses and, you know, and you look at them and you think, you look perfectly normal to me. You're just a bit thick because you don't want to wear a mask, you know. And, of course, if you don't wear a mask, you're probably equally as dim as to not to have been jabbed. In which case, look out, because it's coming to get you. Laura in Narnia, also known as Trolley Dolly, yet to meet Wayne. Perhaps I should put a picture up of him online, and says, all your fans, myself included, will be concerned about you not having Christmas dinner. Iceland do turkey crowns, delicious with your frozen mashed potato pellets. Oh no, it would have to be roast potatoes, Laura. I couldn't not have roast potatoes. I mean, I like mashed potato, but no, definitely roast potatoes. Our eldest son, says Tom, arrived from London yesterday, a couple of days of lateral flow tests before having Christmas dinner at our youngest son's. Hopefully banish last year's memories when our eldest was on his own over Christmas and New Year. A smidgen of good news yesterday, Omicron not being as bad as it could have been. So all the best for 2022. Yeah, I'm hoping that the intended lockdown might not actually happen. That's what I'm hoping. Bev in St Albans says, I was supposed to be cooking for 10 Christmas Day, but my son has been admitted to St Mary's Hospital with complications following heart surgery, so I've cancelled Christmas as well. There you go. I mean, do you know, safer. Simon from Cowplain says, Bentley, Steve, you're so posh. I know. You wouldn't think so, would you? You'd never know. And there's always somebody worse off. This year there are many, including our beloved Queen, that will miss members of her family. The fact that you love your family and so close, it'll mean more to them, says Barry, the surveyor from Hounslow. Yeah, I just think, listen, I can see them and I see them lots of times. It's not like I don't see them. You know, I mean, I'll probably go down to see my godchildren at least once in the month. And we'll have dinner out or in, depending, and hopefully things will get better. Angela says, you're right, Steve. It's only one day. You get to make up later. Put your feet up, bung the telly on, open the bubbly, have some fabby food, FaceTime your nearest and dearest and enjoy. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I finish at 10 here, and I shall then drive home, and then I shall have something to eat. I'll probably get some little nibbles and bits and pieces, and I'll be quite happy. I've got the television. I generally don't sort of wander about over Christmas anyway. I'm either driving or doing something, so at least I'll save the money on the petrol, which is better. Declan in Wien says, I had a cheese hot dog last night. When I bit into the sausage, the melted cheese shot up my nose and scalded my nostrils. You've got to be really careful. Whenever I've had those Käsewurst or anything like that, you've got to remember that the sausage has been cooked over, one of these sort of fire things, like sort of a barbecue, giant barbecue, and the cheese is melted. So it's boiling hot. You've got to really be careful. You bite into it, you're right. You can, I've had burns from it before. The pain is indescribable. I don't know how much more Germaline I can get up there. Oh, I didn't know you could put Germaline up your nose. He said, in case I miss you tomorrow, because it's our Christmas Eve in Austria, I shall wish you the best Christmas ever. And thank you for your company. Means a lot. Well, for me too. Zara in Brighton says, I'm in a nightmare situation and need your advice. I turned the oven on last night and it tripped a fuse. The grill works fine, but the fan ovens very inconveniently died. Only a day before the big day, and I'm due to cook for 3 of us. Do you think I can get everything cooked in the grill and on the hob? I think you might have to get the meat cooked in somebody else's oven. I mean, the rest of you can do on the hob. You can do your veggies and things like that. But if you're going to do things like roast potatoes, I mean, to be honest with you, Zara, I probably would have nipped out, gone to Robert Dias and bought a halogen oven. You can do roast potato. It does brilliant roast potatoes, and you could do your sausages, your pigs in blankets. Vegetables you can do on the thing, and then you can get somebody else to do the oven. It's a pain, that, isn't it, really? Especially, as you say, a little bit close to the day. A little bit too close to the day. What else did I have for you? Former soldier who stalked Louise Minchin, jailed the other day, and that's good news, isn't it? And poor old Anne, Princess, going to miss the castle Christmas. Her husband has tested positive for COVID. My friend Jordan says, keep away from the halogen oven. No, not for me. Not for me. I mean, I keep looking at them thinking I had so much fun with the halogen oven, and then I look at my poor body and I think, maybe not near it. I was only thinking about you the other day, Jordan. Only thinking about you the other day, because I don't know if you're working over Christmas or if you're going back to parents and things like that. So no doubt you will let me know a little bit later on today, because a friend of mine, he works on a breakfast show on another radio station, not owned by Global. Quite a rarity in this day and age. Nick says it's 6 degrees. It's not that cold. It's cold enough. Cold enough out there. You certainly don't want to go out in just a T-shirt or something like that. Molly May has been bombarded with messages. These people are so desperate for their little 5 seconds of fame. So she tweeted she's only got 5 friends. Like, so? What's the matter with 5 friends? I've probably got about, I don't know, actually, probably about 10 close friends. People who know everything. I mean, hundreds of other ones, but probably 10 very, very close friends. So people have tweeted her. Well, just block them, dear. Try and grow up and be an adult. Don't be a complete prat all your life, for goodness sake. Gemma Collins has screwed up. Do you remember the other day? She didn't know what a twin bed was. She didn't know how many, but she really had no idea, proving she's either immensely thick or stupid. And this is the Weakest Link with Ramesh Ranganathan. She apparently, on the same show, which I think is aired today, made another cock-up. So she's standing there, and because it's the Christmas version, they've got Biggins in drag and loads of other people. And the question for poor old Gemma Collins, here you go, for somebody pushing 45, it's a case of what festive show is on at theatres over the Christmas period? Pantomime. She didn't know the answer. She didn't. Now, either she's playing thick as a brick, or she really is, in which case I'm not as surprised at anything she ever does. If you don't know the answer to pantomime, I mean, the reason she didn't know the bed one was because apparently she only sleeps in penthouses, which, as we all know, is a blatant lie. Because most hotels don't have penthouses. It's only the very old hotels that have penthouses. And what would she be doing in one of those? She's got a pokey little house down in Essex. Hardly one in the woods, which she was trying to tell you ages and ages ago. Mike says, can you believe Waitrose don't do quince jelly? Where can I get some? God, blimey, I've got no idea. I don't do quince jelly. Jeanette says, Steve, I'm on my way to Spitalfields. Vintage finally over the flu. Hurrah. Be well. I have so much stuff in Vincent's taxi. Just a little corner for me. Ha, 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 ha. Have a truly wonderful Christmas. Let's hope 2022 will be a good year, says Jeanette. Yes, I hope so for all of us. Kim says, sorry your Christmas plans are up in the air, Steve. As my mum used to say, it's really only 2 days. There's another 354 to enjoy with each other. Love your Austrian pronunciation. Yes, it's very good. Well, I mean, I'm nearly fluent in German. You know, I can get by. As I say, I used to love all the different road names, and because when I worked in Vienna, as I said yesterday, I used to have to do the travel news. So it was, and their version of the AA is called it's OAMTC. It's the OAMTC, but it was the O with not an agrava or a circumflex accent, an umlaut just over the top of it. So I learnt to do the travel news and also the churches. So you had to be able to pronounce the churches, and whether they were in Taubstummengasse or Maria Hilferstrasse or wherever it was, you could sort of do that. So I quite enjoyed it, actually. I love German as a language. I really do. I'm very, very happy with things like that. Lindsay says, what's going on? It's 9 degrees here in Cornwall, freezing all day yesterday. Yeah, it's all over the place. It's all over the place, but it doesn't matter. But today is that you need to get up. I know you don't want to, but, you know, if you've got to go and collect the turkey and go, they'll be queuing very shortly. I reckon by the time I get home, there'll be a queue all the way up the road in Twickenham, people queuing to get their turkeys. I don't know how many turkeys Stuart sold this year, but I should imagine it's many hundreds. There's always queues for about 2 or 3 days, bless his heart. And I'll see him actually on Christmas Day, because he stays behind on Christmas Day. Christmas Day, fish shop, and he does all the platters for people who want, you know, crab and salmon and everything else. He does them on big plates with ice and all the rest of it. So, you know, he's a hard-working lad, very hard-working, but he'll be there. Enjoying himself, I should imagine. 70 turkey chicks have been left at a sanctuary after being liberated from farms. What's the point of liberating them? How many turkeys did we eat last year? 10 million. No point in liberating 70. They're only going to be eaten at the end of the day, I should imagine. Also, celebrities and their Christmas trees. You can always tell the genuine celebrities or the exhibitionists. There's a picture of Christine McGuinness wearing thigh-length boots. Indoors? I mean, come on, dear, grow up. Also, the festive edition of Doctor Who can only mean one thing. The Daleks are back. And they're going to kill Doctor Who. The Daleks are going to... oh, dear, is that a spoiler alert? Couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference to me. Stuart says, you want a little prawn starter? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Actually, I had something... I told you I had something in Joe Allen's a while ago. It was lovely. It was a piece of salmon, which had little potatoes with it. There wasn't a huge meal, but it was absolutely delicious. Can you believe that they've so run out of programmes and on the television that they've now got one filmed in the Austrian Alps of some third-rate celebrities building a snowman and then being judged afterwards. That's how desperate it's got on television over Christmas. Not so good. Meet the pampered pets who get designer gifts, and the Aldi corker that's outselling champagne, which is lovely. And the warrant for the Hollyoaks star stalker after a court no-show. Steve, Waitrose do quince jelly. Tell that guy to ask on the cheese counter. There you go. And somebody else says, quince jelly, try local butchers or greengrocers. Yeah, well, I don't think Paul Cooper's got quince jelly. In fact, I'm pretty certain he doesn't have. But butchers do. Do they really? Well, there you go. What do you use it for? I don't know what you use it for. I've never had it before, so it doesn't really make any difference. I know what quinces are. But I've heard of quince jelly, but I've never seen what it looks like. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines, shall we? Oh, there it is. Good Lord above. There you go. Tiptree do quince jelly, which you must be able to get in most major supermarkets. There you go. You can spread it on crumpets. No, thank you.
This is LBC.
Ah, freak out!
Connie!
Ding-a-ding-a freak.
Connie,
say chic. Freak out! Ding-a-ding-a-ding-ding.
Connie!
Ah, freak out! Ding-ding.
Can you...
Le freak. Say chic. Freak out!
Connie, can you hear me?
From Bose noise-cancelling headphones to Sonos speakers. This Christmas, there's more to Argos.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 5. Hope you're well. Mike says going to the family home for Christmas Day with Mum and Dad for the first time since 1978. Falling out? I can't think of anything else, actually. Then Boxing Day is the boyfriends and my 25th, and never a crossword. Yeah, right. I love it when people say, never a crossword. They love it. Stuart at Sandy says, we have it. They have quince jelly. A bit of a way to go, I suspect, Twickenham. It's a traditional accompaniment for hard cheeses like manchego. I've never even heard of manchego. I've only ever heard of cheddar, red Leicester and Edam. That's about as far as I go. So that's what you do it with. Well, there you go. Quince jelly. Quince jelly. Steve, liberating the turkey means they'll not be eaten. We did the same thing with some hens. They make great pets, says Jonathan in Deal. Yeah, they always say that, though, don't they? They always have every year. You can always tell there's going to be a story in the paper. There'll be a pig liberated from the abattoir or something like that. I seem to remember over the last few years we've had pigs liberated and things. You think, no, they will be eaten at some point. That's the trouble. People forget very, very quickly. Very quickly. So Doctor Who is to be exterminated by the Daleks. Jodie Whittaker said, when I first read the episode, I genuinely thought somebody had decided to write me out a bit sooner than I thought. But the New Year's Day special isn't the end for her. Instead, she becomes stuck in a time loop, repeatedly dying and coming back to life. Riveting. Rivetingly boring. Honestly, I can think of something. I'd rather watch The Sound of Music again. Primary school pupils at high risk of COVID will be offered vaccinations, and 16 and 17-year-olds can now get boosters. Hopes rise for the new year, but curbs hit the Welsh and the Scots. They're having nothing to do with it. They're closing down left, right and centre. Left, right and centre. Tesco's are now doing cheap vegetables. 19p each. Once one starts, they all start. And remember the other day, Iceland were doing it for a penny. A penny! Ridiculous. Jules says 26 degrees and humid down here in Auckland this afternoon. Thankfully, I've just finished installing my last kitchen for 2021, and I've hung up my toolkit for a month. Now heading to the beach for a swim in the South Pacific. So all the best for Christmas and the New Year from your listeners down here in New Zealand. Thank you. 26 degrees. Double it and add 30. That's just under 90 degrees. Sounds ghastly. Not my sort of idea of fun. It's not really Christmas, is it, unless you're freezing your bits and pieces off. A smaller Christmas Day get-together planned by the Queen has already lost 2 family members due to COVID. Prince Anne's husband, Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence, has tested positive. And there's somebody else as well. I can't remember who it is. So the poor Queen, not getting what she wants. Coronation Street's Lucy Fallon seems to have ended her romance. There's a whole page in The Sun on this. It's that important to them. And the former soap star who played Bethany for 5 years flashed up on the A-list version of Tinder on Tuesday. She's appeared on the celebrity dating app Raya. How sad and tragic, honestly. That's it, telling people about it. Lucy and Preston North End midfielder Ryan had been dating since May. But she's obviously decided that, there's no point in going out with a footballer unless you can get publicity out of it. So she's getting publicity out of it. It's a bit dreary, actually. But what can you do? What can you do? Also, EastEnders have launched an online game show called Albert Square. How novel. How marvellous. How wonderful. Oh, remember I told you about that £90 million worth of cocaine that was found the other day? 7 men have been charged. 7 men. They've been accused of plotting with a port worker to smuggle in the Class A drugs. I mean, that's £90 million worth. This is not a small amount here. But the NCA's Jacques Beer says the raid dismantled a dangerous group. Not looking good, is it really? Not looking good, I don't think. And the Sun readers have named their all-time Christmas TV faves. Yeah, it's a 2-page puller. And so at number 10, and I never saw it. I only saw little bits of it. The Office. I never really sort of got into The Office at all. I bet you saw it all the time. Voyage of the Damned, which was Doctor Who, is at number 9. This was the rare moment of romance for David Tennant's Time Lord, falling for a chambermaid called Astrid, played by Kylie Minogue. Number 8, EastEnders. This is when Angie gets given her divorce papers by Den. Highest viewing, I think, on this one ever. 30 million people watched that. I loved it. She was so good at playing drunk. So good at playing drunk. Number 7, The Royal Family, Denise's Baby, in 1999. There was 7. Number 6 was Father Ted, Lost in the Lingerie Department. I liked Father Ted. I thought it was very... Do you not remember that? Yeah, very good. Number 5, Gavin and Stacey. Number 4, Wallace and Gromit. 3, believe it or not, We're Walking in the Air. Yep, The Snowman. Number 2, The Vicar of Dibley. This was Geraldine, played by Dawn French, inundated with tempting offers of Christmas lunch. And so she doesn't want to offend anybody, so she goes to all these people. And that episode was great. It's on again this year, as you will know. And at number 1, Heroes and Villains, Only Fools and Horses. This is the Batman and Robin thing. They pull out all the stops for a fancy dress bash at a local pub. I thought it was a wake they went to. That was 25 years ago. And they went da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And, of course, it looked really good. But somebody was getting mugged. It was very good. Very, very good indeed. We like it. Rod Liddle today talking about his wife, who's put the Christmas presents under the tree already. He said, I can tell by the shape. There's about 15 lateral flow tests. There's also a promising bottle-shaped gift for me, but it's almost certainly hand sanitizer. Never mind, he says the days are getting longer and spring isn't far away, so have a wonderful Christmas and a much happier New Year. And he said, imagine we're just coming up to New Year's Day, not 2022, but 2018. As the winter draws on, scientists sounded the alarm about a virus spreading throughout the population that had to be stopped. It would mean no social gatherings, and so it goes on. And the way it's turned out is quite amazing. Quite amazing. What else have we got? Oh, there's a woman here who has decorated her home based on the Quality Street chocolates. It's all Quality Street, but bigger sizes. It is a bit naff, actually. Mind you, she's actually a bit naff too. Kaylee Thomas is wearing one of those sort of fake leopard skin coats. Dear. But this year she's gone bigger and better. She's got 15 others in her road to join into... I mean, she's raising money for a local food bank, but it's still a bit naff, whichever way you look at it. So she's got sort of... I remember years ago when I worked in a shop, they had a box of Quality Street, or a tin of Quality Street, but they were demonstration ones. And I thought, I'll take them home. So I took them home after Christmas had finished. I didn't realise that they were not chocolates at all. They were bits of chalk, shaped like the chocolates, and then wrapped in the original papers. Didn't eat it. No. Little bit bad, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. Goodness sake. So when you look at the tins in the 80s and the 90s, and now they've shrunk beyond belief. I bought a big tin the other day in Costco, which I took into the chemist, because they have to look after me all year. You know, I see no reason why not. I should really go and get another one today. Yeah, say thank you very much indeed. I should really take some into the doctor's surgery. Somebody else says quince jelly is like red currant jelly, but quince cheese is the thicker one. Lovely with manchego and on cheese counter Waitrose. There you go. That's 2 people have told me that now. And Sidcup Julie has just finished a boiled egg and soldiers. Do you know, I haven't had soldiers for years. I don't like boiled eggs. I don't like runny yolks. I know that... Oh, no, definitely not for me. But she said, I found myself finishing the egg off with my little spoon in the middle of the egg when I was little. Am I the only one? No, absolutely not. There'll be loads of you. Patsy says, wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas from Sweden, where we have a white Christmas. How lovely. A white Christmas. We like a white Christmas. I wish we had it here. Coronation Street's Maureen Lipman fears cancel culture is on the verge of wiping out comedy. She's 75 now. 75. She plays Evelyn Plummer. And they use her in Celebrity Gogglebox. She's with Giles Brandreth on there. Some of the things are so rude. Very rude. I mean, I began to wonder whether or not poor old Roman Kemp's actually got any other clothes to wear, apart from a pair of shorts. He seems to spend his life in here. It's tracky bottoms, all the time. Sheila Hancock used to be with Giles. Yes, yeah. I like her as well. She was very nice indeed. And apparently Nick Grimshaw is too busy to get married to his boyfriend. Rivetingly dull story, I'm afraid. I mean, not up to us, is it? And Simon Cowell is a music and TV mogul with a mega fortune. We know where he's going to be. I can tell you exactly where he is now. He's in Barbados. He'll be over there with Jonathan Shalit and a whole load of sort of number 1 rated celebrities. And they go there every year because they love it. They absolutely love it. They really do. One day I'll afford to go there. That'll be nice. Yeah, I shall be saving up. A woman was left very angry and creeped out after a driver let himself into her home to deliver a parcel. Samantha Griffiths returned home from the shops to find a note from Yodel by the front door saying her parcel was in the kitchen. She thought it was an error, but when she saw it, she realised the courier had walked through her gate into the garden before opening a back door, which she absent-mindedly left unlocked. She said, "Who on earth thinks about going into somebody's house?" Yodel said this behaviour clearly doesn't meet the strict protocols we set out for all our drivers we're investigating. I should blooming well think so too. I hope he's going to be fired. Yeah, I'll just see if I can get into this house. Let's have a quick look around. Oh, they got on here. Anything interesting? Oh, blimey. That's absolutely terrible, isn't it? Have I got another verification code? Oh, right. Well, we'll have to do another one now because it'll have run out by the time we... Why? What happened? Why do... Oh, it logged itself out. Those computers, honestly. Bless their hearts. Lawrence says, Steve, fresh quince is lovely. Why would anyone want to turn it into jelly? I'm going to... Listen, you're asking the wrong person. I didn't even know what it was. I've heard of it, but that was it. And Wendy says, hope you enjoy... your quiet Christmas. Hope you get your card. I left it at Paul Cooper's. I haven't got it yet, but no doubt the boys will be keeping it for me because they're good like that. And this is a dreadful story. A boy of 14 has died after a van ploughed into a bus stop on a busy road. This is two other pedestrians, a lad aged 8 and a woman of 40, were injured, all three taken to hospital. But the teenager died an hour later on Tuesday afternoon. The driver of the van stopped after the incident and was arrested at the scene in Eltham, in south-east London. Detective Inspector Lucy Card of the Met, who's leading the investigation, said it's a tragic incident which has resulted in the death of a 14-year-old. I would ask motorists in the area to review any dash-cam footage. What a dreadful time for that family, losing a 14-year-old. I mean, it seems to... be even worse at Christmas, doesn't it, when people lose people? I drove through Twickenham the other day and they were just about to have a funeral and the hearse was there with all the flowers and, people have mum and things like that. And I remember thinking, how awful to lose somebody at Christmas. The only saving grace, if there is such a thing as saving grace, is the fact you always remember them because they died at Christmas. Because I'm hopeless. I can't remember when half my family died. I really can't. I have to ask my brother. And he'll say, Dad died in November and Mum died. And you think, gosh, I still can't remember now. But I think terrible for people to have to live with these sort of things. It's really bad. So our commiserations to anybody who's lost people over the festive season.
This is LBC.
At E.ON Next, we believe life's better when you know you can get your hands on discounts across a range of home energy solutions, like boilers and solar panels, so you can treat your home to a bit of future-proofing. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today. Discounts available to E.ON Next customers ends 31st of December 2023. T's and C's, eligibility criteria and geographical restrictions apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Come on, up. Don't lie in bed. I know you want to. It's one of those things, isn't it? You get there and you go, I know I need to get up to do the shopping. Actually, if you had a nice cup of tea, that's the thing that will sort of wake you up a little bit. But don't have toast. You'll never get out of bed at all. In fact, what you'll do after you've had tea and toast in bed, you'll just go back to sleep again. I do that. Mike says, I should have said, Steve, but haven't been to Mum and Dad since 78, as from then until the early noughties, I was on call at work, like you. I started off Fleet Street at the International Press Centre in Shoe Lane. After that, M&D always went to the sisters, but she moved home early this month, so we decided to see them. Well, at 87 and 89, you've got to make the most of it. Absolutely. Apparently, Clive says, did you know that Robert De Niro turned down the role of Harry, one of the wet bandits in Home Alone? Yeah. I quite liked Home Alone, actually. I'm going to watch The Amazing Mr. Blunden again today. Steve says, Paul, I wish delivery people broke into my house so I didn't have to ask the neighbours for my parcel. I've got a parcel on the way to me at the moment. It's not a very big parcel. It's only a little parcel. But they'll better pop it through the letterbox. And I lost my sister Helen on Monday, says Jeanette. She was a huge fan and you were such a great comfort to her. Well, that's nice. Thank you. Not nice losing family members. And at Christmas time, it's particularly difficult. Very, very difficult indeed. Do you know it's the anniversary of the Lockerbie bombing? I think it was I can't remember, was it Ali Al-Megrahi was the person, I think, who they thought was it. We weren't sure if it was somebody just put up as a scapegoat. The reason that we sort of got rid of him is because he claimed to have cancer, I believe. This is all sort of slowly coming back. It was a long time ago. Yeah, Abdel Basset Al-Megrahi. I remember reading the news at the time and having to remember how to pronounce the thing all the time. Every time they used to put all these names in, you'd sort of sit there for ages. 33 years ago, that was. 33 years ago. Affected a lot of people. 21st of December. So a couple of days back. 1988. And they did the same. It was something else. It was an anniversary the other day of another great tragedy. I can't remember what it was. It'll come to me a little bit later. But very, very difficult. Very difficult. I mean, shortly after 7... I think, when the aircraft was in flight over the Scottish town of Lockerbie, it was destroyed by a bomb that had been planted on board, killing all 243 passengers and 16 crew. Large sections, I remember, crashed in a residential street in Lockerbie, killing 11 residents, with a total of 270 fatalities, the deadliest terrorist attack in the history of the United Kingdom. Awful. Dawn Neeson, she's up, but she says... wait a minute. She says, definitely not lying in bed researching for this morning's Jeremy Vine on 5 show. Well, I think that what most people are going to be talking about today is what Tony Blair said about getting vaccinated. Otherwise, you're an idiot. Also, the fact that it's not as dangerous as the first one. The symptoms are not good. I mean, you don't want it because we had record numbers of people the other day. And what else were we talking about today? Oh, yes, they've also urged pregnant women to get vaccinated. One woman had to give birth. She was in an induced coma. Also, a vaccine skeptic dies a week after contracting the virus. These are the people that we should be talking about. Hugh Edwards opens up on a 20-year battle with depression. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? What was the other one that people are talking about? He's 60. I thought he was much older than 60. He looks older than 60. I think anybody who ends up with white hair, ends up looking a bit older, especially men. Also, Channel 5 revealed the winner of the Celebrity MasterChef before it even aired. But as I say, there's no embargo on these things, as far as I know. Also, stalking. That's a good one, Dawn. The former soldier who stalked Louise Minchin has been jailed for a few years. Robbie Williams is working on a stage musical. Pampered Pets is always a good one for Christmas. People who spend a fortune on their cats and dogs and buy them. Whereas I always discovered our cat just wanted a paper bag. Just a paper bag to play with, that was all. Gemma Collins didn't know a few answers. She's not the brightest penny in the box. Claire Balding says schools must do more sport. And... what was the other one? Oh, China's oldest citizen has died at the age of 135. 135, that's quite a good one. The parcel, which was, the bloke let himself into the home. Well, I mean, he didn't really let himself in. The door was left unlocked. So he just popped it into the kitchen. And the Druids, marking the winter solstice. I quite fancy the look of. Dawn liked my tweet about my Christmas is slowly collapsing. Because, is that the person? She looks good for 135, doesn't she? She lived in Xinjiang, the autonomous region, and bless her, everybody going, hello. And they bought her a cake, as if she's going to be eating cake at 135. 135 candles, she's about 3 feet away from it. Never get anywhere near the blooming thing. But they seem to live a long time in China, don't they? My friend Rich says, I was literally sitting at the traffic lights next to the bus stop you just mentioned in Elton, where that child died. So sad, flowers and candles everywhere, horrid any time of year, but especially a few days before Christmas. I agree, absolutely, because it's just no family should have to go through Christmas at all, like that when you've lost a child, when you've lost anybody, a child in particular. My friend Joe Pike has retweeted my good grief, it's nippy this morning. Stop by at 4 for tea and toast, which we quite like. I like the idea. He'll be on Sky this morning. He'll be sitting down now to do his makeup. It takes him ages, honestly. I've seen him. He just trowels it on. Yeah. The daily COVID cases top 100,000, I think for the first time ever. And tomorrow I've got the Christmas tree finalists from the Original Spikers Facebook group. We'll do that tomorrow on the programme. Who will be the winner? I shall tell you a little bit later on. Ellie says our Christmas plans have been cancelled too due to COVID. Rescheduling for the 30th. Long way to stretch Christmas out for longer. I did buy lots of food for Boxing Day, but can now bake and cook whilst listening to your dulcet tones on Christmas morning. I've got 216 cocktail sausages for pigs in blankets. Will that be enough for 4 of us? God, all day, I should imagine. But ha ha ha, she goes. Lots of love, your resident baker in Walthamstow. Natalie at Poole in Dorset, Poole. When the frost was Poole, when a poor man came in sight, gathering winter. Quince is completely tasteless, does nothing for me at all. Have a nice chili jam instead. As for a delivery, my son is in Inverness and their postman put a parcel in the cupboard in their kitchen, says Natalie. Dear me, goodness sake. And Jake says, I'm working Christmas Day too. It's triple pay. Yeah, all right, ruin everybody's day. Triple pay. I wish I was getting triple pay. We haven't had double. It used to be double pay. It used to be double pay, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and New Year's Day, but that went out years ago. I must have a word with my boss, actually. I'll have a word. I think I'll phone Ollie up on air and just listen, Ollie, do you get double pay? Do you? Wow. Do you really? Oh, that's a bit of a swizz. Why don't I get double pay? Ollie, why do I not get double pay? It's no good going back to your family and hiding in Sheffield, pal. We'll find you, don't worry. Pal, yeah. But Christmas is basically 25th through to New Year, so plenty of time to see family. And he said it's a no-brainer. Boxing Day, Christmas Day, said I don't want to be skint in January. Well, I'm really depressed now. When you're loved, you're never alone, says somebody. Happy Christmas to you and your family. No, I'm never alone. That's the one thing I can always guarantee. I'm never alone. Some people get very lonely by themselves, or not me. You know me, I mean, I can talk to myself all day. I have no problem with this at all. The only difference being I make a living, sitting in a studio talking into a microphone. Johnny Perry's up this morning, but I bet they've got people in the hotel. He's down in Bournemouth with the hotel. Used to work at LBC, used to be Clive Bull's producer, as you know. He's also retweeted the tea and toast thing. How lovely. How lovely. I've gone viral on tea and toast, which is great. I'm up baking, Steve, mince pies as we speak. We too get prezzies for the chemist, the doctor, the dentist, the nurses, the teachers. The list goes on, and we appreciate often underpaid work. Well, now I've discovered that all the people working with me are on double money. I think really Guy and Connor, I think I'm working with on Christmas Day. I might have to say, listen, if you want to work on a very popular presenter's programme, I think you should pay for the privilege. See if I can get some. I'm trying to get money out of Connor. Like, blood out of a stone, I should imagine. Yes, opens up the wallet and there's a load of moths. The old gag. The old gags are the best. The Good Christmas Pudding Guide. That's all they do in the papers over Christmas, isn't it? We'll have the Good Turkey Guide and everything else. Which one gets the most? 17 out of 20 for Tesco's Finest. 12 months matured with Courvoisier. Sounds like you've got to have booze in it. Mind you, 18 out of 20 for Aldi. £1.35 for their Christmas pudding. That's really cheap, isn't it? It lingers on the palate. I know things that linger on the palate as well. But there's no booze in this one. They say it's best served with a big slug of cognac. It's also, if you're going to set fire to the blooming thing, make sure that, you're sort of well away from things. Aldi champagne is selling out, isn't it? Doing very, very well. In fact, selling well, better than normal champagne. Prosecco. Look at this. This is in Lidl. £4.95 a bottle. £4.95, honestly. The Queen couldn't even make it at that price because she charges £15. And that's for one glass. One glass. And it's not even made here. I thought it was made on Sandringham. No. It's made in Italy.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. We're literally very close to Christmas now because it's the 23rd of December. So when we speak next after today, it will be Christmas Eve. And then I'm with you on Christmas Day and on Boxing Day and all the following week. And then on New Year's Day. There's no end to the excitement, no end to the excitement at all. And so hopefully you've got everything sorted out. There's recipes in it. You can't, listen, if you went and bought as many papers as we have every day, you would be doing, I mean, there's lovely here, caramelised onion and thyme stuffing. That sounds quite nice. And pan-fried sprouts with diced pancetta. Sounds quite nice too. Plus they've got whole salmon. You can get whole salmon now for $4.99 a kilo. For a whole, I don't think I could cook a whole salmon. In the dishwasher. I do like salmon. In fact, I might buy salmon. Yeah, because what I could do is actually I could do salmon today, and I could have that with. Because I went to the bank yesterday and I took some. Oh, honestly, why is it every time I go to the bank, there's a queue a mile long with people paying all sorts of bills and they don't understand. They either don't understand the language or they're trying to explain to somebody what it is that they want doing. And now, of course, they're not behind glass. Well, they're sort of behind glass, but the money just pops up in front of them. And you get a bloke with a clipboard and then somebody will come up to you and go, "I'm sorry, was there something you were waiting for?" I said, "Yeah, I just need to take some money out." Is it above what your allowance is?" "Yes." "Okay. Yeah, just give me my money back. It's in the bank." Well, I don't know. It's probably in the air, isn't it, really? But I was waiting. There was one bloke. Oh, my God, did he take forever? Oh, and I need to transfer this to here. Oh, Godfathers. Why do they want to go in every time we're there? Yeah, terrible. Naren. Great show on Saturday evening. Because of social distancing, I couldn't meet you, but I have a gift for you that I passed on. I got the wipes. They're anti-fog wipes for your glasses. In fact, I used one before I came on air. Look at that. How cool is that? Loads of them. Thank you very much, because you're an optician. But thank you very much indeed. I'm glad you enjoyed the show on Saturday evening. As I say, even James Corden enjoyed the show and was at the Magic Circle. So I haven't got new glasses today, but I've got new wipes for them, which stop them fogging up, which is very, very useful. Steve... I took my mum Pat to the Magic Circle Saturday afternoon for your Christmas Cracker show as an early Christmas gift. We thoroughly enjoyed it, says Mark. Some amazing and clever magic and interesting building a museum. You and your shirt were okay as well. Last year I got her one of your Prosecco glasses and she cried. With happiness, I hasten to add. Thank you, Mark in Chelmsford. I know Chelmsford very well, of course, as you all know. I went to school down that. Essex boy. Well, Essex boy for schooling, as they say. But yeah, I've been down there loads of times because Chris and Steve used to live in Chelmsford and my godchildren were down the road. So we used to go past my little church where I used to sing as a little chorister. And one of the boys on the news desk, Adam out there, he comes from Newbury, Thatcham. So we were talking about that the other day. It's amazing. It's like a trip down memory lane in this building. All I've got to find out is where Dominic comes from, and then we can sort of reminisce on things like that. I haven't discovered anybody from Hong Kong yet, apart from Tom Swarbrick's brother, who is based in Hong Kong, and he was listening to the show out there. Tom told me years ago. He said, "My brother listens to you, and he's in Hong Kong." I thought, well, how cool is that? How cool is that? But I like the idea of somebody crying with happiness when they get one of our Prosecco glasses. Very loyal, the audience to this programme. Very, very loyal. Seriously, very loyal. And we're looking forward to seeing you next time, if you're one of those who's actually got a ticket for our show in February at the Leicester Square Theatre, which is lovely. Steve, as my daughter and her partner both have COVID, we can't have Christmas. We're having a big family bash on New Year's Day. You've got to be adaptable, says Claire. Yeah, I mean, I've sort of given up for Christmas, but it doesn't matter. It's 2 days, and I'm coming into work, so it's not like I'm sitting at home twiddling my thumbs doing knitting or something. John says refuse collector drivers are getting triple pay for Monday, Tuesday and Monday the 3rd of January. I think I might have to change my job. He says, how about a fish kettle? Yeah, you can put a fish kettle on the stove, can't you? Fill it up with water and then you put the middle bit in. Yeah, so the 27th, 28th and 3rd of January are bank holidays. Triple money. God, I thought that went out years ago. I really did. I can remember years and years ago when we used to get double money. I thought that was really nice. But at TVAM, they used to have a system down there whereby they were getting, it was like 60 times your annual pay. It was phenomenal. Yes, or 60 times your daily rate if you went in over Christmas. It was phenomenal. Seriously, I forget who organised it, but I think the union, yeah, Lorraine. I wonder if she gets triple pay. I shouldn't think so. Excuse me. Is she off over Christmas? Oh, right. Oh, yes, because they've got... And also there's somebody else doing... And is Andy Peters doing her show? Is he? Bless his heart, honestly. I wonder what he's doing for Christmas. Probably sitting at home doing exercises or something like that. Russell Howard needed some reassurances that he was a good-looking guy. He is a good-looking guy, Russell Howard, isn't he? Don't you think he's good? I think he's a very good-looking guy. But he was sent some sex toys. Lovely. Bit bizarre, isn't it, really? Joe Lycett has been forced to cancel. He's cancelled his TV debut because of his show Mummy's House Party. Michael McIntyre won't be enjoying his game show The Wheel on Christmas Day. So they obviously all do it. Stars in the show include, Jason Manford, riveting. Gareth Malone, Zoe Ball and Greg Wallace. The only thing about Greg Wallace is that fake smile, which I can't cope with. It's like somebody's had their teeth done and they don't fit. Do you know what I mean? It always looks a bit odd, doesn't it, really? What else we got? Linda Lusardi says she fears for women using the adult website OnlyFans, saying it feels weird. Yeah, well, Kerry Katona does it, apparently. She's apparently made so much money out of it. And there's that woman out of, what was that programme? Hollyoaks or something. Oh, God, honestly. Talk about dragging out your 5 seconds of fame. Really is very embarrassing. Donny Osmond is enjoying life in the UK and he loves our traditional fry-ups. He's at the Palladium, as you know. He's playing the Wizard in Pantoland. Former teen heartthrob Donny says he likes tucking into bacon and eggs with all the trimmings. So it's bacon, mushrooms, tomato and beans, the fry-up. Oh, right. It's so British. Well, it's not really. It's just, no sausages. No sausages. He said it's so British and so traditional that I like it. Oh, well, listen, it doesn't matter. I mean, I could do that. Bacon, mushrooms, tomato and bean. Yeah, you've got to have sausages, though. You can't not have sausages. Mind you, the Queen doesn't have them. She doesn't have that. Alana in Spalding, which is in Lincolnshire, had me booster yesterday, got a bit of a sore arm, but that's it. Listen, that's good. That's very, very good. Very, very good indeed. And James says, your praise of Iceland's potato mash pellets was bang on. I've just tried them for the first time with a splash of white pepper. They're delicious. And what value? Yeah, seriously. Seriously, very good value. And you don't need to add any... I mean, if you want to add butter, you could probably add butter, but they're really creamy. And it's only £1. There's such cynics round here, honestly. I'll try and sort of extol the virtues. They do look like bullets, but they're really delicious. You could do them in a frying pan with a bit of cabbage and you could make sort of bubble and squeak. Whatever. Nearly 1 million booster jabs given yesterday, which is a new record. So well done if you managed to get them. Please, please go and get them. Please. Dave says, I was in Lloyd's recently and there was a wait of 15 minutes to see a cashier. Only one cashier available despite a long queue. The cashier was working about as slowly as she could. I was so annoyed I submitted a complaint and I got £40 in my account. Yeah, I mean, I just sort of stood there thinking they should provide seats for you to sit down on. I mean, I was giving up slowly but surely. All I wanted to do is take some money out because I've decided to give money to everybody for Christmas. And but of course now I'm not going to spend Christmas with them. I shall have to hang on to it till the new year. Yeah, just going to put it back in the bank again. But no, I mean I took the money because I always like to take it out in £50 notes. Makes me feel rich for about 5 minutes, and then gradually it disappears. But no, so I'll be going down in the new year to see everybody. Or failing that, I suppose I could go down there beforehand and just sort of pop the money through the letterbox, couldn't I? I could pop the cards down through. Yeah, it's nice to do it in person. And also because I'm working every day, I don't want to, it's like 65 miles down to one and 70 miles to the other. So I'd be racking up all sorts of things. Millions facing a nightmare drive home for Christmas after COVID and industrial action wiped out several train services. 13 train operators have had to scale down their operations. So just be careful. In fact, one of our boys here, Ben, he wants to go home to Welsh Wales on Christmas Day. No chance. No trains, so he can't do it at all, which is a shame. Also, cross-country trains are striking on Christmas Eve. Of course they are. They want to have a bit of time at home. Strikes are not the same as they used to be. People standing around a brazier. Not Brazier. And Jeff, all standing around Jeff Brazier, just to be interesting, going, why didn't you pick my postcode? Swine. I've never done the postcode lottery. Never done it at all. But some people had some luck the other day. They shared £8.4 million. I could do with £1 million win. Be nice, wouldn't it? £1 million win. The Queen's breakfast. She starts with tea and biscuits. Okay, she has a freshly brewed pot of, wait for this, Earl Grey tea, but no milk and no sugar. Well, you see, China tea is all with no milk or sugar or anything else, but she has it in a bone china cup with a few biscuits. She then moves on to breakfast, which normally involves cereal and fruit. She's partial to Special K, according to the Telegraph. Kellogg's, Quaker Oats and Weetabix all hold royal warrants. However, she likes her cereal to be served from Tupperware, which she believes it keeps it fresh. Then she opts for toast and marmalade. Jam in the royal household comes from Wilkin and Sons, and on some occasions she enjoys scrambled egg with smoked salmon and truffle. So, I mean, just as normal as the rest of us. But I've seen the cereal in Tupperware boxes. That's okay. But isn't it funny? They hold royal warrants. For that mean they pay late. They don't pay on time. They've always been bad. And however, she does prefer brown eggs. Before lunch, she'll have a gin and dubonnet, which is a sweet wine-based aperitif with a slice of lemon and a lot of ice. See, I like a lot of ice as well. And it's likely she uses Gordon gin, which has a royal warrant. Lunch is something simple, like fish with vegetables. She likes grilled Dover sole with wilted spinach or courgettes. This is according to one of their royal chefs. She's also partial to a simple grilled chicken with salad. She has a no starch rule when she's eating alone, meaning no potatoes, rice or pasta. And every afternoon she takes afternoon tea. Served with finger sandwiches, such as cucumber, smoked salmon, egg and mayonnaise or ham and mustard, with the crusts removed to save calories, as well as jam pennies, tiny raspberry jam sandwiches cut into circles. They've got one of those things that you make cakes out of, which is quite nice. The meat is turned into Gaelic steak and served with a sauce of mushroom cream and whiskey. This is dinner. I like the idea of mushroom cream and whiskey. That sounds good, doesn't it? She also loves a Sunday roast when it's served well done, whilst her former chefs didn't mention condiments. The like of Lee and Perrins, HP sauce and Heinz ketchup all hold royal warrants. Dessert includes strawberries, also from Balmoral, or sweet white peaches from the greenhouses at Windsor Castle. She adores chocolate, whether it's luxury or grocery. She likes the Charbonnel and Walker, and she likes the rose and violet cream. She likes those ones as well. So it's quite nice, isn't it? Quite nice. I mean, she's doing very well, actually. Wish I could afford truffles and stuff like that. But at least, I mean, I'm sort of in alignment with the royal family because I do like Earl Grey tea. I feel so much better about it, actually. More of your texts and emails in a moment. If you're a new listener, it's lbc.co.uk or steve@lbc.co.uk. Okay.
This is LBC.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 19 minutes past 5. Come on, up. What else can I say to you? Got to go and get the turkey. Got to go and get the vegetable. Because you really, tomorrow, Christmas Eve, you really don't want to be going out, do you? You know, Ollie will still be going to the gymnasium, I should imagine. He lives in that gymnasium. I've yet to see the results of it. Ollie is one of our management figures here. You could tell he's management. He's on a separate desk from everybody else. And... a little bit higher than everybody, whereas I'm on the peasant's desk over this side. But he's been going to the gym now I don't know why, actually. There must be some reason why he went to the gym. It's not like he's sort of large or anything, but he wants to be bigger. He wants to be bigger. But, I mean, we've never seen him with his shirt off. And to be quite honest with you, we're actually a little bit grateful for that. Don't want to sort of... Because, he does turn up in his gym gear in the office. Have you ever seen that? Oh, no, you wouldn't have seen it. I see that in the morning. Perhaps it's just for me, I don't know. But he turns up in his gym gear. He's got his sort of double shorts on and all this kind of stuff and leggings and everything else. So I'm assuming he must be doing weights because that's what a lot of people do, weights. I think my friend Ben who works downstairs on the front desk. I think he actually goes to the gymnasium. You can always tell people to go to the gymnasium. You could look at me and go, I shouldn't imagine you've been near a gymnasium in about 35, 40 years. And you would not be wrong. Not be wrong. Steve, hope you're keeping well, says Jeff in Finchley. Yes. Well, I mean, you know, as well as can be expected. And Danny says, double time pay. Get your pal over at Radio X, Chris Moyles, to renegotiate your contract next year. He's always got a good deal. Danny is trucking from Leeds to Birmingham with the last load before Christmas. I should really do it, shouldn't I? And Catherine says, Steve, I don't know why, but I found the sound of you slurping tea very comforting. It is comforting. You know, we're human beings, you know. I mean, I could do it. The only reason I do it is because it's so hot sometimes, because we have one of these taps that does ice cold water filtered or boiling hot water, and then you sort of have to do it. Otherwise, take the roof of your mouth off. Can't afford to have that. Steve, I put lottery scratch cards into Christmas cards for friends and family. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I quite like that. Somebody did do that actually a couple of Christmases ago for me. I didn't win. But you don't know whether or not to say anything if you do win, do you, really? So Channel 5 News have apologised for ruining the Celebrity MasterChef Christmas cook-off, even though it revealed the winner before the show had even aired. On Tuesday, the first of 3 star-studded specials had Greg Wallace and John Turode launched at 8 p.m. Just before it started at 7:55, the Channel 5 News broadcast congratulated comic Judy Love for winning. I mean, you know, the channel says we apologise for any spoilers that our report caused to viewers of the MasterChef special. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. Who gives us stuff? I'm terribly sorry. So the people who watch it, they're a bit drippy or something. Oh, I wanted to find out who won. They spoiled it. You know, who cares? The slip-up was mentioned relentlessly on social media throughout 8 and 9 p.m. Yeah, so it was Judy Love, OK? Judy Love, the comedian. Goodness sake, actually. Reverend Richard Cole says he's felt a ghostly presence in his parish. He's the vicar of Findon in Northants, says he's haunted by a grey lady and a black lady. No, you're not. Let's not be silly about it, Richard. Goodness sake, honestly. More pictures of Kayleigh, spelled Kayleigh, who's decorated a house to look like a tin of Quality Street, which is lovely. And the world's tallest man has travelled to Russia in a search for a wife willing to bear him children. He's a Turkish farmer. His name is Sultan Kozan. He's 39, and due to a tumour affecting his pituitary gland, he has grown to... How tall? How tall do you think? Come on, how tall? 6 foot would be quite normal. This is a bloke. He's the world's tallest man, so he's going to be a bit bigger than 6 foot, isn't he? I mean, heavens, but I'm nearly 6 foot if I stand on tippy toe. He's 8'3". 8'3". Now that makes it very difficult. I mean, he married in 2013, but recently divorced. He says, I can provide well and don't need money. I'd like to take my wife back to Turkey. I heard that Russian women love hot, polite men. It should be easy. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Could be right. But the problems of being 8'3". The tallest person ever was 8'11". That'd be a bit disappointing, wasn't it? His name was Robert Wadlow. Robert Wadlow. There you go. He was 8'11". I've seen the world's tallest man and then the world's shortest man standing together, and the other one looks like something you'd pop in your pocket. A little tiny man. Look at the size of him. I mean, you know, he's next to sort of normal-looking people. That must be so... I mean, not only for clothes, but for a bed, for shoes, going through doorway. Look at him. I mean, he's enormous, isn't he? You just... Producer can't believe it. Can't believe it. Who's the world's smallest person? The world's smallest person. Now we've got the tallest one was 8'11". I had a producer once, Mandy. She was about 4'10". 4'10", seriously. You worry about these things. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I think if you've got problems with your pituitary gland, then there are sort of problems with, you know, you sort of just keep growing. You keep growing. But they've sort of put him with a family here. But the world's shortest man, I'm sure he died. There was one a long time ago. Died in 2012. What, the 1'7"? Because I think there are problems, aren't there? This is Chandra Bahadur Dangi. He was 72. His height was officially measured at 21.5 inches. That made him the shortest man living, mobile, as well as the shortest man ever recorded. Amazing, isn't it? But look at him when the tallest man meets the shortest man. It's almost unbelievable, isn't it? That somebody can. And there's a woman who gets off the train at Waterloo Station, and she's nowhere near as tall as him, but she's certainly tall, very, very tall. This little one who died at 1'7", there's dogs bigger than him. Dogs bigger, which is nice, isn't it? Steve, best wishes from New Zealand, says hooray. I do find your gossipy little tidbits entertaining, and you have a kind heart. Moreover, you're not rabbiting on about COVID all the time. Oh, I am. I have to tell people about COVID because I think it's very important. Andy Peters says, "Go on, I'll go to the gym with you." Andy, I couldn't embarrass myself. Seriously, I'd probably end up embarrassing you. I couldn't go to a gymnasium. I did go. We did it years ago. They had an ITV telethon. And they said, would I go to the gym to see if I could get fit? So we went to the Barbican Health and Fitness Club, and I went there, and we had trainers, and no, not the shoes, no, actual trainers with you, because to make you do it, because you need a bit of incentive, or you train with somebody who's sort of a bit better than you. And so before we even did anything, sitting on a rowing machine or doing all these other things, they push you very. I ended up hating him because because at the Barbican Health and Fitness Club they've got an indoor track which runs round the top of the swimming pool. And so he'd say, OK, let's have 6 circuits. Seriously, I was surprised I didn't die. Seriously. And then you do that and then you go, right, onto the rowing machine. You go, are you serious? Haven't we finished yet? So, Andy, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Andy, who is just, I shouldn't imagine, if you saw Andy Peters with his clothes off, I shouldn't imagine there is an ounce of fat on his body. He just doesn't look as though he's got an ounce of fat. My friend Chris Lowry and Steve as well, Chris is a personal trainer over in Spain, where masks are now compulsory. You can't go outside. You don't go out without they're not putting up with it. Oh, I'm exempt. No, you're putting a mask on, I'm afraid, whether you like it or not. People go, oh, I'm going to expire. Well, you'll have to expire then, won't you? But you're putting a mask on. It's as simple as that. And he's got no fat on his body at all. No fat. He really watches because it's a lifestyle. And, and I like certain naughty little things. And so I'd be absolutely rubbish. Steve, you were right. The M&S mini chicken Kievs are to die for. They're delicious. Yes, they are delicious. I can eat a whole box of them. Small wonder I did eat a whole box. I've eaten quite a few boxes of them. I just had them by themselves. I just had them as a little sort of, finger food. I was watching television, so by the time you've opened the bottle of Prosecco, and got the canapes on the side there. Today I think I might have smoked salmon and sprouts. That'd be quite a nice idea, with maybe a sauce, I think, to go with it, which sounds quite nice. Pigs in blankets, yeah, you've got to cook them though, haven't you? And I can't be bothered. Why can't they just make them ready-made and you just heat them up? Make it a lot easier. But I bet you anything, if you looked at what Andy Peter, they're doing, yeah, but they don't do them in Greggs till lunchtime, 12 o'clock. By that time, I'm thinking about putting my Winnie the Pooh pyjamas on and climbing back into bed again. Don't want to miss out on my sleep. Steve, people who can't see their loved ones for Christmas shouldn't be too upset. The most important thing is they've still got each other. People who've lost their loved ones from COVID wish that their loved ones would still be with them. So please don't be too upset. I'm not upset, Connie. It's always next time. That's how I feel about it. No, I'm never upset. To be honest with you, I can see them all the time and do see them all the time, so it doesn't bother me. I've always maintained, and in fact I said it this week, it's a case of, it's only a Christmas lunch. I can have a Christmas lunch any time. I can go and get, have me roast potatoes and me little bits and pieces. Jazz says, you mentioned seeing a very tall woman who gets off the train at Waterloo. Does she have dark red hair? If so, that's me. Jazz, no, she's got blonde hair. I think she's got blonde hair. Yes, I'm pretty certain. I've not seen her for a little while, actually. Not seen her for a little while. How lovely it's you. How tall are you, then? Are you over 6 feet? You're over 6 feet tall? Which is good. Do you know sharks have eyelids but don't blink? What? I'm just telling people, all right? I think it's just important. Because the water cleans their eyes. So they don't... So when they go to sleep with their eyes open. You look... Why? I don't know. What do you mean, why have they got eyelids? I don't know. I'm not God. I didn't invent them. Lord No, I wish. Tributes pouring in to Sally Ann Howes, who's died from oh chitty you, chitty pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you, and chitty oh chitty 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 bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang loves us too. Near chitty oh chitty my motor car, or chitty chitty we depend. Bang bang chitty chitty bang bang, our fine four-fendered friend. The car is owned by Pierre Picton. What? I'm trying to be cheerful. It's the day before Christmas Eve. You've got to be cheerful about things. Pierre Picton, a clown, used to own Chitty Chitty Bang Bang because he used to bring it to the Newsday Parade. Who owns it at the moment? I've got no idea. He might still... Yeah, find out after the news. There you go, a little bit of a tease there. They do that on the best radio programmes.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Wow, Jazz is 6'3" barefoot. In other words, by the time you put shoes on, you could go up to about 6'5", something like that. Wow, what if it is you? Is it? Do you sort of normally? Does your train normally come in at platform 18, 19, 20, around those ones? Actually, no, 20 is a bit further over now, which is far too far for me to walk. I think they should provide some sort of travelator or something like that. But I used to see this lady getting off, and I think it must have been about platform 17 or 18. So, if so, I've seen you loads of times. If not, I haven't seen you at all. Okay? So, Dame Maureen Lipman fears wokes could wipe out the ability to be funny. She's lashed out at the revolution that's left comics petrified of offending basically anyone. She said it's a bit like laughter in church. Something has to be forbidden to make you really laugh, to make you belly laugh. And this cancel culture, this punishment, it's everywhere. Oh, people complain about everything. Drearies, I call them. Drearies. Oh, can't say that. You can't say that. Oh, it's upset somebody here. Some, sticky out ears, freckles, all this kind of stuff. Too tall, too short, too fat, too thin, too woke. Oh, God, it just goes on. 60% of people claim they regularly hide their true views when it comes to issues like immigration and trans rights. I've never ever thought about trans rights before. It doesn't really enter into any conversations I've ever had. We don't sort of go, oh, trans rights. Mainly because I've known so many trans people over the years. I don't think about it as being anything unusual. I think about it, but, some people are different from other people. It's as simple as that. Sharks shut their eyes just before the bite. Oh, right. That's Chris from Whitby. So there you go. Unlike humans, they serve to protect the eyes when attacking prey. So they've got a clear membrane that covers and protects the eye when a shark bites its prey. Wow, they roll their pupils back in their heads for protection when feeding. How do they know where it is? How do they know where it is? They just they guess, do they? Could be it. I see there's a man who hid a Kinder egg containing cocaine between his buttocks, has been jailed for 32 months. Get all the best stories on this programme. And they've done a backstage with Noddy Holder. He says there is barely a Christmas goes by without somebody goes, it's Christmas. Bless his heart. He makes that song makes about £1 million a year in royalties. There's two of them have to split it, him and one other guy. So about £500,000 each year for each of them. Not bad, is it? So here it is, Merry Christmas. I mean, when you think about it, it's such a simple little song, isn't it? A simple little tune. I like it. I like it a lot. He said they've asked him, are you happy to be known as Mr. Christmas because of Slay's Merry Christmas? He said it's a good thing about it. It survived. It's in its 48th year. 48th year. It's great when kids come up to me and say they've sung the song at their Christmas carol concerts. I love it. Clever old him. Wish I'd written a song like that. That'd be so much easier. Dad hits £1 million jackpot, and it's £1,063,516. So that's lovely. It comes from Bexhill, and his name is Paul MacDonald. He's a very happy person at the moment. Very happy person. Lots of people, druids and others, marking the rebirth of the sun for the new year. English Heritage has allowed visitors to the site in Amesbury the first time since the pandemic, and I still didn't get this one actually. It seems such an odd. Mariah Carey has made the most from a Christmas song. All I Want for Christmas came out in 1994, and it's earned her $60 million in royalties. $60 million in royalties. Isn't that amazing? Wow. Molly May. As I say, we'll sort of latch on to anything here because she's had comments from trolls. Well, just block them, dear. In her latest video on YouTube, she said the TikTok backlash, the comment section, is just like a free-for-all. She said, I was like, oh gosh, maybe they're right. What, are you stupid? Just block them. Just block them. She said, there's always going to be somebody that hates, what you do. Yeah, but you don't do anything, dear, do you? But, I mean, if you don't like that, then just block these people. It's not complicated. But, of course, if you're so desperate for something to talk about, we now know who owns the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car. Oh, we don't. Chris Evans bought it. And then he sold it, yes. Oh, we don't know who to. Oh, chitty you, chitty pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. Yeah. The worst thing was to discover it didn't actually fly. I was very disappointed. Chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang. The kids do it as they're driving down the little country roads, don't they? Chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang. Most famous owners, Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings director, and Chris Evans, who used the only one which actually drives, to chauffeur fans to their wedding ceremony. It was last sold at auction in 2019. Do we know how much for? How much did it go for? I'd love to. It would have to be about 20 or 30,000, I would think. At least 20 or 30,000, because it's an unusual car, and there is only one which drives. The others, I think, were sort of made for not driving, so they were just sort of used. We don't know the price. $800,000? Really? Wow. That's a lot of money. But it is an historic car. It is very an historic car. I'd love to own it. I don't know what you'd do with the blooming thing. I wonder if the wings at the side really do come out, or they were sort of enhanced. I found the largest collection of Supermarine Spitfires under one roof. 12 of these historic World War II planes were assembled for an exhibition. Some of the first Spitfires to see combat have been brought out of storage. They're being shown at the Imperial War Museum, Duxford, for Evolution of an Icon. Opens on December the 27th. They look beautiful. They really do. Those in the Battle of Britain. Very nice. Blokes on dating sites, apparently, should avoid Shakin' Stevens-style double denim in their I used to want a denim jacket. No, I used to have denim. Obviously, got denims on, but a denim jacket I used to quite like. But you can't wear them in winter; it's far too blooming cold to wear them. When it comes to women's profiles, leggings and hoodie combo was the biggest turn-off for blokes. Yoga pants with a vest fared almost as bad in the survey of 2,000 single adults. On the flip side, men were most drawn to photos of women in swimsuits or bikinis. Well, there's a surprise. Yes, pervert. Not normal, is it, really? But rather than being attracted to blokes who flash the flesh, women preferred men in tuxedos or smart suits. I'm in there then, aren't I? That'll be useful for me. Yeah, the dinner jacket. But apparently, it's unfortunately what it shows is that sort of women's taste is far more sophisticated. Men are just a bit basic, As long as you're falling out of your boobs, your boobs are falling out of the bikini, men are all right with something like that. Time is up for the traditional teddy bear as children opt for more exotic soft toys. Children now ask for cows, monkeys, cats, dogs and pigs. Huh? No. Go back to teddy bears. Definitely. Murray Smith of a company called Living Nature said this might spell the death knell for the traditional teddy bear. I don't think so. Teddy bears are still where... Did I have a teddy? Yeah, of course I had a teddy. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody had a teddy. He's sort of, bit of a sad teddy now. You had a pink flamingo. Your parents were so well ahead of the situation, weren't they, really? A pink flamingo. All the boys call a flamingo. Called Bird. Oh, right. How big was it? Was it very big or not very big? Well, I can't see where your other hand is. Oh, right. So a good, 18 inches. You used to hold it by the neck. Dear. Very odd. I've never heard of having a pink flamingo. I mean, I like it. I mean, I've never heard of kids asking for unusual animals like cows, monkeys, cats, dogs and pigs. Yet 2/3 of mums and dads say soft, plush-style toys are making a comeback in popularity over techie gadgets. Will be furious over that one. People still like a good techie gadget, don't they? Singles, your favourite festive tunes. Number 15, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer has a very shiny nose. Number 14, The Pogues and Kirsty MacColl with The Fairy Tale of New York. Mariah Carey's at number 13, so she's well down the list. Number 12, Bing Crosby's I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. Number 11, Driving home for Christmas. Chris Rea. Number 10, oh, I wish it could be Christmas every day. Number 9, Merry Christmas, everybody. Shakin' Stevens. Santa Baby by Eartha Kitt. Santa Baby coming down the chimney tonight. That's number 8. Number 7, It'll Be Lonely This Christmas. Mud. Number 6, So Here It Is, Merry Christmas. Number 5, Happy Christmas, John. Happy Christmas, Yoko. So this is Christmas. Yes, Happy Christmas. War is over. Number 4, Wonderful Christmas Time by Paul McCartney. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Mistletoe and Wine by Cliff Richard is at number 3. He'll be very pleased. Number 2, Do They Know It's Christmas Time? Do, 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 do. And number 1, the number 1 Christmas song. It's Wham, yeah. It's Wham's Last Christmas. Amazing, isn't it, really? Amazing. You're open to your love, and that makes you vulnerable, meaning a few tears might be on the cards over Christmas. If you hear this song, there really will be tears all over the place. They never got to number 1. They kept off by Band-Aid, apparently. I never liked that, Do They Know It's Christmas? The only reason we watched it is to see all the famous people who were on there. I didn't do it for any other reason. Steve, listening this morning from Saga's lovely cruise ship, the Spirit of Discovery, a few nautical miles from Madeira. First time in a long time working away from home over Christmas, but after the last 18 months, I couldn't say no, says Jeff Stevenson. Lovely, Jeff. Thank you very much indeed. So you're working over Christmas. He's on board a ship. So all these people on their Christmas cruises, that's who you get. And very good he is too. Apparently, Mary in Oxford says, I can unwrap and eat a chocolate or 2 with my eyes shut. This is after the shark story that when they're eating, they have their eyes closed. It's like kissing somebody, isn't it? No, just me again. It's, do you keep... Well, do you have your eyes closed when you kiss somebody? I thought you did. I mean, otherwise you're sort of looking at them going, looks like cataracts. You know, I don't know whether or not people have their eyes open. Yeah, staring past them, yeah. I think so. Sharks apparently have built-in sonic radar that detects movement around them, a bit like snakes have on land, says Roger. Oh, I hate snakes.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Apparently, First Date's Fred Siriex. How they've made a celebrity out of this bloke is totally mind-boggling to me. A concierge, I can't work it out. It's not like he's riveted with personality, but there you go. He used to serve turkeys to loved-up couples. He's dancing, apparently, on the Dancing with Ice programme, which is very exciting. And it's grim up north as Spice Girl Mel B reveals in her appearance on the Christmas Day blankety blank. She's asked to fill in the blank on, a huge fight broke out in Santa's grotto. And I knew it was time to leave when an elf hit Santa over the head with, she told Bradley Walsh, a bat. A bat. Fellow guest and comic Tom Allen. Oh, not Tom Allen again. Oh, God, honestly. They just use him when they can't find anybody else, I think. He said, wow, Christmas in Leeds is very different. And most folks would agree that Gemma Collins' life is one big pantomime, yeah. She's certainly immature for her age. The diva appears on... Well, she's not a diva, she's just very rude. She appears on the Christmas Day edition of The Weakest Link, and she is. In theatre, What P is a festive show, often based on a fairy tale that usually includes the roles of Principal Boy and a dame. Standing with Christopher Biggins, who's dressed as a dame, Gemma Collins says, I don't know. Later, she tells Romesh Ranganathan, it all got too much and I just zoned out. Just basically, you've got no attention span, have you, love? Really, a bit of an embarrassment, really, especially for an old woman of your age. I mean, goodness sake, I mean, come on. You must know. Have you never heard of pantomime? Thank God they don't ask her to do it. She'd last about 5 seconds. 5 seconds. So, box sets. Who was it? So Tom Swarbrick was talking about playing games over Christmas, which was very interesting. He obviously knows all about games and stuff like that, whereas I didn't know anything about some of the computer games in particular. Fun fact, Steve, did you know that Dick Van Dyke, who played Caractacus Potts, was older than Lionel Jeffries, who played Grandpa Bungie Potts? I didn't know that, actually. And Andy says, Chris Evans bought an exact replica of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. He's never known the original. He used to bring it down to Carfest, which is when he said it was an exact replica, built exactly like the original, says Andy. Well, do you know that the computer game industry is worth £7 billion a year? 7 billion, blimey. Whew. Steve, did you see the documentary on the Plaza Hotel in New York last night? I don't think it did the hotel any favours having cameras following the staff around. The inside of a hotel looked like a jumble sale, says Matthew. I didn't. I don't know the Plaza Hotel. Oh, wait a minute. It was the Plaza Hotel. It's New York, but was it the one that used in Home Alone? Ah, right. Oh, right. Well, I don't. Donald Trump owned it. Aha. And lovely. So, Steve, do you have to pay the stars royalties when you sing their songs? You're so good it's hard to tell if it's actually them or you singing. Well, it's never me. Never me. It's always mimed. What? No power of love? Frankie goes to Hollywood. Somebody's having a laugh, says David in Cheadle. Yes, you're right, actually. And also, Carol says, I can't believe that Greg Lakes... They say there'll be snow at Christmas. And also, a Spaceman Came a-Calling, but didn't make it. Didn't make it at all. It's odd that, isn't it? Spaceman Came Travelling was Chris de Burgh. I like Chris de Burgh. He was very good, actually. Lady in Red... That's all I know. It's the only bit I remember. I don't remember any other little bits at all. The risk of the hospital stay is 40% lower with the Omicron variant. And Maureen Lipman, she's all over the papers today, actually. Dame Maureen Lipman. Have to get it right, don't you? The Stars Dex Factor. This is the sort of the celebrity. People like Fern McCann. She's not a star. She's not a star at all. The only display is Essex. She's obviously had a company in to do it. She doesn't look as though she's capable of doing anything like that. And Christine McGuinness wearing a most peculiar outfit at home, dear. Is that what you wear at home? God in heaven. Harry Kane, Tottenham Hotspurs for England stars home. They've all got it going around the doors. You know it's a company that comes around and does it. Tom Fletcher has had it done, reaching for the star with the kids. Paris Fury, this is Tyson's wife. Very poor taste. Amanda Holden's got something that looks a bit classy in the Osbournes, but I mean, he doesn't know where he is half the time, does he? But it's poor Christine McGuinness wearing this peculiar outfit, dear. Have you got a part-time job or something? It's all very odd. You don't wear stuff like that at home, do you? I suppose you do. White Christmas? No. Bet on it being wet. Bet on it being wet. Halinka says it looks like Oh Holy Night is the nation's favourite carol again. I like it too. Oh, holy night, the stars are shining brightly. It is the hour of the dear Saviour's birth. I quite like that. Favourite carol? Oh, any of them. Any of them. As long as it's got a descant bit, a way in a manger and 2 ways in a barn. Ha ha, da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm here all week. I'd have to be. Nobody else wants me. And next week as well. Steve says, Paul, I hope all the entertainers like Jeff Stevenson and yourself who are away from their families and working have a lovely Christmas. Yeah, but we like the business. So it doesn't make any difference to us, you know. I mean, I've heard of people who are working on cruise ships or working in... If you're working pantomime, you don't sometimes get to see the family because you're working away from home, and they just get used to it. I mean, I'm sort of working every day, so I see people. It's like going home and having a rest. Don't have to see people all the time. I mean, there'll be people in here on Christmas Day, you know, rushing round, trying to sort of get me under the mistletoe and the usual sort of things, you know, throw me on my back and go on, snog us, you know, and all that kind of... That's just the blokes. Yeah, James O'Brien's off this week, so at least I won't be pestered by him. He's always pestering me. Steve, what? Got some mistletoe. Go away. I should be on HR on speed dial. They found the baby Jesus. It was a statue safely back in his manger. Somebody stole it from a vandalised nativity scene. A bar owner said he found the statue propped up against a tree on his way back from a drink. Vandals had broken in to the popular wooden scene in the Flag Market in Preston and snatched the Holy Infant. Well, they're going to go straight to hell, aren't they? You can't do things like that. The wooden nativity cabinet graces the market each year, still using statues from more than 50 years ago. That you get so much bad luck for that. You'll never have another job ever again in your entire lifetime. You don't steal the baby Jesus. Goodness sake. And immigrants from France replaced half the ancestry of England and Wales during the late Bronze Age. They've done some excavations here at a Bronze Age burial site near Sandwich in Kent. I think they found a whole family there. They obviously just buried people. It's at the burial pit at Cliff's End Farm on the Isle of Thanet in Kent. So they found all sorts of things recently. They found that sort of dinosaur in its egg, but it is just a little pile of bones. It is just a little pile of bones. The producer got a bit excited, thinking that one of the pictures he saw was, in fact, what it looked like. It's a 72 million year old dinosaur embryo inside a fossilized egg. And it was found in late Cretaceous rocks off Ganzhou in southern China between 66 and 72 million. So when it showed the picture, he thought it really looked like that. You know, because it just looks like a little embryo with sort of fur. Yes, you did so. You did so. I could tell because I said to you, no, it's not. It's just a little pile of bones inside. Honestly, he's hopeless. He believes that. Well, you're certainly not a little pile of bones, are you? I mean, Colonel Sanders would have to increase the size of the boxes if he discovered you before chickens. But this one is 66 to 72 million years old. The dinosaur embryo is one of the most beautiful fossils I've ever seen. I quite like things like that. But mind you, there are those people who don't believe in all this kind of stuff. You go to the Natural History Museum, they think it's all made up. I think it's beautiful, but it doesn't look like that, okay? It looks like a pile of bones. It's 65 million years old. What do you expect it's going to be in a perfect state of preservation? Just sort of give it a couple of... I'm in a perfect state. You cheeky devil, I tell you. Woo! Double money. I don't know how you got away with it. Seriously, double money. God, blimey. What else we got? Oh, I do love this shop. I've got to name her. This is the woman who was caught deliberately scratching a £60,000 Tesla by the electric car's own cameras, which are built into the wing mirrors. And this is Anna Valenti. She found the Tesla parked close to her Nissan Juke in a retail park. She left a 4-inch scratch damage that cost £1,000 to fix, because you've got to take it in, it's got to be sprayed and everything else. However, the cameras, who didn't recognise her, but they got her car registration number. Ha, 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 you thieving old bag. I'm glad you got caught. Well, she did. She thieved the right for that man to have his car, because he had to drive home with a scratch down the side of it. The Tesla's owner said, I felt a bit like a modern Sherlock Holmes when I found the footage. I was stunned. Miss Valente seemed very confident in the way she did it. I think it's the first time that images from a Tesla have been used in a criminal prosecution. She admitted criminal... She lives in Poole in Dorset. Watch her. She'll scratch your car if you park too close to her. But she got fined for it. Over £1,000. What a horrible old woman. Ghastly. Ghastly. I can't even begin to tell you how angry I feel at odd times. Former soldier who stalked Louise Minchin and her daughter was jailed yesterday. His name's Carl Davis. He got 2 years and 8 months. He posted intimidating social media messages to Miss Minchin and teenager Mia in 2020. In one message, he says, move or you're... And he said a very rude word. In another, which also gave their home address and details of the cars in their drive, he wrote, your daughter will definitely be... Another rude word. So he's gone to prison for 2 years. Cool, I tell you, this is looking more promising by the day, actually. Anybody who sort of writes and threatens and says anything like that, take him to court. He says, commenting on one of Miss Minchin's photos, he says, you can see your garden from there, showing you knew the address. That is enough to send you to prison. 2 years. Oh, dear. I'm filled with renewed hope. Renewed hope. In another... which also gave their home address and details of the cars in the driveway. You know, I mean, seriously, this is a prisonable offence. He comes from North Wales. He'd been convicted of stalking Nicola Roberts at one point. He's obviously a bit stupid, isn't he? And this is a former soldier. You know, but Miss Minchin said the sentencing of a man who made horrific threats online against my daughter and I marks the end of what's been a very distressing time. So anybody tries that... prison. And you won't like it in there. You really won't. You really won't. They've also got, which is good news, I was hoping they were going to find this person, they've got CCTV images of the bloke who committed the arson attack at Chris Packham's house. Do you remember? They set fire to a car. His vehicle was set alight. It exploded outside the gate. And... the police went there. They say the man in the photo may hold key information. That basically means they're looking for nobody else, but this one's got the information. And a walker's been joined by the same friendly robin on each woodland stroll for nearly a year. I mean, he thinks it's the same. They all look the same. You know what robins are like? Stalk anybody. But they all look the same. It could be a different robin every time because they're very solitary. Tom Granger first met his feathered friend when it pecked at his wristband. Oh, here we go.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. You know the best cheap fizz in the biz? Aldi's. The UK's second best-selling champagne, £13.99 a bottle. That's after Moet and Chandon. £13. I mean, I don't know how much a bottle of Moet costs, to be honest with you. I haven't bought a bottle of Moet for ages. Around £35, is it? A bottle? Blimey. So Aldi's is, and it's been, you know, all the experts have tried it. Honestly, you can spend all your time, can't you? I mean, I'm just looking at an advert here for Lidl. 16 vegetable spring rolls. I bet they've got more in than Marks and Spencer's. They're terrible. Terrible. 49 pence for 16 vegetable spring rolls. I mean, how do they make them for that price? Well, I don't know. They're in a box. A bit difficult to tell. And they do 25 vegan sausage rolls in Lidl, 49 pence. 49 pence. Or 10 chipolatas in blankets, 1.25. Perhaps there's copyright on something. Yeah. Although actually they've got 12 mini eclairs. I like an eclair. 59p. You like 12? Yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously. Chicken nachos with salsa. 99p. I quite like that, actually. I quite like things like that. It's my morning sorted because because I put petrol in the car, thinking that I was going down to see family at Christmas. Now I'm not. I should be saving a foot. I can't believe the price they're charging for petrol for my car. I have to go for that 5 grade. 161. 161 the other day. Rip off garages. Honestly. Mo says, I hope we get really deep snow this winter, as deep as 1947. Deep and crisp and even, I should imagine. And Steve, of course Gemma Collins knows Panto. She used to come to the Queen's Panto with her parents. Well, then she's playing stupid. Which actually she does so well. Quite easily, actually. Chris Evans says Roger owned the world's most expensive Ferrari at the time. Cost $12.5 million. Why are Ferraris so expensive? Why are they so... And they're constantly breaking down. Constantly... No, not Nick Ferrari. Goodness sake, no. But, I mean, isn't that amazing? $12.5 million for a car. I mean, he actually showed me pictures of his... He's got a little museum with all his cars, because he likes cars. Whereas me, I'm not sort of... I like a car, but I don't know anything about them. I'm always fascinated by people who know everything. Dale used to love his cars. Used to love it. But have I always had Bentleys? For about the last 15 years, I think. Something like that. I probably had about 8 in total. I had a Rolls to start with. Because I always wanted to treat myself to a Rolls. Always. And my very first... Oh, God, I've had so many cars. I've forgotten how many cars I've had over the years, actually. Quite a number, because I'm taken by... I get there and I sort of go, oh, that's nice. But, you know, whilst everybody goes, oh, the car looks lovely, I keep looking at other things. I'm looking at the moment at a Rolls Phantom, but it's just a wee bit expensive. So I think it's unlikely that we'll be having that for Christmas unless the lottery pays dividends. Treat myself, yeah. You know, that would have to be some treat. Perhaps I could cash in the pension or something like that. First ever car was a Ford Popular. Paid £100 for it. £100. 3 gears, first, second, third and reverse. And that was it. And it was in grey. Mind you, they all came in grey. Bought it from a local garage. It looks like that one on the left-hand side, the Ford Popular down there. It looks like that. And it was in grey. I thought I'd arrived. You know, my own car. Blimey, I thought I was very impressed, actually. Very. Johnny Perry says, can you not fill the Bentley up at Costco? We don't have any petrol at Costco. Not in our... I've never seen petrol at Costco. The Essex one has... Does it? Well, unfortunately, it's a long way to drive for me living in Twickenham to Essex to go and put petrol... I'd have to use up half a tank to get down there. But we don't have any... What, they've got a filling station, have they? Really? You've got a picture of it? Show me a picture of a filling station. I mean, perhaps I've missed it. But I've never seen one in any of the Costcos I've ever been to. I've never seen a filling station like that. Look at that one. That's one in Bushey. Oh, well, that's near the Bushey branch of Costco. But again, it's miles for me to drive. Miles for me to drive. There's one new petrol station open at the Stevenage. I don't know why we haven't one round our way. Kirkland Petrol. So Costco opens the UK's cheapest petrol. Oh. I'll have to move, actually. I might have to go to an area where they've got Costco petrol. Because, I put 80 quid's worth in the other day. And can we find out the price of it? How much is it? Because I only know mine. It's the number 5 on it. So that's the only reason I know what petrol I'm supposed to put in. Because you're supposed to... But, I mean, it's just... It probably varies, doesn't it? But 161 I paid the other day. Yesterday. Far too expensive. Steve, good to be listening to you. And after a year and a half both working and volunteering in public facing work, I finally succumbed with a positive test on Monday evening. But I've been blown away by so many offers of help. It's been quite humbling. Luckily, my symptoms are minimal, and I thank God on the triple jabs. Under new rules, I may be let out after the weekend. So looking forward to your Christmas Day show. Me too. Julie Andrews was originally offered the truly scrumptious role, but turned it down, and Sally Ann Howes took it on. Her car in the film has the registration of Cub 1, which was a nod to the film's director, Albert Cubby Broccoli, as Cubby owned the registration, which could normally be found on his own Rolls-Royce. Perdita says, is your brother older or younger? Did you tease each other growing up? No, he's younger. Not a huge amount. Not a huge amount. Steve, the Costco at Lakeside has one. World's most expensive ever private number plate. Well, it'll be Chinese, not Chinese, because there was a number, and there's a certain number in China, which means Abu Dhabi, is it? Okay. And it was the number 1. Was that it? Because in America, £101 million. Yeah, but I mean, there's people over there who've got more money than sense. I mean, look at the Sultan of what's-his-face, Dubai or some of the other way. 500 million had to cough up. He's got about 12 wives. It's called greedy. I mean, not surprised he looks so old. £101 million on a Friday, the number 1. In America, you can have whatever you want on your number plate. You could put down Stevie Poos or something. Yeah, you just make up your own. As long as it's not been registered by anybody else, you can register them. I always thought that was a bit sad and lonely, actually. Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings with a typewriter using one finger, says Phil. I'm sorry, what do we do? Are we sort of outdoing each other today with sort of who knows the most fact? It's a joke. You see, but it's no good telling me anything about I don't know anything about Lord of the Rings. So he said it was Mordor. What's that? See, I don't even know what that is. Honestly, you can't be expecting me to know everything, for goodness sake. But, so a lot of people, yeah, I mean, record numbers of people the other day went down with COVID. I know that the symptoms are not as bad, but yesterday, 100,000 people. Don't want to screw up Christmas, do you? Put your mask on. Might help a little bit. And 900,000 booster jabs. It's good. Very, very good indeed. Well done if you managed to get it. And if you've got it today, good luck to you as well. A couple who bought the cottage, which inspired the Christmas rom-com The Holiday, now have tourists turning up, taking photographs. It was a film that starred Cameron Diaz and Jude Law. The Bromleys moved into this home in 2019, and John saw it. It's in Holmbury, St Mary in Surrey, and people now trek out there and take pictures because people can, see that it's like going to Downton Abbey, isn't it? People go to Downton because they love it. Janet Street Porter, she's still around, yes. She's Stacey's real role model. It's a great compliment that Stacey has revealed she's stolen her co-host's hair colour. Well, she didn't make it. It's just buy it in a box and you mix it up and you paste it on your hair. Anything that Janet Street Porter does, not exactly the most exciting. So Robbie Williams is working on a stage musical he hopes to premiere in 2023. Producer likes Robbie Williams. Bit of a fan. While the singer has spent most of his pandemic downtime flexing his vocal cords, with some song reworkings better than others, best not to mention Come On Eileen, it's also given him the chance to work on some bigger entertainment projects. So he's currently penning a show alongside his longtime music partner, Guy Chambers. Yes, they had a falling out, didn't they? Because Robbie only wanted Guy Chambers to work for him, and Guy Chambers went, I'm going to work for loads of other people. Because Robbie only wrote one line, didn't he, in Angels? It was, and down the waterfall, and that's the only line he wrote. Yeah, the rest was all Guy Chambers. Far more talented than poor old Robbie Williams. Oh, dear. 4 in 10 have turned their backs on fast fashion. Want to work where I work? Seriously, I mean, you couldn't honestly say that there was anybody that I work with who is a fashion icon. I mean, seriously, the producers even ripped his clothes today. And what did he try to do? He tried to staple them. Tried to staple his trousers together. I ask you. So his fashionable jeans got ripped. Apparently, the premium petrol at Costco Southampton, according to my friend Johnny Perry, is 145.9. I wish. Dan Gilbert says, Merry Christmas. Reading Costco have put in planning permission for a petrol station. Watch this space. I certainly will. And so 145.9, says Johnny Perry. Yeah, but that's premium, but I have to use super premium. I know. I don't know why, actually. I'm sure they always do that. They always say, oh, you need to put this in and that in. But you could probably get away with something else. But I don't like to mess up. It's got jets on it. It's, like turbocharged. Whatever that means. I don't know. Listen, jets. It has got jets. Did you know there's a Titanic exhibition in London at the moment? Says Annie. Really? A Titanic exhibition? Where would that be? Yeah, we shall find out after the news. I'm desperate. And Steve, I'm a little bit late joining this morning, but it is my birthday, says Glyn. No excuse at all. Yeah, you're barred now. It's not your fault, it's your birthday, but you still turn up early. I don't want anybody turning up late to this programme. Don't turn up late tomorrow. I'll give you one more chance, and that'll be it.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. So Glyn's in trouble now for turning up late to the programme, but it's his birthday. Why would that make a difference, your birthday? The Titanic exhibition in London is at Surrey Quays, and you can immerse yourself in an emotional experience. You can travel back through to 1912 and connect with the past. They've got 200 original objects never seen before in the UK. Don't tell me they brought the ship back. That'd be a nice one, wouldn't it? But you can see what third-class cabin looks like and a lavish first-class suite. Didn't make any difference. They all drowned at the same time. It didn't make any... In fact, actually, it was worse for the third-class passengers because they'd locked the gates to stop them coming up into the other areas on the ship. So they've got all sorts of things. They've got clothing. In fact, when I went to see something very similar, they had plates and towels and all sorts of things. So the duration, this visit will take around 80 to 90 minutes. And it's in Dock X London Retail Park, Unit 1, Canada Water. Age requirement, all ages. Group discount, minimum purchase of 6 tickets. And it's open from the 17th of December. Opening hours, various sessions open daily, except Tuesdays for some reason. And you can see all sorts of things there. A true story of the ship through old photographs, personal belongings and other relics. Because there must be tons of stuff that's still down there that's just sitting nearly 2 miles down, which is... Fancy us not knowing about a Titanic exhibition. I love the Titanic, as you know. Paul says, Costco are building petrol stations at all their stores, so hopefully you'll get one soon. Well, there's no room. There's no room because where our Costco is down at Sunbury... it's all car park underneath, and unless they're going to put it underneath, but they haven't got enough room. There is literally, ours is on stilts, so you go up to our Costco. Most of them, we could build it on top of it, I suppose. I don't know. I don't think so. But it's, I don't know where they're going to put it. Please say hello to me, says Sarah. I've been through the wars. Which wars? Boer? Crimea? Crimean? Which ones? Do let me know. I like things like that. Somebody says, Steve, get an electric car. Penny a mile for ours, so that's about 600 miles per gallon equivalent. A black Tesla would suit you. No, I don't like electric cars. I like to hear a car. I sometimes have cars in the morning, which are at, they're sort of part electric. And when we stop at traffic lights, I think the thing's broken. Stephen in Morden says, I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas and a healthy New Year. Plus, it's my birthday today. I've made the right old age of 60. Just got my 60-plus card. How lovely. Naomi says, £1.37 at Sheffield Costco, standard unleaded. Please say good morning to my mum. She loves it when you talk about Kingston, which is where she used to live. Oh, right. And Emma says, thank God you're on air. Listening from bed, not feeling so well today with COVID. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Liz in Potter's Bar. Oh, we've got all the ladies this morning. I'm listening to you using a radio pillow speaker. Your show is very uplifting. Uplifting? Is it an uplifting show? Is my Freedom Pal still not working? No. I feel like suing them, actually, because they basically called me a liar. Because I can't prove to them that I live where I live. I should sue, actually, because I'm thinking, wait a minute, I'm entitled to this and you're depriving me of it. That'll teach them. Steve, there's also apparently the Titanic Museum in Belfast, in the docks where it was built. Well worth a visit. Yes, I should imagine it was, actually. The funny thing is, when you sort of see it, it's not as big as some of the other ships that we've seen nowadays. In fact, it looks positively tiny. But in terms of what it was then, that's why they called it Titanic, because it were big. It were big. I'd love to have. I would want to go on it, but I've seen a piece of it. I know what it looked like. I've seen, inside some of the cabins. I've seen the documentary Into the Abyss. Is it Into the Abyss? Yes, I think it's Into the Abyss. You must get it. I've recommended it for years. This is the best. Oh no, it's nothing like the film. No, this is a proper documentary on it. They've taken cameras down, and they've gone onto the ship. And they've taken it into the cabins, and they've also recreated, superimposed, what it looks like now and what it looked like then. And it's brilliant. Made by, I think it was Disney made it, but they took down 2 submersibles, a little tiny one and a big one, because the water pressure is phenomenal down there. Phenomenal. But the ship is falling apart. It's being eaten alive by insects. And I think it's Ghosts of the Abyss. Ghosts of the Abyss. You would get seriously. It's on Amazon, I think. I don't know how much they're charging for it. It's whatever it is. It's well worth it. Best film I've ever seen on something like that, because it takes you down, and then they put on floodlights, and then you can see the front of the ship. A tenner on Amazon. Do yourselves a favour and buy it. You won't be disappointed. And if you have any interest in the Titanic, it takes you down there so you can see the deck. And they go to the front of the ship, and then they take the cameras inside the ship, inside the cabins, so you can see what was there, because it's basically untouched. Basically untouched. It was, whatever it had on it when it sunk, it's still there. Can't go anywhere. Iceberg, I suppose. Howard said, sorry for being late on parade this morning. I've been listening to the farming programme on Radio Shropshire. Yeah, that's about all they're good for, isn't it? Good wheat crop this year. John says, remember when petrol was sold in gallons? How many litres are there in a gallon? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. It's like I was trying to explain to somebody the other day before we went decimal, and how complicated things were when it went decimal. We didn't know. Lucky number in China is 8, says Sheldon. Oh, I didn't think it was 8. I thought it was something else, actually. Nick in Brighton says, thank you for cheering me up this week when I've not been able to sleep. Oh, I've got so many people who sort of, have gone down with COVID. Scott says, I've got a postcard signed by Milvina Dean. She was the youngest survivor from the Titanic. Yeah, I sent her some money. Milvina Dean was a baby when she was on the Titanic, and they put her on a programme. I think it was called What's My Line? And she came on. She was quite old by that time. And they wanted to know, on What's My Line, they brought somebody on and you had to work out what their secret was. And, of course, her secret was she survived the Titanic, the sinking of the Titanic. And she was in an old people's home, and she didn't have any money. And so I sent her 20 quid. And I got a letter back from her solicitor saying loads of people had sent money and they were very grateful. And I remember thinking, I've done something interesting. I'd rather have had a letter from her, but it doesn't matter. But she was the youngest survivor. Yeah, a bit of a swizz there, wasn't it? Wasn't even tax deductible. Yeah, give me my money back. But I forget how old she was when she died. I think she was fairly old. Milvina Dean. And she was, but she looked as though she was somebody who'd survived the Titanic. I don't know. Look, Eliza, and she was the last survivor. She was 2 months old, so not going to be remembering anything, I don't think. But she died in 2009. She was 97, but that was her claim to fame. Her ashes are scattered in Southampton. Youngest passenger aboard and the last remaining survivor. But as I say, she was 2 months old, so she wouldn't have remembered anything. Interesting, though, isn't it? When you meet somebody like that, and she popped up on lots of television programmes, and the same question all the time is, what what was it like? Well, of course, she doesn't know. She's only got to go on what everybody else told her. Happy Christmas, Steve, from David, Rafe and Kea, the Smythe family in the Czech Republic. We wake up to you every morning as we are an hour in front of the UK and we listen until 8. How lovely. And Glenn says, isn't your address on your driving licence proof for the Freedom Pass? No, it's not. No, for some inexplicable reason. And it's got my photo and everything. Bunch of crooks, honestly. It does annoy me. Why would your driving licence? It is illegal not to have an up-to-date address on your driving licence. If you get stopped by the police and they go, where do you live? And it turns out you haven't updated your driving licence, you're in big trouble. But they wrote to me at home 3 times. They wrote to me at my address, and I responded to them. If I didn't live there, why would I respond to them? They're so dumb, I tell you. 1 imperial gallon is 4.546 litres. So 4.55 litres in a gallon, whatever it is. It was a bit of a pain. Tony says, great to hear your jolly little voice. Was diagnosed with COVID yesterday. Whoever said the symptoms are light is wrong. However, you'll help me recover, and I should be on my own on the day, but you'll be live on LBC, so all is good. 8 is a lucky number, says Val in China. 4 is deemed to be very unlucky. All right. Now we know. David says, I've heard, Steve, quite a few people who don't like the sound of electric cars, as well as being so quiet. Pedestrians can't hear them, but surely it can't be beyond the brain of a man to invent a gizmo to replicate the sound of any car. Imagine having a smart car that roars like a Bugatti. I've never been in a smart car. Isn't that odd? Or a Bugatti. Can't imagine it. No, I can't either. Please say happy birthday to my dad, Ron. Our plan to spend Christmas with him was scuppered when my daughter tested positive, but her isolation ends tomorrow, so can't wait to see him. Merry Christmas to you and all the team. Merry Christmas. There you go. And have a safe and happy Christmas, and thank you for getting us through this year. So, Ron Luckhurst, there you go. So you will be spending Christmas, and you will be celebrating. Amazing how many people are celebrating their birthdays today and have COVID. But this particular one, I've said to you before, it spreads faster than the other one. Hence, 100,000 the other day. 100,000 people. 100,000 people. It's a lot, actually. What have we got here? Oh, there's a girl of 5 is asking Santa for a new heart for Christmas, amid fears it could be her last. Little Georgie Kirchin is living day by day, having already waited 2 years. She's got a hole in her heart and cardiomyopathy, a heart muscle disease. She comes from Peterborough. She started school in September, but she can't play with other kids because her condition makes her tired very easily. So she's waiting for a new heart. But of course, in order for her to have a new heart, somebody has to pass away and to donate their heart to her. And that's what she's basically waiting for. And it puts it into perspective, her family have said. It's not about presents, food or decorating, but about being together. Her mum, Jodie, says, we don't know how many more Christmases we're going to get. But that's what they're waiting for. They'll be waiting for somebody to pass on. But I think there's a new rule now, isn't there? That you don't have to get the family's permission to take somebody's organs. You don't have to sign them away anymore. I think... I'm pretty certain I read that somewhere, because it was a case of somebody might need something that you've got that can help them live. And people used to carry donor cards, but I don't think you carry donor cards anymore. We'll find out anyway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Faye Barker says, Merry Christmas, Steve. Always enjoy your musings in the morning on my way to work. That's what we like of it. There's something friendly about radio. I think it's much easier to do radio than television. I think so, because on television you have to sort of put makeup on and everything else, and and sort of get there. And also on television you can see if somebody's bored. On television you just read a script, or you read sort of the auto cue or something like that. Sometimes which you've had nothing to do with. Whereas in fact radio, it's far more fun. I mean people always go, oh, it's far more difficult. And I go, no, it's easy. Did you do auto cue on Fives Company? We did for the intros and outros, yes. And the thing that they wanted to do on television, which I never got used to, is you've got earpieces in, and you can learn to switch off from those, because that's just somebody in the gallery, and you can have it so you're separated, so they can go, Steve, can you sit forward on your seat or something like that? Then they turn it off again. Some people have open earpieces, but the other thing was they wanted you to meet the guests before you talk to them, whereas I never wanted to meet the guests before I talked to them. The simple reason being that if you talk to somebody and they go, oh, so what are you going to ask me? And I go, well, actually, I've got no idea. I have to freewheel it. It's not like a lot of people on television where they have to write all the questions down for them. And you can hear them reading questions. And it sounds more authentic if you're just talking to somebody. An interview should just be a conversation. You shouldn't have to write down. You can keep certain little facts with you. That always works for me. But I always used to take bits of paper into the studio to do the in conversations. But then I would never look at them, because if you look at them when you're talking to somebody, it means you've taken your eyes off them, and they probably think, how rude. And so I never used to do that, actually. Dave says, I've got a small piece of coal that was recovered from a boiler room of the Titanic. It was a Canadian expedition in 2004 and came with a certificate of authenticity from the Canadian government. It's apparently the only thing that could be legally sold to raise money for the Titanic Trust. There is stuff, though, that comes up in auction. They've had deck chairs come up in auction and various other little bits and pieces. Yeah, there's been all sorts of Titanic memorabilia, which is, you can imagine having something like that. That must be absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Also, Steve, you just mentioned Sunbury. It brought back memories of a Sunday when my parents took us there and we hired a punt down the river, which my father steered. My dad could turn his hand to anything. Happy memories of life in the 60s, says Jill in Kent. Oh, lovely. And Steve, you and your energy have uplifted my spirits, says Mary. I'm listening with my son, Sonny, who's listening to you with a wry smile, but he is 20. That's the trouble at 20, isn't it? They do have wry smiles. Rob says, I qualified for a 60-plus Oyster card this year and provided a copy of a utility bill with the last 3 months of proof of address. Surely that should be sufficient. I don't have such a thing. All of my stuff is paperless. Completely paperless. And I did say to them, listen, why don't I send you a letter from my doctor telling you who I am? That didn't work. Then they wrote back, no, I'm sorry. And you're driving. Why a driving licence? I've got no idea. And yet, stupidly, I did try and point out to the woman, whose grasp of English wasn't exactly as good as it could have been, that, in fact, if you've written to me 3 times and I've responded, surely that's because I live there. Because what they're doing is they're actually trying to find out if people are sort of misusing the Freedom Pass. But, you'd have thought, actually, having been in the papers, Steve Allen 67 would kind of be a bit of a giveaway. Obviously not. Perhaps send him a copy of the newspapers. Dreading going shopping today, Steve. What time would be good to hit Waitrose? Now. Now would be a good time to go, I think. And Steve, read the Freedom Pass, says Ian in Victoria. They accepted a PDF of my TV licence downloaded. A photo of it might do. Loving your show today as always. Thank you. They're just being particularly stupid. What are you doing? You're taking pictures of. Taking a picture of Henry. What's he doing now? He's not changing into one of his funny outfits, is he? Oh, he's in Nick Ferrari's chair. Is he? He loves... You don't want to see... He's got aspirations, that boy. Aspirations. So the driver who keyed the car and didn't realise that this Tesla has a CCTV camera. It goes into what they call... what do they call it? Monitoring. So it was in sentry mode. So in other words, something goes on, it triggers it. It's obviously a motion camera. And as she drove away, it got her number plate, so they were able to find her. And as I say, she lives down in Poole in Dorset, so watch out for her. Her name's Anna Valente. She's more than likely to key your car if you get too close to hers. Not a very pleasant person. Another horrendous story in the paper today. And this is in all of the papers. It's the story of a Sunday school teacher and head of safeguarding at a Church of England primary school. Yet she and her partner abused a young girl in a case which led the judge to despair that human depravity really knows no depths. And they've both been sentenced. I think he's gone to prison for 16 years. They filmed everything that they did. And this is a Sunday school teacher. Again, another story that you read in the papers and you can't quite get your head around it. But they are depraved and they are perverts and they've gone to prison for a long, long time. Her Majesty will not see Anne at Christmas, so Anne's not going to go and spend Christmas with her mum because her husband, Tim, who apparently, what did we say he was? Is he an admiral or something? Has he ever been actually on board a ship, or is this sort of they just make up these things? So who's with the Queen? The staff, by the sound of it. I mean, she can't really do anything at all. It's not known where the Prince of Wales, the Duchess of Cornwall and the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge will spend Christmas. Apparently, William and Kate had intended to spend the festive season at Anmer Hall, which is their home on the Sandringham estate, but they could change their mind and spend more time with the Queen in Berkshire because Kate's parents live nearby. But they think that the Queen could travel to Norfolk in February, because that's the way it can go. Shared a photo. Morning, Steve. I'm taking number one grandson, said Mr. Neil, Teddy, to his first clay shoot today. Perhaps Uncle Steve will join us one day. I've done a clay shoot. I was good on the first shot. After that, I only did my shoulder in, because you've got to put the gun up against your shoulder, and they're blooming powerful. They did it at some friends of mine. As wedding, they took us all off for a show. Why they took me, I've got no idea. Seriously, I'd have been happier making candy floss, decorating fir cones or something. But no, out we go there, and they sort of go, okay, and then you go pull, and this thing shoots into the air, and then I was knocked backwards. I hit one out of about 10. I gave up after that. I was just useless, actually, absolutely useless. 1 in 10 doctors is sick as Omicron hits the NHS. And the Archbishop of Canterbury has suggested that Jesus would get vaccinated against COVID. Might as well jump on the bandwagon, sir. You might as well jump on the bandwagon. Here's a dog who balances treats on his head. He's a little sausage dog, or as they call them now, Dachshunds. I don't like Dachshunds, really. I've never thought of them as proper dogs. I always think you could trip over them because they're so little. They're sort of so low to the ground. But, millions will get this travel chaos over Christmas. Cross country said there'd be a few trains running tomorrow and on New Year's Eve as the RMT union presses ahead with industrial action. Fantastic. Well done, boys. Well done. Just the kind of thing we need. Why do the public get kicked in the whatsits? For something that's nothing to do with them. Almost 1 in 20 trains were cancelled on Monday, and please, please do not come into London on New Year's Eve. There's nothing to see. There's no fireworks. There's nothing. Nothing at all. You'll be wandering around in a dream. And also, there's a very good chance that you won't get home. There's also a very, very good chance, as we've seen in previous years, illegal minicabs will be trawling the streets. You don't want to go anywhere near them. Anybody who touts you by the side of the road, you make a note of their number and you report them to the police immediately. Because these people are out there. They're not licensed, they don't have insurance, and they're mainly crooks. Okay, so do not, any car that pulls along the side of you on the street, happens a lot here. I remember saying that to somebody once. Somebody said we had a problem with illegal minicabs in Twickenham, and the police were more than happy to have them operating for the simple reason that they got people off the streets and away from the town centres and all the rest of it. And I remember phoning up one particular company, and the woman said, well, you don't have, she said to me, you don't have illegal minicabs. She said, they're all licensed. And I said to her, I said, no, we have illegal minicabs. It's just people driving around looking to pick people up. She said, no, you don't. I said, where are you? What planet are you on? I can't remember who I phoned. It was somewhere where you could report illegal minicabs. And she said, no, all of yours are licensed. I said, no, they're not. You began to wonder whether or not she was as stupid as she sounded. The answer is probably. 39 towns, very quickly, have just joined the race to claim city status. Milton Keynes, one of the largest, is hoping its fourth time. Milton Keynes. They used to do an advert on the television for Milton Keynes, which was a very good advert. It involved a lot of people with balloons, and they showed you Milton Keynes. It was the place that had concrete cows. You remember? You ever see that? But anyway, they used to sort of try and make out it was all villagey and all the rest of it, and they'd have roundabouts and balloons. There was some kid with a balloon. It was quite a nice little advert, but it never tempted me to go to Milton Keynes. I thought, no, we got Sunbury.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. 10 to 7. Some nice pictures in the paper today. The other day there was a beautiful magical solstice sunrise from Glastonbury Tor in Somerset. And some lovely pictures of Richmond Park. Beautiful. I mean, absolutely beautiful. It is nice, Richmond Park, with a little river that runs through it. And this frost, which sort of gives a little sort of frosting over just about everything. And also the London Eye. I mean, the sky the other day was absolutely beautiful. It was this vivid orange. It was really lovely, really lovely. Happy birthday to Carla Bruni Sarkozy, the Italian-born singer-songwriter married to the former French president Nicolas Sarkozy. An ex-model, she said she hates the frequent stereotyping of the job. She said, even when I was having my hair and makeup done backstage at a fashion show, I'd sneak in a copy of Dostoevsky and read it. Rivetingly exciting. She's 54. Also, Dame Carol Ann Duffy, the Glasgow-born former poet laureate, was the first woman to hold the post in its nearly 350-year history. She's 66 today. Happy birthday. Also in 1888, what a day. What a day for Vincent van... Hello? He cut off part of his ear. Can't remember why he did that, actually. And in 1977, believe it or not, Cat Stevens converted to Islam and changed his name to Yusuf Islam. He's now changed it again, I believe, and I think it's Yusuf Stevens. I think so, because he appeared on LBC a short while ago, because I was a big fan. Big fan. British films have had a box office comeback in 1983 in the wake of the homegrown Oscar winners Gandhi and Chariots of Fire. In fact, there were 7 in the UK's top 20 money-making pictures, according to Screen International magazine. Do you know what they showed the other day on the television again? I found myself strangely watching it. E.T. E.T. was on the telly, and I was flipping through channels, and I was sort of thinking, oh, I wonder what's on. And there it was, E.T. and Elliot, and the little girl in it. It was instead of Holly and Phil. Which was, good choice, I suppose, really. If you're going to put a good film on, put a good film on. And I found myself sitting there watching it. And I remember the little girl in it. And when she first sees E.T., she screams. And they only gave her the part because she screamed better than anybody else. She could scream. And they put her on, I think it was on one of the big chat shows. And in America, he said, can you scream now? And she went, ah! And she screamed. I mean, I can't scream, obviously. That's why I didn't get the part. Christmas with all the trimmings and a dose of Steve Allen as I prep the turkey has become a tradition for me. It's absolute bliss, says Ahmet. Roll on Christmas Day. Yes, well, don't worry. You don't have to wait too long, actually. And here's one from Tisa, who says, on our way up to Bromley on a Mercy Dash to take presents and food to my daughter, her 2 small children, and my son as my small granddaughter tested positive for COVID yesterday. As disappointed as we all are, her health comes first and we can all get together at a later date. So please send Monet, Kerry-Ann, Kirk and my son Daniel warm wishes and assure Kirk and Monet that Santa is aware that they will be at home for Christmas and he won't forget to stop. No, have fun, but play it safe this Christmas. We're getting more and more of you because it's quite virulent, this strain, and it lays people a bit low. It lays people a bit low. So, as I say, 100,000 in London yesterday. In England, was it 100,000? Oh, right. Whatever it is, it's a hell of a lot of people to go down with sort of COVID. Also, Siobhan says, can you wish my parents, Mary and Michael, a very happy Christmas? They've just moved to Stevenage. And I know they'll be listening to you now in their lovely new home. How nice. 100,000 in the UK yesterday. But that's a record number, isn't it? So it spreads quick. Terry in Leighton Buzzard says, when I was 13, I was 6'3" tall and featured in the Sun newspaper as one of the tallest schoolboys in the country. Now 64, I've only grown another 2 inches. Oh, shame. My godson, when he was little, as a little boy, he was little, and we kept wondering whether or not he was actually going to grow, and he's now over 6 foot. They seem to sort of shoot up, from sort of nowhere. You sort of look at them and you think, oh, when did I have my growth? I don't know. I can't remember. I mean, when I was 15, I think I was fairly tall for my age. I think I was roughly the same height at 15 as I am now. Yeah, 6'4". No, I'm 5'10", 1.8 meters. Because I remember seeing it on the passport and thinking that's a bit disappointing. I wanted to be 6 foot. My dad was probably about the same height as me, and my brother's probably a bit taller than I am. Probably a little bit taller. Not that it didn't make any difference at all. Yes, I was wiser. Dear. A fake Bollywood talent agent has been convicted of giving immigrants fabricated references so they can stay in Britain. 53 of them. 53 people. The con ran from 2013 to 2015, and the 6 men have been charged in 2019. So now, this particular group of people will be sentenced in February. I don't know why it takes such a long time to sentence people. When I was on jury service, they sentenced, I think, practically immediately. Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich, well, it varies, depending on where you are. I've always called him Abramovich, mainly because it winds people up who call him Abramovich. And anyway, he's won 1,700 changes to a book about Putin. There was an apology over claims that he told the oligarch to buy Chelsea. They got it wrong. Mr. Abramovich is a billionaire. He's accepted a settlement in his defamation case against HarperCollins. But 1,700 amendments. Somebody didn't check it very carefully, did they? Goodness me. Eyebrows were raised when Prince Harry launched eco-travel firm Travelist, preaching how to holiday sustainably after taking private jets around the globe. But apparently we can reveal the first year of trading for the firm, set up with start-up cash from Harry and Meghan's charity, has been a damp squib. It made just £11,538 in profits. Oh dear, poor old Harry. And a gold ring rescued from the seabed, 1,700 years old, has got a picture of Jesus on it. Well, that's what it looks like. It looks like a picture of Jesus. I like these things when they find these. It's a Roman shipwreck, and they find all these different things on there, and you sort of think to yourself, "Wow, that's a bit cool, isn't it?" So, who actually gets to keep it? I've got no idea. Probably treasure trove. Also, as it topples Christmas pudding as the nation's festive favourite, here's how not to waste a crumb. They've got custard crumble. I've never even heard of custard crumble. Also, Nigella's naughty, scrumptious sizzler, Chocoholic's perfect pairing, and Blingy bread and butter pudding. I don't think I've ever had bread and butter pudding. I must have had at some point, mustn't I? It was yeah, but I can't remember having it. I'm a bit disappointed now. Yes, perhaps we'll have to bring some in Tupperware, actually. But I like the idea of custard crumble, which has got panettone in it. I do like that. So they just use that. And apparently some restaurants serve panettone with custard on. There's something... I might have to go and get panettone today. Is it thick custard? I've still got all those little custard pots that I bought, the Ambrosia ones, which I bought in Iceland because they were particularly delicious. You get 6 of them for £2. Have you noticed how everybody's nice over Christmas? People that, you've barely spoken to for the year come up to you and go, Merry Christmas. You get texts and emails and things like that. People go, Merry Christmas, have a lovely... And all of a sudden, there is such a feeling of warmth and love. It's like sharing your COVID flow test with everybody. It really is. It's quite nice, actually. Even the producers come up to me twice and gone, I feel very Christmassy. Only because he'll be spending most of his Christmas sitting on the top of the tree. But, apart from that, we should be okay. We should be okay. We'll get through the programme. And today you're going to be queuing up outside all sorts of places to get your turkeys and to make sure you've got this and that. And will you forget anything? Of course, the answer is yes, you will. And I'm all sorted for Christmas lunch. Very nicely, Marta and her husband Marcin are doing Christmas lunch for me and Lynn again, which is great. So they're giving us the turkey and the vegetables. We've got to come up with the pigs in blankets and a pudding. Easy peasy. So I'll do that today, actually. I shall go out. Either that or I can go and see Stuart in Sandy's, because I don't know what pudding. I thought I'd just get a trifle or something like that. That's what I thought. I should have checked, actually, whether Lynn eats pudding. Or or I might get some profiterolles or something like that. But I was going to have a word with Stuart in Sandy's, because I don't know what gravy you put with Christmas lunch, and so we're being given gravy with it, but we'll probably need some extra gravy. But I don't know whether or not they do a turkey gravy or you put chicken gravy on. I really don't know, because Lynn's not cooking the turkey. In fact, I think the only thing she's actually cooking is a few little bits and pieces. I think it's going to be Brussels sprouts, which we've sorted out. Anne-Marie Minhall from our sister station Classic every year buys me sprouts. Every year I get a sprout tree. So you can have turkey gravy. There is turkey gravy. I wonder if Stuart at Sandy's does it. If he does, perhaps he can put it to one side for me and I shall come and collect. The trouble is I can't jump the queue. There's a queue a mile long up the road. Oh, yeah. Celebrity coming through. Diabetic. Excuse me. Come on. Out the way. Come on. I need the gravy. So you can have turkey gravy. Well, if anybody will do it, he will. And I might get some bits and... Oh, that's right. Lynn's doing the roast potatoes, which she's doing them in goose fat. which is lovely. And so it's going to be very lovely, actually. Like last year, Marta and Marsa made us Christmas lunch, and Lynn and I sat on the patio. This was before we even knew about COVID really properly. We knew it was about, but we never thought that very shortly they'd be sending out test kits. And if you haven't done it, you must do it. You must do it. It's the first time you do it, as you'll probably discover, it's a bit frightening, because you're waiting to see whether or not it goes for 2 bars. So in the kit that you get, if you're lucky enough, and they're in short supply, believe you me, if you're going to relatives, you need to take a test beforehand if you're going to be spending time with a lot of people, because this thing spreads fast, really spreads fast, and it's these annoying little gits on the buses and the trains who aren't wearing a mask, who, if they have it, they're spreading it and they don't know it. So you need to take a test, and it's very easy. It comes with all the bits. The kit's got everything in it, and you get a little test tube type thing with a little bit of liquid in the bottom. You stick a cotton bud up your nose, which comes in the kit. It's all supplied. You don't need to buy anything. You swirl it around 5 times in each thing, and then you put it in the thing, and you squeeze the bottom of it so the liquid goes all over. Sort of do that, and then you take it out. And you can throw away the stick after that, and then the little thing which has got the liquid in, you put the top on, which is a little dropper, and you drop it onto the little machine that's got like litmus paper, 3 little drops, and then you've got to wait 15 minutes. And believe you me, the first time you do it, it'll be, oh God, longest 15 minutes. What you're looking for is 1 line, and you'll see the line quite clearly. If it's 1 line, you're clear. If it's 2 lines, it's COVID. Okay, it's as simple as that. So you do panic over it. I remember the first time I actually did it, and I remember thinking, oh, I don't think I want to look. I don't want to look. And you look, and it's just 1 line. So I've been lucky. I've been very lucky, because lots of people are going down with it. But on the train, I sit near nobody. Sometimes you'll be sitting on the train. There's nobody else on the carriage, and the person will come and sit in the seat right in front of you. And you think to yourself, why don't you bugger off and go and sit somewhere else? I've been known to get up and move seats. It's as simple as that. Oh, by the way, let me just clear it up for some people who didn't understand yesterday. You now need a donor card to say that you don't want to have your organs used after your death. That's what it is. It's not the old ones. It's an opt-out system. A couple of people wrote to me, well, one in fact, a bit thick, and didn't understand how it worked. It's an opt-out system, not an opt-in system. But when you have to explain things to people, you might as well sort of listen. You're going to be dead. Nobody cares anyway. Thank you for all the lovely comments and quips you've given us, says Linda. Said, I had to say, I don't think you realise how wonderful your voice is in the middle of the night. Well, yes, it's the boss. It's the boss, right? Actually, fell off my chair. The funny thing is, I never look on it as the middle of the night. See, I look on it because London is like buzzing at the moment. It's because we're a 24-hour city, the city that never sleeps. The city that never sleeps. There's always something going on, buses going and doing the rounds and people. But today will be quiet early, but then I reckon by 8 o'clock this morning, you're going to be out getting your shopping in finally. Why you didn't do it at the beginning of the week when I told you about it, I don't know. Carol in Cockfoster says, sorry I forgot to send you a Christmas card, but I do listen every day. I know you said you won't be with the family, but you'll make the best of the situation. Yeah, in fact, it's the same as last year. I see the family on a regular basis. So it's not like, I haven't seen people for 2 years or a year and, 18 months or whatever it happens to be. I see them all the time. And I see the godchildren as well. So I see the godchildren and the family, and I see my friends. We sort of go out all the time. Trying to fit it all in is the problem. That really is the problem. But I will make the best of the situation, Carol. And as I say, the last time I did my COVID test, I was clear, which is good news. I'm negative. That's not in speech. That's in spirit, actually. Mary says, thank you for being you. That would be a difficult one, wouldn't it? She said, but I lost my mum on January the 1st, and you've given me much laughter, started the day with a smile, and given me the energy to start the day. I know what it's like. I've been there. And I think only if you've ever been there will you know, Mary, what it's like. There's a picture in the paper today, it shall break your heart, and it's that little girl who was stabbed in the neck by that bloke, and it's her funeral, and her coffin is covered with all pictures of her. She was only 12. And her family are carrying the coffin. The ladies in the family are carrying the coffin. And that takes guts and it takes a lot of inner strength, and it just takes everything, because you suddenly realise that death, whichever way you look at it, is kind of final. It's not like a divorce. It's not like somebody moving out the area. It's final, and that's what it brings it back to you. And I've been there so many times, so I know exactly what it's like, Mary, and especially to lose a parent. So for all those people, and in fact, even my boss wrote about it. He said a lot of people rely on the radio now if they've lost somebody, because the hours of darkness are the worst bits. You know, you wake up and you suddenly realise that it's just you, and that's what makes it difficult. And that's why the radio is so reassuring, because, you know, not in all cases, because you've got to be around, quite a few years to realise that you go through various stages in your life. So you've experienced, life, death, accident, illness, fatalities, losing jobs, losing all sorts of things, losing friends, family move away, children move away, divorces happen. There's all sorts of things. So people come to rely very much on the radio, because it's the only place where you could do this. You can't see anybody coming on GMB in the morning and going, oh, what is it terrible, you've all suffered and all that. They don't do that. They can't do it. They're working to auto cue. They're not allowed to have thoughts all by themselves. Shirley says, wishing you a brilliant Christmas and a happy, healthy and peaceful New Year. Well, it's the healthy bit I'm looking forward to. Apparently, giblet gravy, Steve, made with your turkey giblets. Well, we're not cooking the turkey. Somebody else is cooking the turkey for us. Onions, carrots, celery, garlic and herbs and stock. So dash of wine and simmer slowly, says Master Chef Bev. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Christine's, I've got all the girls this morning. Look at this one. Mary, Shirley, Beverly, now Christine, who says, I couldn't log into my banking app, had to re-register and was feeling very stressed. And then I heard your voice. And now I'm not feeling stressed. Exactly. I can take all the stress for you. Just come back from Woolworths and Coles for last-minute shopping, says Shane. He's over in Sydney. He says, terrible. All last-minute panic buying. But I wish you a very Merry Christmas. Merci. Thank you. And another one here. It says, Ian Dale did a segment on who the hero has been this year, and at least 2 people said Nick Abbott. Yeah, it was his family who phoned up. Okay, they always do it, and his very funny, entertaining show. Are you excited for his Christmas shows? He's not doing them, is he? I'm very surprised. But no, every night from tonight. There they go, a little bit overtime for him. No, it's his family that phone up. You don't seriously think people would sort of... He'll be doing the A to Z of the year. He does it every year. It's nothing new, Pat. You need to get a life. And I certainly don't leave food lying around for him. Why would I? That people have eaten it long before and we don't leave anything for it. Have you seen the size of him? Good Lord above, woman. Anyway, how about a cheese board or oatcakes for afters? No, Kim. No. It's going to be... I think it could be a trifle. It could be profiterole rolls. Cheese boards are really bad news. Very bad. I know people like them. I saw somebody in Waitrose the other day. What is that cheese there? So she said cheddar. I don't know what he was expecting. Is that good? I don't think it. Where are you from? Where are you from? Cheddar. Just looked like a piece of cheddar to me. Yes, Baby Bell. I've never had Baby Bell or sort of dairy or Primula. Primula cheese was always a very popular one. The squirty one that comes in the tube that looks like toothpaste. Fantastic. We love stuff like that. Paul says, I start work early morning and catch your show every day. Thank you for your broadcast. You make me chuckle. And they have a bump, Paul and Joe, due in April. Wow. That's cool. How do they know these things? How does this work out? It's just amazing, isn't it? But he says, Merry Christmas to you and your crew. Crew. Oh, God, if only they were. If only they were. We'd have hoisted the Jolly Roger and sort of pushed herself out into the Atlantic Ocean again. Oh, bad news about that block of flats in London that's got the swimming pool between the two of the things there. Too cold. And also it costs too much to heat it. 450 quid a day. Service charges for a 2-bedroom pokey little flat are about 9,000 a year. That's how, if ever you go to buy a flat in London, mainly London, always ask them, especially if they're brand new. They won't tell you how much are the service charges. Oh, well, we'll need to sell all the flats first before we can tell you that. There you go. The Sky Pool costs residents 450 quid a day to heat it. It's suspended 13 floors above, but it's too cold to use. But you're still paying for it. Ha ha ha! We don't have a pool, we just have puddles when it rains, which is equally as exciting.
This is LBC.
At E.ON Next, we believe life's better when you know that if you need help with your energy, there's a team of dedicated energy specialists who'll work hard to get it sorted, so you can get back to doing what you like quicker. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
I've got a key. You get the key to the door. This is a very important door, and this key could fetch £1 million. It's coming up for auction. It's my key. It's the key to the Steve Allen front door, the most popular door in history. No, it's the key that locked Nelson Mandela's cell. And it's coming up for... They reckon it'll fetch £1 million. And it probably will, because it's historical. Very, very, very historical and very nice. Maggie, thank you. And Joseph, I've definitely got all the girls out this morning. You know why? Because people always leave it to the girls and the ladies to do Christmas. It's a case of, don't come in the kitchen, you're getting on my nerves. You know, should you have done, leave it alone, leave it alone. Do you want me to light the gas so that we can leave it? Shall I baste the turkey? Leave it alone. Why don't you go and sit in the sitting room and plug yourself into the sideboard? Make it a lot easier for us. That's always the way, isn't it? Mum gets very stressed over Christmas. My mother used to get very stressed. Very, very stressed. In fact, she'd be in the kitchen in her dressing gown getting the turkey ready, because it's got to sit in there for days on end. Why turkey takes so long, I've got no idea. But she'd be that, and then doing the roast potatoes and everything else. But they were, I have to be honest, and I don't just say it because it's my mum, but she did make the best roast potatoes. Small and very crispy and just yummy. Just very, very yummy. Steve. Josie says, you have no idea how much you've helped myself and all your listeners with your kind, reassuring voice and warped sense of humour. Really? No. Never sure it was called warped, but it's earned me a living for 43 years, so I can't complain about it at all, actually, and the bank manager's very happy. Jackie says, buy a jar of Bisto Best Gravy Granules turkey flavour. It's lovely to have. They don't do turkey flavour. They do chicken and they do beef. I know Bisto Gravy Granules, unless they've started doing a new one. They do a new one, do they? Oh, right, specifically for Christmas. There you go. Pound Shop. I can't go to Pound Shop. I don't think Lynn would ever forgive me. Pound Shop, Bisto for turkey gravy granules. Actually, I don't think she'd know the difference. No, and Tesco do it as well. Oh, right, Tesco do it. Everybody's going to be out, though. I don't really want to go anywhere near supermarkets. And I'll be home by about 8, something like that, so I can nip in and just buy a few little bits and pieces. And I bet it won't be quiet. I bet you anything. Christmas Eve, it'll be, people still wrapping presents, people getting out. They will be queuing. I bet you by the time I get back to Twickenham, there'll be a queue outside Sandy's, and there'll be over 100 people in it, all queuing up for their Norfolk turkeys, which is lovely. Steve, your Christmas meal sounds wonderful, says Helen. I've recently been diagnosed as diabetic and take it calmly, simply because of listening to your diabetic journey. Well, you can have Christmas lunch. I was diagnosed just before Christmas all those years ago, and I said, what about thinking I'd have to have something else for Christmas lunch? And they went, no, just have normal. Just have normal. Just watch what you're having. If you've only just been diagnosed, you'll only be on tablets. You'll only be on metformin. So you have those. You do those as normal, and you have your Christmas lunch. You can have your turkey, because it's white meat. You can have your sprouts. You can have your carrots. You can have your sweet corn. You can have red meat, yeah, as well. Some people have beef. It's a little bit pretentious. But you can have anything you want. The only thing you probably wouldn't be having over Christmas, and I wouldn't be, is mince pies and probably, fruit. Sometimes I'll have a fruit salad, but you've got to watch the fruit you're having. If it's got mango, not so good. If it's got grapes, not so good. And generally speaking, after that, they become a bit boring, don't they? They put blackberries in or slices of apple or something like that, and they charge you about £4. So it's, but you can have just have what you would have normally. It's not going to change anything. It really isn't. You test yourself. You'll be doing all of that. But just let me remind you again that if you are able to do a flow test if you're going to visit relatives, because this thing, I forget what the numbers were the other day for COVID. I think it was up again, and they've said They've said, listen, it's somebody can be sitting near you on the train without a mask on, or as I prefer to call them, those selfish gits, and now, there you go, we recorded nearly 120,000 new coronavirus cases, the highest daily figure since the start of the pandemic. That's the latest 24-hour period, 120,000. Believe you me, if you go down with it, you'll be self-isolating for 7 days. You'll be feeling extremely unwell. It'll ruin Christmas for you and everybody else because they'll have to stay well clear of you. But there's a very good chance they might catch it at the same time. So, you've really got to be very careful. It does spread very, very fast. Oh, dear. I quite like the idea, actually, of getting that Bisto Best Gravy granules. Good. It's good, isn't it, really? Ross in Deptford says, my partner Paul and myself are veggies. It makes me laugh when people go, we're veggies. And it makes it sound like it's some sort of strange foreign language. We're having a beet Wellington for Christmas dinner. We've both been on nights this week, so thank you for keeping us going, and a Merry Christmas. I told you, everybody wishes people a Merry Christmas. I think it's great. If you get a chance, check out the cheese and cranberry wheels from M&S, says Ashley. Yeah, I'm going to be in M&S. I should be in there very quickly, pick up a few little bits and pieces, then nip out again. And how did Mary and Joseph know how much Jesus weighed when he was born? Because they had a weigh in a manger. Right, Stella, you're barred, OK? Don't bother turning up again. We'll call the police. Just to say, I saw turkey gravy for sale in M&S, says Paul. Oh, well, if they do one that's ready-made, I shall be getting... You know what they don't do in M&S unless they've... it's out of stock. The brie and cranberry tartlets, 24 pieces. They used to do little scallop shells with a little... Oh, I'll tell you what I discovered yesterday. Big mistake. Big mistake. Do you remember I said I'm going to have smoked salmon? I shall get some salmon chunks or whatever they call it, put it in the thing with some sauce and some Brussels sprouts and have that. So I bought 2 packs. What do I have a fear of? Skin. When I turned the packs over, you can see the silver skin. Sicky poos. So I went through the whole of Marks and Spencer's, every single one of their salmon. You get 2 pieces of salmon in a pack, and the silver skin on the bottom. Very annoying. So I went to Waitrose, thinking they do salmon as well in pit. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. And I don't want to eat anything that's got the silver skin of the fish on it. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm now stuck with 4 pieces of blooming salmon that I can't touch. I remember years ago I went to get some haddock, and it looked lovely in the packet with a bit of butter, with a sort of star shape. Turned it over, black skin. No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, dear me, terrible. So I'm going to go and check for turkey gravy. I'm a trucker, Steve, says Rob, on his way to Asda, to the distribution at Doncaster with a full load of wine. You'll be hijacked. You won't make it any further. Can I have a shout-out for myself and all the other hard-working truckers trying their best to make Christmas happen with last-minute deliveries? Well, basically, you're catering for people who've got a drink problem. That's what you're doing. If you've got a lorry full of all this booze, yeah, that's what that looks like, that salmon there, when it's got all the skin on it, the silver skin. No, there was a piece of smoked salmon before. I know this is a dress. This is a dress, but I mean, she's developed symptoms, apparently, of something. Can't imagine what. Yeah, because apparently now, if you think you've got a little cold, achoo, and you've got a runny nose, that might be COVID. That's why you need to test. That's why you need to test. You don't want to pass it on to anybody else. Dear God in heaven, that could be awful. Merry Christmas to you and the family, says Sidcup Julie. I was supposed to see family and boyfriend Christmas Day and Boxing Day, but caught COVID and now have to isolate. At least I have you in the mornings. In fact, every morning. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Sidcup Julie. Oh, sorry. Have a wonderful Christmas. I'll be back visiting my ex-husband this Christmas. Him indoors, the new one's driving me mad. Hopefully see you in the new year. It's lovely. Everybody's very friendly today. Lewin Crowborough says, I sent you a text. If I sent you a text for everything I agreed with you, I'd be bankrupt. Well, that's good. I don't mind bankruptcy. I don't mind. Shane says, as an Aussie, I'm going to have a beef burger as you recommended. A beef Wellington. A beef Wellington's quite nice. That's where you take the beef and you put it in a frying pan, a hot frying pan, and you seal it all the way round. Then you take it out, let it cool down a bit. Then you put it in the pastry and then you put some other stuff in. You can put a herb crust over it before you put it in there, and you do beef Wellington. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Just takes forever and a day. Far too fit. Look at it. It looks gorgeous. Look at that. Might be a little bit raw for me. Sort of, not raw, whatever they call it. Pink. I don't do pink. I do pastry, though. I quite like... What? I don't do pink. Don't do pink. It's not one of my favourite colours. bit of a surprise there. Vladimir Putin, but he'll be having a miserable bloody Christmas, won't he? You can just tell he looks miserable. He says NATO can go to hell. Do you know, to live in Russia now that Putin's here? Oh, dear me. Biden says I'll run for a second term. Joke of the century. I don't think so. He's going to be 83 when the next one comes around. He's not doing particularly well at the moment. Dead at 68, John Le Mesurier's son. He played guitar. And I told you before that he was married to Hattie Jakes. Hattie Jakes was a bit of a flirt. Bit of a flirty lady. But I still loved her. I thought she was great. But anyway, they lived in a house in Fulham. And who owns the house? Gloria Hunniford. She bought it years and years ago. I've been round there a few times. And her son Michael has got it. It's a lovely house. But when they first moved in, they found all these films in the attic of Hattie and John on holiday and things like that. And the son was in America and he didn't want them. I'd have been there like a shot. I'd have been there absolutely like a shot. Steve, I love salmon. They all have the silver skin. No, I bought all these salmon fillets before. I peel it off. It comes off easily. Ooh, why don't they take it off before they sell it? I've never seen it before on anything at all. Only this year's the first time. Yeah, normally, you have a choice. We've sort of taken the don't. I'm spending Christmas in Lewes today. It's Grandma's 100th birthday. She gets a letter from the Queen. Her wish is to have fish and chips from the local chippy today. Turkey on the next day, obviously, says Owen. Somebody says, poach the salmon in a microwave. Small amount of water, lemon juice, maybe a bay leaf. The skin will separate and you can easily run a knife around the flesh to remove the skin, says Debbie. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it. Sicky poos. Apparently, Costco's side of salmon has no skin. Cut it into portions and freeze it. Thank you. And somebody says the skin on the fish is the best bit as long as you crisp it up in the frying pan. Says Chris, who's en route to work on the railway. En route on the railway. How lovely. No, I'm not touching it. Definitely not touching it at all. You can't make me do it. Okay. Oh, good news for music lovers everywhere. Coldplay are going to call it a day in 2025. They're not going to record any more songs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We're very, very happy about that. Are they still touring? Just no new music. Oh, how boring. That's a bit like Steps going on tour, isn't it, really? Oh, we've got one new song, and there's a dance that goes with it. Yeah. Tragedy, when the feeling comes and you can't go wrong. Do you know police officers get attacked 80 times a day? 80 times a day. But why do they have to put up with it? Why do they have to put up with it? Mind you, in America, they don't put up with it, do they? The amount of... And it kind of grieves me. I saw something on YouTube a couple of days ago. I was sort of wandering through, and again, I found a copper. And he was quite clearly playing the big I am. You'll do what I tell you to do. And he pulls this bloke over. And this bloke's sitting there in his car because he's got it on dash cam. Got it all on dash cam, and he's sort of saying, listen, if you have a ticket to give me a ticket and I can be on my way. Ah, you're sounding very aggressive, sir, says this copper, who was quite clearly bent, as you can tell. And in the end, he had to give up and walk away from it because he was quite clearly trying to goad this man who had the patience of a saint. And he said, listen, do I have to answer this question? Where are you off to today, sir? I'm just trying to find out. I'm just curious. Well, do I have to answer that question? No, you don't. And so he stummed up. And and the copper was still, he was trying to goad him into something. And in the end, he says, I could have you arrested. And the bloke goes, well, do so. Still very aggressive, sir, to me. Still very aggressive. And I thought, nothing worse than a fat copper in America who's bent. I've seen quite a few of them. Well, you've seen them on the news as well. Never the best.
This is LBC.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time, so you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Can't help it. Steve, unfortunately, I'm living in northeast Thailand. One good thing, though, no Christmas here, says John, so I'll be eating rice and veggies tomorrow. Don't they do Christmas? I'm sure they must do Christmas in Thailand. Why would they not do Christmas in Thailand? Oh, dear. No turkey for us, says Nick. Beef Wellington, knuckle of pork and a small chicken. Way. Very, very yummy. The beef Wellington, knuckle of pork and a small chicken? Wow, that seems like quite a lot, doesn't it, really? And Sarah in Thatcham says, every time I mention Thatcham, add about there goes, Thatcham. Thatcham's on the map. Very excited. Says, couldn't you give the salmon to Lynn to cook as a starter for you all tomorrow? Oh, I'm never going to do a starter and turkey. I'm really not, actually. But would your friend the fishmonger, says Mike on the Wirral, do the salmon for you and take the skin off? Oh, listen, I'm sure that Stuart would absolutely do that. What I'm going to do is ask him if he's got turkey gravy. If he has, put a couple aside for me and I'll pick them up Christmas Day, because he's normally open sort of Christmas Day. So I have to rely on friends at Christmas. It's so much easier. It's nice to have friends, you know, to actually do things. Iceland frozen Atlantic salmon fillets, 4 fillets in a pack. They don't have skin on them, says Jeff from Hailsham. So Merry Christmas. Thank you for keeping me company at 4 a.m. And there you go. Martin says, why don't you go to the fishmongers? Not a fish, but we only have the fishmonger. Been there for years. Sandy's. The skin is so yummy if you put some oil and chilli over it, says Daniel in Hernhill. No. Todd says, being vertically challenged at 5'5", I've recently become fond of rain. Somebody told me short people with umbrellas can be eye-catching. I'm here all week, he says, unless I'm banned. You're banned. Actually, no, I'm not. I can't listen, it's Christmas Eve. I can't ban people on Christmas Eve. That would make me real Scrooge, and I don't do that. It's not that sort of thing. Yeah, Scrooge Allen just doesn't sound right, does it? Doesn't sound right. The British priest who's helping NASA discover aliens. I seriously don't know how on earth anybody ever gets to be a British priest and starts talking about aliens. Jack Grealish, sexy shots with an underwear model he's apparently quite partial to. I don't know. I don't see why anybody makes a big deal about Jack Grealish. He's obviously a mamby-pamby little person, so he likes pictures of people in their underwear. He's a red, hot-blooded male, and he's allowed to look at these things. He hasn't signed a contract with the bird he's living with. You know, she's just the girlfriend. He's allowed to look at that. What are you supposed to do? Completely shut your life down the moment you have a relationship? If he wants to look at pictures, I don't think you should. You carry on doing whatever you do until you walk down the aisle. And then you know what happens, don't you, in a church? Because in every church you've got the same. You've got the altar. People sing those nice songs, the hymns. And then you walk down the aisle, and that's exactly what she's thinking as she's standing at the bottom. Aisle, altar, hymn. And that's what happens when you get married. Your life changes dramatically. Some people it works, some people it doesn't work. If you're a footballer or some bimbo off Love Island, it's never going to work. You can pretend all you like, but we saw through it a long time ago. M&S do 2 different salmons. No, they don't, Elaine. I went through the entire shelving. Everything, every bit of salmon. In fact, if you go into Marks and Spencer's, every one of them, I've turned them all over so you can see that they've got that silver skin. It's horrid. Ghastly. Jay says, thank you for your wonderful shows this year. Yes, thank you. I've heard the joke about the snowman. That's about as old as I am, I think. Ray says, and my wife went for a job interview yesterday. The man holding the interview said to her that they were looking for someone who could do the work of 6 men. That's a shame, my wife said. I was looking for a full-time job. They're more of a hindrance, aren't they? I think more of a hindrance. Emma says, you keep me sane. Angela says, you keep me entertained. And Joanna says, if you can't get turkey stock, chicken stock is just as good, or even vegetarian. Have a very healthy and happy new year. Well, it's certainly better be healthy. Certainly better be healthy. Tom says, captain of the Groovy Gang and the original Spikers group, you're sounding great. Hope you have a great Christmas and happy and healthy new year. Well, I'm here tomorrow morning, 7 till 10. Okay, what's she doing now? She's getting you a rice cake. Oh, God, honestly. Oh, Papa, you're hungry. You're just going to waste away, aren't you, really? Would you like a chocolate biscuit or something, or some cakes or something like that? Something to keep you going for the next hour or something like that? No, it doesn't put me off, seriously. I've got all sorts of little goodies. I've got sort of cakes, or I've got mince. Do you like mince pies? Yeah, I've got a selection of all different types of mince pies. Would you like those ones? They're actually very nice. Look, I'll show you them here. I bought them yesterday in Waitrose. It's their 9 mini pie, little bites of festive flavour. You'd like those, because basically for you that's about just one mouthful, isn't it? So I have got a show to do, but listen, if it's listen, I'll tell you what I've got. You're going to like these. Not a lot, but a little bit. 3 almond top mince pies, 3 orange and juniper flavoured mince pies, and 3 caramelised hazelnut topped baklava pies. Impressed now, aren't you? I'm impressed. You look foaming at the mouth, and they're also good for vegetarians. And if you can find an oven in here that works on gas, it's gas mark 5 for 5 to 6 minutes. We've got one in the corner. It's always useful to have a gas thing, isn't it? I think Nick Abbott built it, you know. But here it is. It's little bites of festive flavour. Because let's face it, I might as well spoil you now, because you're not going to get anything else over Christmas. Will you be having the full English at home, or no? Just turkey dinner. Lovely. Did your mother do that for you? Lovely. Do you help out in the kitchen? Are you like God's little helper? She insists. Yeah, it's probably best actually. Well, oh, you watched The Chase. Oh, you'll love it this time round. They've all dressed up for it, as looks like the Addams Family. Not too difficult for some members of the cast. All right, I'll do those for you. Or I've just got normal mince pies. So, well, your tradition. Okay, well, I've got. Wait a minute. I've also got Waitrose mince pies, essential 6 short crust mince pies. Unfortunately, the one thing they don't have in them is booze. Can you cope without booze? You got booze. You could always pour booze over them. And these ones again, gas mark 5 for 6 minutes. So, yeah. You'll have those ones. Okay, you can share with Minty. She can have one, unless you're going to eat the entire bloody box. You know, in which case, of course, nobody will be a bit surprised. Adrian Childs has signed up for the Christmas Strictly. Oh, God, why is he so miserable? And watch out, Macca, Lad Baby's coming for you. They're number 1, aren't they? Lad Baby are very good. We like them. I think they're fab. Although I've not seen them in this building. I'm sure they've... of course, COVID. The Queen's moving TV speech tribute to Philip on the first Christmas without him, but because she's already recorded them. And I noticed that, who's that anonymous person in America? Can't remember his name. Harriet or something. Harold, could be any of them. And they've actually sort of put out an official picture. I'm sorry, darling, you're nothing to do with the royal family. What do you mean, an official picture? What land are you living in? Ridiculous. It's the first look at Lilibet. Yeah, looks like a baby. Okay, they all look like babies, except this one's got 4 heads and 4 feet and they're flat. You know, I mean, ridiculous. What do they want us to go? Our first look at Lilibet. You really are living in a dream world. Really a dream world. Somebody's quit from Emmerdale. Yes, believe it or not, Charlie Webb. She plays Debbie Dingle. And though they must be the only family, they're actually playing basically sort of wrong-uns. Most of the Dingle family are a bit wrong. And yet they've all got the most perfect teeth. Every single one of them has got perfect teeth. But anyway, it's a bit of a row that's been going on. And so she's decided she's quit. Not so good. Quiet one for me, says Julie, this year. Going to my grandparents for a roast. I just hope Grandad can keep it up this year. Okay, which is nice. And Kevin says, just bought Christmas Day seafood. King prawns, crayfish. Lovely. Lobsters and oysters as well. Good God in heaven. Wow, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I'm not really that big into seafood. Not really. No, not at Christmas. No, Christmas is the time that people love it. Warren in Bromley says, I've just got to meet a girl, Steve, who's way out of my league and is beautiful. How do I approach asking her out? Well, you don't, because she's way out of your league. Yes, yeah. Just tell her you listen to Steve Allen. That generally clinches it for most people. Yes, it's an aphrodisiac in itself. And somebody says, thank you for your company in the dark early hours. And have a fabulous Christmas, says Peter. He says, your company over the weekend is an unexpected bonus. Well, I should imagine it is, actually. Yes, you're probably going to be very grateful for my company. And Julie says, can I recommend doing what I do? I boil my turkey and boil my potatoes, and I have a milk reduction with the giblets blended in as my gravy. Yeah, we're not cooking the turkey, though. It's being done by somebody else, and they're slicing it. We don't waste our time with cooking things. Goodness sake, I have people what do. Okay, and that's the only way to do it. You know, if you go round to somebody's house for Christmas lunch, they're not expecting you to do anything. In fact, nowadays, you go to M&S and you just you buy everything, or you go to Waitrose or any of the other supermarkets. It's all done for you. Just walk out with lots of boxes, and then you just stick it in the oven at the right time. I'll tell you who's going to be trolled. I can almost guarantee it. And this is Gary Speed's widow, Louise. She's just got remarried to a guy called Quinton. And I bet you anything, people will be trolling her, because you get some really thick, stupid people out there. They'll be going, oh, how can you do this, after Gary took his own life and all the rest of it. It was 10 years ago. It was 10 years ago. My advice to Louise would be, if you get anything from anybody, you go to the police. Get these people arrested, get them thrown in prison. You've got to teach them a lesson now. Got to teach them, oh, my God. Who's this? Somebody getting a nice shot in the arm. Oh, Bobby Cole Norris is being allowed to give people injections. Shan't be bothering with that one, thank you very much indeed. And apparently, Mel C says it's the Spice Girls' #1 priority to get back on stage together. Well, it might be, but I don't think Victoria Beckham's remotely interested. Not remotely interested. She didn't want to go out on the last 2 tours. Why would she want to go out again and appear on stage? She just doesn't. She's far bigger than anybody else. Lindsay in Cornwall says, off to the health centre with the husband for yet another ECG today, so I'm with you on the salmon skin. Ooh, horrid, isn't it? Horrid. Definitely not very good. And bar workers gave their boss the finger when they realised he was watching their top-secret Christmas party on CCTV. The staff had not invited the owner to the do at his definitely maybe bar, and he didn't even know it was taking place. So they all went, yeah, like that too. Which is quite good. It was a bit cheeky, but he didn't mind, which is okay, isn't it?
This is LBC.
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewellery and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Christmas Eve. The only thing really is that in an awful lot of East European countries, they celebrate Christmas today. So, they'll have been getting their turkeys ready, and some people have carp. People have all sorts of things. Fish being very traditional in an awful lot of places. So for everybody else who's not celebrating on Christmas Day but celebrating today, have a fantastic meal, which you probably will do. And it'll all go very well indeed. But I think the shops are going to be rammed today. People buying last-minute presents. People rushing out there and going, oh, I've got to get a present, And you sort of think to yourself, oh, God. It's always very difficult, isn't it, knowing what to buy people. Definitely. Thank you for your Christmas cards. Very nice indeed. And Pauline's a fan, which is very nice. Very nice. And I got one actually from... wait a minute. I've got so many texts. The producer always says to me, I've gone mad for texts and emails this morning because you're all up early, which is very good, because the best way to do it. Hope you're well, says Noreen. Shame one of the godchildren's got COVID. Hope she's not too bad. Sadly, it's hitting everybody. Our boy's mummy has just got it, so their Christmas will be quiet. She wasn't feeling too good when we spoke this evening. Hopefully, her husband can cook lunch on Christmas Day. He can turn his hand to most things. Her mum can't help, as her dad is very vulnerable, so she'll have to stay away. But we have all the shopping in, so a peaceful day. Absolutely. Peaceful day is the thing that we all pray for, isn't it? That's what we want. We just want to get through this. That's why, as I say, if you can get the flow test done and all the rest of it, it'll make life a lot easier. It'll save you panicking. But if you go to visit relatives, then best to take a test so you know that you're going to be safe. Mind you, it's a bit frightening. June says, have a very happy Christmas and a very healthy new year. And Rose in Cornwall says, I can't stand the skin either. If you wrap the salmon in foil and put it in the oven, it usually sticks to it, and the skin gets left behind when you lift the salmon up. It's just about bearable then, as you don't have to touch the horrible slimy stuff. I don't like it at all. I really don't. But I went through everything, and I thought it was maybe... Perhaps the actual process of having to take the skin off the salmon is costly, and so in an effort to cut down, they've decided to just cut the chunks of salmon. But I turned it over and saw this thing, and I then got on a bus, went back to Waitrose and went through their entire shelving of, organic and this, turned them all over. Silver. the silver skin. And I've seen people cooking it before and they go, oh, the skin is delicious. I don't think so. Martin says, have you got the pigs in blankets? No, not yet. Not yet. But I will get the pigs in blankets. They're not too difficult to find. I'll either get them from Iceland or I'll get them from Marks and Spencer's. But I don't want to spend all day traipsing around blooming supermarkets. Drives you mad, doesn't it? Although a load of people in the office are going up to visit family and everything else like that. So we all thought, because Dominic's going back to Yorkshire, which is very exciting, we all thought we'd go with him, you know, just to freak the family out completely. You know, Dominic will have to go, these are my friends that I work with. Don't laugh. You know, then we could all go there. And Joe's going off to his family today. He's obviously got his washing with him. And have you brought your trousers so your mother can sew them up? No. You've got rid of those. Beyond the pale. They've gone. And Steve, I'd like to say, says John the lorry driver. Bless. I get a lot of lorry drivers. A lot of lorry drivers. You've made me smile on many mornings. I wish you a fantastic Christmas and a Happy New Year. I'm your one and only John the lorry driver. By Jove, I tell you. And Stella says, have the salmon and save all the skin for me. Oh, no. Don't even mention it. Please don't mention it. Great TV lies and delusions. Walk the Line's Maya Jama. It's our first ever Walk the Line winner. Nadia Abdu Jamfi, I think, or as everybody calls her, the last ever Walk the Line winner. TV celebrity quiz. MasterChef contestant Gemma Collins preparing to eat when she said, trying to get 50 grams of butter on this isn't easy. Answer, A, figgy pudding, or B, an aspirin. Yeah, she's on too many programmes. We've seen the stupid act. It's finished now. Also, Elvis Costello playing Pump It Up at the Royal Variety Show. BBC Two repeating Porridge's brilliant Christmas episode, The Desperation Hours. And I was watching a whole programme yesterday. I got strangely caught up with it, and it was a bloke who appears to live in the Antarctic. He appears to be by himself, and he's a hunter, so he has to go out. Bearing in mind, everything is frozen solid, and he's got a pole, he's got some nylon line and everything else, and he doesn't speak a word of English. So he was speaking in his own, whatever the language was, Icelandic, I suppose, whatever it was, and they were putting the subtitles up, and he was young, and he had to build an igloo. And he showed us, bit by bit, building the igloo, because he does this all the time. Every time he moves, he builds an igloo. And then he lives in it, and he's got, you know, fat and all blubber and all the rest of it, and he sets traps. But they're not the traps you would think of. Over here, they'd be quite dreadful. But he catches things like fish, which are under the frozen lakes, and seals as well. And he puts a net down. He puts two holes about 10 feet apart, and he pushes the net in, and then the seal will go into it and will effectively drown, and then he's got to get them back out again. And at one point, everything was frozen solid, and he's had to roll his sleeves up of his jumper to put his hand in the water. And there was not an M&S in sight. Mind you, had he found seal in M&S, it would have had that silver skin on the back of it. Because we remember, don't we, that David Attenborough programme with the seal lounging on a little ice floe, and the polar bear swims behind it and then pokes its head up and just looks at it. And the seal doesn't see it because seals are a bit simple. And then all of a sudden, the polar bear thinks, I'm going for it. So it literally climbs up onto the ice floe. The seal picked up his skirts and tried to run as fast as he could. Unfortunately, as he dived off the floe, the polar bear dived in after him and grabbed him by the tail and dragged him back on. And it's then that you see the look on this poor seal's face like, I don't think I'm going to get out of this alive. You ever seen this bit before? Oh, this is. It's almost a bit. You feel a bit sorry for them, but if you notice, the polar bear in this scene is very emaciated, and the blubber on that seal will keep it going for over a week. But the seal is blissfully unaware. It is a bit like Jaws because the polar bear can swim, and they do it very silently, and the seal sees nothing at all until the last minute. When he's just sort of bit of sunbathing, but look at all the blubber that is on the seal. That's why polar bears will dig them out if necessary, because polar bears need to restock themselves. Now, any minute, the polar bear's little face pops up behind the seal, And it's at that moment that when the seal pulls itself up onto this small little ice floe, that the seal realises, look, you can see it. That's him on the left. There he is. And he gets up there. The seal can't move fast enough, and he throws himself off, and the polar bear dives in after him. And then it all goes very quiet. I bet they waited ages for this shot. Although actually, there's a certain time that polar bears go out to try and catch seals. And there you go. He catches it, and he then climbs back on to the ice floe, dragging the seal with him, because you don't argue with polar bears. But the trouble is, this is what they have to do all the time, and it's literally, it's been caught, and he will then have to eat this thing to replenish his sort of stocks. Because look how thin the polar bear is. Normally polar bears, if you go out to where polar bears are, you can go out and watch them, and the lorry that takes you out to meet them is so far off the ground, because polar bears, when they stand up, can be between anywhere from 9 to 13 feet tall. They're absolutely enormous. Sometimes when they start wandering into town to go and try and find food, they have to dart them, take them in nets under a helicopter and take them hundreds of miles away so they don't come into town, because, you know, a polar bear that's very hungry can be very dangerous, because, you know, as far as they're actually concerned, it's just food, isn't it? I'm on holiday, Steve, says John, in Bangkok, in Thailand, and I can confirm Christmas is full on here. Fabulous Christmas lunch at the St. Regis Hotel tomorrow. Dinner at the famous Blue Elephant restaurant tonight, so have a wonderful Christmas. Yeah, I thought that they'd have to do Christmas for all the foreign tourists who want to go there. I mean, that's, you know, depends where you go, I suppose. Steve, all my daughters were due to spend Christmas with their partners' families, but one family have come down with COVID, so daughter plus boyfriend having to put up with me Christmas Day, says Kevin the milkman. I wasn't organised enough to send you a card, so I'll say Happy Christmas to you and yours and all the fabulous original Spikers group. Yes, Happy Christmas to everybody. Beverly says, I've ordered pigs in blankets from Ocado. Every delivery since November, and they haven't had them, so good luck with getting them. I saw them the other day, actually, shelffuls. I don't need to go to Ocado. I'm far too resigned to do that. And Phil says, Steve, you won't remember me. You're probably quite right, actually. He says, I was the production manager for the Hippodrome London from 1980 to 87. And he said, I take credit for showing you Above the Satellites, the moving lights. The first time to see the wonderful and the glory of the Minstrels Galleries. An added bonus, I took you down to the Elephant Run. And he said, I received the book The London Hippodrome from Goldsborough Books. My Christmas read is sorted. He said, I took over from my dad, Talk of the Town stage manager, for 20 years, as deputy stage manager of Talk of the Town for the last 4 years of its life, and was caretaker for the venue whilst it was dark, only to be employed by Peter Stringfellow as production manager. And that's Phil Pike. Isn't the book great, Phil? Isn't it great? And also, I've seen the lights on YouTube. I went back on and put in Hippodrome Light Show. And I remember many things about the Hippodrome, and I remember being taken above the light, because there was a person on the follow spot up there. And I remember thinking the history of the place, but my God, you've got better memories than most people, because you were there. You were there, so fantastic. I'm glad that you bought the book. I've got it too, and I absolutely love it. It really is, and I've recommended it to low-ender people. And best read you'll ever have. It'll bring back very good memories, because they do the Talk of the Town years in it, which is great. So thank you for that. I'm very very appreciative of you. Merry Christmas to you and everybody at LBC, says Jackie in Blackfriars. By the way, I started back in September, all done and the drinks delivered last weekend. By the way, you've got an M&S at Waterloo Station. Get your bits. Do you know, you're right. I have got an M&S at Waterloo Station, and I've not got anything else to do today. I don't, I'm not, because I'm not seeing family. I haven't had to take presents down or anything else, which I wouldn't. Alan, another lot. Yes, I'm going to go and have a look in there. It's a big one. Yeah, it's quite a big one. And also the station's fairly empty at the moment, because all of the people from who'll be celebrating Christmas this evening, they won't be going out. They'll have already bought their food. So it should be quite nice, actually. Steve and team, Merry Christmas. I'll be leaving Coffs Harbour at 3 a.m, says Moffy, in the morning to drive up to the family in Brisbane. I should arrive at breakfast time, now on 3 weeks holiday. I have a Bundy rum and coke, glazed ham and my seafood platter. What's a Bundy rum and coke? We don't know what that is. We're totally ignorant, aren't we, honestly? We know nothing at the moment. Bundy's a type of rum. Ah, right. A Bundy rum and coke. Is it very posh? Very posh? Let's have a look. No, it's not very posh. No, it's not very posh. It's the definitive Australian take on the classic rum and cola combo. The exemplary brew combines the familiar strong and smooth taste of Bundaberg. Lovely. Well, you enjoy it. You enjoy it. You enjoy it. Steve, I got pigs in blankets in my delivery from Ocado on Wednesday. Happy holidays from the real Debbie Allen. Yay. Cool. Listen, nice to have your company this morning. Welcome to Christmas Eve. I think you'll all be getting up early this morning, judging by the amount of texts and emails we're getting on the programme. It's good. It's very good news. So more from Ali Ross's column, more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So I'll give you enough time to get up, get a cup of tea and catch the news. Then we'll be back with you in about 3 minutes. Okay, so today, busy day. Best advice, get up early, get out, do the shopping, get back in, feet up, drink in one hand, and happy Christmas.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Happy Christmas, compliments of the season. Everything you wish yourselves, I hope, including Feliz Navidad, including being healthy. There will be a lot of people listening, though, as we discovered over the last week, who have gone down with COVID. You've only got to isolate for 7 days now, as opposed to 10 days, and then you've got to have 2 negative tests. But I'm negative, that's why I'm sitting here. If I wasn't negative, I wouldn't be sitting here. So the good news is I'm okay. But I'm being careful. I'm trying to be as careful as possible. And I wish everybody else exactly the same thing. But you tend to find if one person gets it in the family, the rest will go down fairly quickly. Nicola and Warren in Liverpool say bought a bottle of mead yesterday. Mead. And no idea how to drink it, besides in a glass, or should that be a flagon or tankard? Good God, no. Not a flagon or a tankard. A bit of history for Christmas Day. Hope you and all the crew have a great Christmas. Can't wait to listen tomorrow morning. Everybody keeps saying that to me. I mean, mead, it's alcohol. You know what it is. It's created by fermenting honey with water, sometimes with various fruits, spices, grains, and or hops. So it's fairly alcoholic. It's a bit of an old-fashioned kind of thing. Yes, Tudor times they would have mead. So I don't even know where you'd buy it now. Probably Liverpool, Nicola and Warren. It probably comes in on a ship or something, the mead ship. Or something like that. But no, you just drink it in a glass. I'm recommending sherry this year for everybody. Sherry's lovely, especially if you have it chilled. Put it in the fridge and let it chill down. Nice bottle of Enver cream, woo, or Harvey's Bristol cream, small and dry, a bit like the producer for the first day of Christmas. And John in Smithfield says, Merry Christmas to you and the team. Very quiet up here. Yeah, I think everywhere's going to be quiet today in town. I mean, there's no point in you coming into town. There's nothing to see. Unless you're coming in for Winter Wonderland, because I'm assuming, but you have to book for that. Steve in Chislehurst, the posh part. Yeah, whatever. The posh part of Chislehurst. He says, just getting up extra early to put up the blow-up hot tub for tomorrow's big day. Don't hate, appreciate some cracking shows this year. What do you mean some cracking shows this year? I think you'll find, according to the latest audience figures, all year very cracking shows, highest ever ratings. Thank you very much indeed. But don't try and kid me that Chislehurst has got a posh bit, and you've got a blow up hot tub. I ask it. Mind you, when you say blow up, do you mean as an explosion, or presumably it'll be like that? I should imagine. Deb says, why are you not spending Christmas with the family again this year? It's called COVID, just a slight little thing that's, decimating the country at the moment. You must have heard of it. Apparently, Bundaberg rum is delicious and iconic, a bit like Foster's. Comes from a town in North Queensland called Bundaberg, says Francis. Lovely. I do love a Foster's. In fact, you can't keep me away from the stuff. What is it? What is Foster's? What is that? Oh, lager. Oh, lager. Oh, I have a lager and lime, Steve. That'll be nice, won't it? No, I don't do lager. I don't do anything else apart from Prosecco. Although now, after the management's very kind Christmas gift to me, I do champagne as well, which is very nice. Yeah, the rest of them get Prosecco, but they are on double money, if you please. I mean, honestly, if anybody can afford it. I mean, me, struggling. Goodness sake, honestly. Yeah, I'm on the living wage. Somebody was saying Father Christmases this year can earn 17,000. And I thought, yeah, for the year. That's for the year. I got some mince pie flavoured digestive biscuits, says Davy. Yeah, they do all sorts of different things like that. Oh yeah, the producer had them last year. He said they were horrible, Davy. So obviously you've got different taste to the producer. They used to do Kit Kats in all different flavours, including Christmas pudding flavour. But I don't think it's actually got anything to do with Christmas pudding. I think what they do is they add a few drops of some magical liquid which makes it taste like Christmas pudding. A bit like those sort of odd crisps and things like that. I don't like any. As far as I'm concerned, crisps come in salt and vinegar, roast chicken, and plain, and that's it. And cheese and onion. Anything else? No, not prawn cocktail. That's just disgusting. No, not beef. That's just disgusting. That really is. That's for peasants. You know, all these. I mean, thankfully, I was delighted to report that a couple of the crisp manufacturers are apparently having a bit of a shortage of crisps. Because they're the worst things. I bought in little cheesy biscuits today for them to eat. Because they're like that. Yeah, Walker's chili and chocolate. How pretentious. Chili and chocolate, I ask you. I mean, goodness sake. What sort of people... How much was that? Chili and chocolate. How much was that? 500 quid. Somebody having a bit of a laugh on eBay. Good Lord above. £500? It was... What did we discover the other day that was limited edition? Blooming well have to be. Nobody'd be interested in it. Oh, much better. Oh, look at this. Chicken burrito, fish and chips, madras curry, Thai green curry. What a load of old rubbish. Brussels sprout. I can't even speak now. Brussels sprout flavoured crisps. Do me a favour, Walkers. I think not. So these are their... They've also got 4 football-themed crisps. Chicken tackle, so it's chicken masala, steak and ale, hot dog, and sour cream and sweet chilli. That's what they eat at football, is it? Small wonder we don't do very well at football. Dreadful. But mince pie flavoured digestives, no thank you. No thank. I'd rather go with the mead for Nicola and Warren in Liverpool if I was given the choice. Mead is the kind of thing I could be. I was watching them on the television, that nice lady, somebody Worsley, who does... Lucy Worsley. She was doing something about dancing. Do you know that the song... Oh, God, what was it now? No. Ding Dong Merrily on High, I think. It was never a carol. I think it was Ding Dong Merrily on High. It was a French dance. Dun 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 dun. It wasn't Ding Dong Merrily on High. That was always a carol. There was another one that was not a carol. It was a song that people danced to in Tudor times, but specifically in France. Oh, why can't I remember what it is? Yeah, somebody will know what it was. What was she doing? It was something like that, and somebody was playing it on a recorder. And you do a dance. You do 2 big steps to the right, 2 little steps to the left, 2 big steps to the right, 2 little steps to the left. Yes, let's do the time warp again. It's just a jump to the left and a step to the right with your hand on your hip, not camp. You're doing things right, it's a velvet thrust. I remember seeing that show first time round when it was at the King's Road Theatre. And it was lovely because you'd sit in your seat and the theatre was filthy. So people would eat food and throw it on the floor. They never cleaned the theatre. That added to it. And the cast would come round and they had plastic masks on that were clear, and it made their faces look contorted, and they would peer at you and sort of look at you. Became a bit scary, and then it would sort of start, Michael Rennie to kill the lady. And I thought it was a good show. I've always wanted to be in it. And I interviewed Richard O'Brien on numerous occasions because he was riffraff in it. It was great. It was a good show, and then they moved it. It started off... Where did it start off? I think another theatre down in Sloane Square. I think the Royal Court it started. But it was such a good show. I saw it all over the place. Then the film came out. Biggins was in the film, and there were loads of other people. And Meatloaf. Meatloaf was in the film. He was on a motorbike as well. But I used to love... How do you do, I see you've met my faithful handyman. I could have played the sweet transvestite. Isn't it funny, in those days you could play the sweet transvestite? There's still time, isn't there? I could still do that. I could be in show business, I think. Steve, you can buy mead in Morrison's. You're determined to cheapen it, aren't you? You're determined to cheapen it. Something that comes from Tudor times. And Steve, smoky bacon, Chris, yummy, says Estelle. And Steve, the Polish Christmas Eve meal is pronounced Vigilia. It traditionally consists of 12 courses, but never meat. And Halinka says, I am contributing 2 courses today to our family gathering. And we open our presents in the evening after Vigilia. Did I get that right? Was that as Vigilia? Is that about as good as it's going to get? Vigilia. So what does that mean? Polish? Is that what the meal is called, or is that what the occasion is? You know, whereas we call it Christmas Eve. Do the Poles call it Vigilia? Or is Vigilia the meal? 12 courses. God, Joe, you'd never manage that, would you? Not many. And, okay, here we go. Course number 9. Yes, he's going to take his Christmas card back. I wonder why you'd left the price on it and you'd written it in pencil so that you could sort of, and the receipt. Put it all in there just in case I want to change it. Bill says, Christmas greetings to you and the team, Mr. Steve. Over a year now listening to the show. Wow. A year is not quite good enough, Bill. I don't want to be difficult with you, but I have been here, 43 years. I know it doesn't seem possible, does it, when you listen to me, a young stripling of a boy. Well, I was when I started. In fact, my mother used to push me in the pram and go on, talk, show them you can do it. Was the carol The Holly and the Ivy, says Paul. Dun, 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 dun. Whatever it is, it was designed as a dance, not a carol. Might be The Holly and the Ivy. I don't know. I can't remember. Holly and the Ivy, traditional British folk Christmas carol. The song can be traced back as far as the early 19th century. No, it's not that one. No, it's not that. Come on, you've got to try harder. The holly bears. Yeah, you're barred as well. Leading me down the false road. Normally people are very good on this programme. Steve, Merry Christmas from me and my missus, Bianca. She's never heard of you before, says Joe, but she loves you. I like that. You see, that's good. That's good. All crisps, Steve, taste the same to me, very salty with a chemical aftertaste. Well, I would assume that they are probably like that. Janet in Manchester says, although I've never tried them, Iceland stores have had Christmas tree flavoured crisps. I also wouldn't know what a Christmas tree tastes like. I really would. Although somebody ate one, didn't they? Didn't that come up as a story in the news a short while ago? Somebody had started eating a Christmas tree. I'm having the oddest dreams at the moment. It's like, we're walking in the air, we're floating in the moon. No? Oh, dear. Oh, well, never mind. Yeah, they're poisonous. Are they really? I do love a tree. I love a tree. There's some very pretty trees out. Don't ever plant a willow tree. The roots go for miles.
This is LBC.
The best thing I got on Depop.
That's a good question.
This really nice 80s Adidas jumper.
The corduroys which I'm wearing.
This pink mini skirt.
This Juicy Couture hoodie. Probably my Unif choke boots.
This pair of jeans. I wear them all the time.
The main one I'm quite into at the moment is extreme layering.
Grunge. Y2K.
Relaxed grandpa.
Part-time punk, part-time Polly Pocket. I think coquette is the word.
Baggy, relaxed and a bit out there.
Knicker shorts, like really short short. That's like my favourite outfit at the moment.
I got it on Depop.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I told you James Corden turned up at the Magic Circle with his son. He loved their Christmas show. Loved their Christmas show. Loved in capital letters. He really loved it. In fact, so much so he stayed behind and the magicians were showing him tricks and everything else. His son's very bright. He knows quite a lot about magic. Almost a bit too much. But no, he was very good, and even helped clear the stage afterwards. So I think he'll be a regular visitor. But he's lost 2 stone this year. He struggled with his weight, but he finally turned a corner. He was speaking about joining WW, formerly known as Weight Watchers. He said, I'm down 28 pounds since the start. It's so difficult, isn't it, to lose weight, as many people will say. He's 43 now. He's 43, and he goes back to LA, I think because their show over there, his show, resumes on about the 3rd of January or something like that. Very responsible. One of the world's rarest piglets has been born at a British zoo. It's a critically endangered species. It's a little tiny piddly little thing, which is quite cute, actually. Already it has a mum and dad, and it's at Chester Zoo. Chester Zoo. So there's the place to go to see little piglets, which are quite cute. Pigs. Yes, don't tell it about the blankets, for God's sake. I was watching that the other day, actually. In fact, you actually probably came on air, and it was it was all the people who have bonds with animals, and they haven't seen them for a while, and everything from chimpanzees to giraffes to camels to lions to dogs. I mean, one dog is so overcome with emotion at being reunited with its owner, it faints. It faints. It literally faints just to rub its tummy to get it back together again. Which is sorry, we do that with me. I know. Sometimes we go, is Steve? No, he's fainted again. He's fainted again. Just rub his tummy. Steve, my pal Sue and I saw the Rocky Horror Show in Birmingham. The usherette shone a torch on the lads in front and said, "Put your trousers on," says Mo. I don't get that, actually. I don't know. Let's do the time. Oh, anyway, but it sounds good. They used to actually have to check people when they went to see the Rocky Horror Show. They used to have security on there because people did all sorts of strange things, very strange things. Steve, I met you at the last LBC party in Gough Square about 100 years ago. I think it was about 102 years ago, if memory serves. And Paul says, have a lovely Christmas and New Year. Thank you for lifting me through this year after my awful time with COVID. This time last year. Worst crisps I've heard of, Steve, hedgehog. Why do you want to eat them? I know. You just have to just put it to the back of your mind and sort of think that it's not really hedgehog. It'll be something created in a laboratory. Did you know that the sell-by date on a bag of Walker's crisps will always be a Saturday? Says Terry in Leighton, one of the tallest schoolboys in the country at age 13. Because remember he wrote in yesterday and said he was 6'3" or something. And I said I seem to remember seeing the pictures of a schoolboy who was 6'3" at the age of 13, thinking, blimey, that's people who just sort of shoot up. And in the manufacturing site that they work on, the production weeks start on a Sunday, says Walker. So all products produced in that week will always have the same best before date. As the week ends on the Saturday, the best before date will always end on a Saturday. Now you see, you learn things here. Johnny Perry says, wishing you and the team a very Merry Christmas. I'm not passing on that, Johnny. There's no point spoiling them. It's like I've given them mince pies, but, basically I'm giving them a taste for luxury items. How many of the mince pies are left? How many are left? 4. So you've eaten 2 already. Only gave them to you 10 minutes ago and already you've eaten 2. But anyway, don't feel too guilty about it. Yeah, why are you going to paper chase? Are you going to buy a Christmas card? Oh, right. I bought Christmas cards the other day, actually. I bought, because for you and Minty, I bought your Christmas cards. Have I got it? Do you know, I wish you'd asked me. I could have brought them in. Seriously, I could have. I normally buy a big box of Christmas cards. No, I never did cards that say Happy Birthday Mum, Happy Birthday Dad, No, I never did those sort of things. Warren says, please, can you... Oh, I've lost the blooming thing. He says, please wish Bonnie a happy Christmas from me. Bound to be listening. LOL. Laugh out loud. The team haven't opened their Christmas cards from me because they're very festive. I like to pick a traditional card. I don't like sort of some of these modern things. It's got to be traditional. So I think one of you's got the nativity scene. Actually, I'm not particularly bothered about the nativity scene. I'm not bothered about that. I mean, I'd rather see a robin sitting on an upturned spade. That's always quite good. Or kids peering in a toy shop window. Yeah, spoiler. And the man's coming out and going, go away, you can't afford anything, go away. Yeah, nasty little oiks. And the other one's, I think, a Christmas wreath, which has just got Merry Christmas on it, which is very nice. But they're from charity. I don't normally buy charity shop cards. I don't normally buy them, but they are cancer, from Cancer Research, and which is quite nice. And Warren says, will you be opening up the phone lines on your Christmas show? Yeah, dream on. My producer said that to me, Corey, the other day. I call him my producer. It just keeps him on his toes. And he said, will you be opening up the phone lines? I said, what planet are you from? We've never managed to open them up yet. We do normally get there. But unfortunately, then something happens, and then Ian Dale's on after me. And you know what he's like. He'll be wanting to open up the phone lines, and then they'll be blocked, and there'll be arguments and things like that. But I tend not to. I might do this year, though. I might do. I think the reason, says Warren, that you don't open the phone lines is because you know so many people will be coming in to call you that the phone lines will collapse. There is that danger. That's possibly the reason. Last time we did it, do you remember when somebody asked me the other day, will you be opening up what? Opening up the show on the cameras so you could see me working in the studio? No. The last time we did it, we were forbidden from doing it again because the system did crash. I don't know why. Yeah, the internet broke down because it goes through the internet and people wanted to sort of see me. Although my frightening time, as you know, was when we were in another building and somebody said, I was doing my show as per normal, and somebody said, we can see you in the studio. And I went, yeah, right. And they went, no, we can see you in the studio. And I said, what hand am I holding up? How many fingers and all this kind of stuff? And they guessed right. I went, how can you see me? And they went, because the programme before you had used the same camera system and they'd left it on. They hadn't turned it off, which we have a camera system here. And I'm on now, but only throughout the building, aren't I? Oh, God, can you imagine how embarrassing that would be? But and this person said, I can see you. That turned off immediately. We're going to be messing around with anything there. Steve, I saw, says Leslie, Rocky Horror on the King's Road. It was great, as well as the masks. They had furry gloves. They would touch you with showing you to your seat in the dark. Very, very scary. But Tim Curry was beautiful. I loved it. I thought it was great. We went to see it loads of times. And, Steve, why did Santa get a parking ticket on Christmas Eve? Because he left his sleigh in a snow parking zone. You're definitely barred. Yeah, for life. Normally I'd just do it for a short space of time, but no, for life. That's for life. That means you'll never, ever be able to write to us ever again. Or any show, not just this show, any show at all. Barred from the system. That's my present to you. Start messing with me, I tell you. So there was a thing the other day of an app on a grocery line, and it was a rogue promotional code, and it promised £25 worth of goods for just a £1.80 delivery fee. Unfortunately, one shopper got £2,000 worth of booze before the 24-hour blip on the Gorillas app was fixed. Others got food and booze worth up to £1,000. Two thrilled customers throw their Gorilla bags in the air next to a table filled with Jägermeisters, gin, beer and Baileys, plus a steak dinner and toothpaste. They've got a picture here. Because Gorillas is a German-based grocery delivery company that promises to have orders at people's door within 10 minutes in areas of London. I mean, it's seriously getting brilliant now. Does Darren use it? Wow, amazing. No, what does he get? What does he order? Does he order booze online? Just food, bless his heart. He doesn't look as though he eats much food, though, does he really? He doesn't, I don't think he cooks, does he? No. I mean, who wants to, for goodness sake? He has people what do for him. Police smashed a car window to dramatically rescue a driver from a sinking vehicle which had rolled into a lake. This is in a place called Annesley in Nottinghamshire. The driver had inches of air between his head and the roof. You know, when so the car starts filling up with water and you have to turn on your back to breathe because that's the only bit of air at the top of the thing. No, well, you will. Okay, don't push it. I'll tell you. Warren says James O'Brien loves the cameras. He gets all dramatic and his arms start flying everywhere. Does he? I don't know. I've never seen that, actually. James O'Brien getting dramatic. I think that's quite funny, actually. Cook that dinner like a pro. Rest the turkey for as long as you cook it, says Raymond Blanc. Well, it cooks in hours, doesn't it? I'm not sure about that. Pimp your gravy with a big splash of dry sherry, says Tom Kerridge. Delia Smith says steam roast potatoes instead of parboiling. John Terode says use the fan oven for turkey. and it won't dry out, which is good. What does Heston Blumenthal say? Boil peelings with potatoes for extra flavour. Nigella Lawson, I don't know what she says half the time. You don't like boiling the peelings? Have you done that before? No. Nigella says, drench your roast potatoes in semolina. I've heard of that before, actually. That's an old one. I like Tom Coage's pimp your gravy with a big splash of dry sherry. I'm all in favour. The more booze you can use, the better it is. Yeah. Apparently, Nigel Slater says, start the bird on its breast and turn halfway through, and don't make up your own Essex jokes, all right? Goodness sake, honestly. Marinade in mead, says the producer. Mary Berry, cook stuffing separately so it's nice and crisp. My mother always used to do that. She would cook it separately. You get a tray of stuffing now and just shove it in the oven. The Hairy Bikers say our favourite drink is a Christmas pudding vodka. That sounds quite nice. My favourite was Mars Bar vodka. Was it Mars Bar? No, it was toffee vodka. No, toffee vodka. Toffee vodka's great. You'd like toffee vodka. You drink it, you don't add anything to it, you just literally slug it. Jaffa Cake rum. Jaffa Cake rum. £24.95. How rich do you think we are? God, blimey, honestly. Jaffa Cake gin. Wow, I'm not into gin. I don't do gin at all. Oh, I've got to do a thing, actually, because we have the Spikers Christmas tree competition. I have to pick one out of the finalists. So I'm going to do that very shortly.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. Tomorrow, Steve, says Ian in Sparkford, will be the first day off since the 1st of November. Myself and my team in Sparkford in Somerset have delivered over 80,000 parcels in the local area. Wow. Richard says, is it true the last time you opened the telephone lines, John Logie Baird was your technical consultant? Goes back even further, actually. Julietta says, a short while ago you said you wouldn't bar anyone at Christmas, and now you've just barred someone. Turkey Crown is out the front. Well, you have to, if they send in bad jokes. It's an automatic bar on the programme. Terry in Leighton Buzzard says, I was featured in the Sun newspaper. In 1971, I'd fallen in the river on the day whilst fishing. When I got home, the Sun photographer was waiting to take my picture. The neighbours thought I'd won the competition to go to the World Cup after completing my World Cup stamp collection. Exactly 4 years a day later, I met my ex-wife. Happy days, as they say. Happy days. I like that idea. Thank you very much indeed. 26 minutes to 6. Now we have the original Spikers group, and I've got 4 finalists. They all had to send in pictures of their trees, their Christmas trees, and little Julie says. She sent it to John Warrington, actually, then sent it on to me. Hi, John, your 4 finalists' names should be on the photos. Can Steve choose the winner and reveal on Christmas Eve? I certainly can. I mean, the 4 run. I'll do it later, actually. I'm going to make you wait. I'm going to do it from, I think, about 6:15, which would be quite a nice idea. What else have we got? Marcus Waring says, never roast parsnips. They come out tough. I don't like parsnips. I know a lot of other people seem to like parsnips at Christmas, but I'm not one of them. Not one of them. I'm trying to work out, actually, on Raymond Blanc says, rest the turkey for as long as you cook it. I mean, that's a bit amazing, isn't it? And Hugh Fernley Whittingstall says, give stuffing a meaty hit, add turkey liver. Oh, dear. Not sure about that. And I was also watching the other day, another celebrity programme. It was Celebrity The Cube. Again, God, I'm so bored with celebrity programmes, mainly because you have to try and work out in your mind who the celebrities are. Because if it's somebody off, Love Island, it could be just about anybody, because we've got no idea who they are, and hopefully they'll disappear into obscurity again. It's really terribly naff. But they seem to sort of come up with these people, and then once you see them on one programme, you seem to see them on quite a few other programmes, and all the time I'm going, oh, not them. Not them again, please. Daily Star today, the world's shyest couple try to outdo the world's most famous granny. They've released their picture over in America. Perhaps it forms their Christmas card. Who they send it out to, I can't imagine, but I should imagine not very many people. Things they don't seem to have very many friends. Kim Marsh was left red-faced after thinking Lad Baby scored a Christmas #1 singing I Love a Sausage Party. I mean, it's a sausage roll, dear. The former Corrie star appeared on the Christmas edition of The Weakest Link. Most of them appeared to be very weak. The show's host, who, as you know, is Ramesh Ranganathan, asked for the full title of Lad Baby's 2019 hit, but Kim struggled to give an answer and then blurted out party. After the studio laughter died down, Ramesh said, let's just say bakeries seem to be more interesting around your way. I mean, I love sausage party. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Perhaps they are particularly dim, these people. Sausage, I know. I love sausage rolls. That's what it was. Very weak. Yes, you are the weakest thing. Goodbye. We like that, don't we? I'd be very good at that, actually. And do you remember I did say to you before Christmas, I said, I bet you anything, I'll find a story that is somebody who has all their Christmas presents nicked. Here they are. Here they are. This is a couple here. Apparently the couple is so devastated they've posed for the cameras for the Daily Star, with the children looking as though, you know, the ground has opened up and swallowed up the entire house. And they're very, very embarrassed. I mean, the worst thing is, the callous raiders swiped gifts that had been put into bags ready to be placed under the tree and then nabbed the vital lateral flow testing kits. They're more upset about that. They've taken all the Christmas presents, says Samantha. Mum Samantha Headland says her 2 children, aged 11 and 12, are devastated they have no gifts to open and are terrified after the break-in. Oh, poppers. That's awful, isn't it, really? Why should they be? Why should they have to suffer? But they took 2 boxes of lateral flow tests, and the children have brought them home ready to go back to school in the new year. How could they ruin Christmas? Says the family here. Samantha also believes that they scoffed boxes of sweets and chocolates, which were on a coffee table. I mean, it's so unnecessary, isn't it? At this festive side, she says downstairs everything was open and messed up, and in the dining room they'd taken my watch, emptied my handbag, and taken £50 and also taken my rings. Fancy leaving them down there in the first place. That's not very clever, is it? She says, I'm not bothered if I don't get any presents, but it's just for the children. The kids were so looking forward to doing their COVID flow test. You know, and now they haven't got it. And you can't get the blooming things. They're not available anywhere. But anyway, Superintendent Kevin Broadhead of Nottinghamshire Police said no child should be without presents to open on the most special and festive day of the year. And for this to happen so close to Christmas is incredibly sad. I mean, it really is, actually. I agree, absolutely. Thank God for Nottinghamshire Police. At least they've got some hearts there. But no. But you always get it every year, though, don't you? They just change the name of the family and they go, somebody broke in and nicked all their presents. I mean, the theft of the tests comes after nationwide struggles to get access to kits in the wake of the Omicron variant outbreak and a supply chain crisis. And they were looking forward to that, but they've got nothing to open. Well, so don't worry, Joe, you can go out today and get some stuff. Can't be that difficult, can it? If this story's just appeared today, this obviously happened the day before. So I'd get out there and sort of get some presents. I mean, yeah, you've got another chance to actually get stuff, but I love the posed picture. One of the kids is resting his head on the shoulder of his mum, and they all look very depressed about the whole thing. I mean, you should be down the shops for them. Don't let them be depressed. You don't want that. Definitely don't want that. Steve. Family Christmas dinner is a nightmare because we have 3 meat eaters, 1 vegetarian and a vegan, says Pat. Listen, I can't say anything about that at all. Eric in Stoke Newington said, I've just got back home from Billingsgate Market, Mayhem. I celebrate Christmas this evening, but my boyfriend, Benny, has COVID. Oh, dear. So it's 3 kilos of tiger prawns and Netflix for me this evening. Oh, that's so awful. Really is. What? Honestly, I'm just trying to show concern, you know. Yeah, well, it's not very nice, is it, really? But at least the tiger prawns will sort of cover it, I suppose. But don't you, if you have COVID, if you've tested positive, does that mean that you can't really taste anything? Yeah, so it doesn't really matter whether they have tiger prawns or not, because they're not going to taste the blooming things, are they? Yeah, even porridge wouldn't be that exciting, would it? Although I do like porridge with a swirl of cream on it. That's great. And we used to put sugar on our porridge years ago and then stir it. I used to love sugar on porridge, but I haven't had sugar for ages. Will you be doing the lottery on Christmas Day, says Ollie? I'm doing it today, I think, because it's Friday, isn't it? I lost track of where we are. I don't know where we are at the moment. So, yeah. So it's Euro Millions, which I think is worth about 45 million, 54 million, 52 million. I don't know. Something. Whatever it is, it's a lot of money. but I haven't won anything the last 2 times. So I'll definitely be doing the lottery as my little sort of treat. 58 million tonight, is it? Ooh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. 58 million. What would I do first? Million each. I never said that. Just in case it becomes legally binding on the programme. Kevin the restaurateur says, very Merry Christmas to you and the team. The very best advice for cooking Christmas lunch: get somebody else to do it while you enjoy the Prosecco. Well, I'm all in favour of that, getting somebody else to cook Christmas lunch. And what was the French song you were talking about? Mike Oldfield recorded something like in Dulce Jubilo. Da dun da dun da dun da dun dun da dun da dun da dun dun da dun da dun 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 da dun da dun da dun da dun da dun da dun dun da dun da 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 dun da dun da dun da dun. And so it went on. No, it wasn't that one at all. It was actually what I thought was a carol. That's what I thought. Mark says, I literally laughed out loud at the Christmas present theft story. Oh, well, a bit upsetting. He said it was so upset they managed to pose for the cameras. Well, they've obviously said, can you look suitably fed up? And they do look suitably fed up. You know, one of the boys, I don't know if it's 2 boys or boy and a girl. They've just got 2 children, 11 and 12. And it's a case, I haven't got any presents to open. But I mean, she has got today to get to the shops quickly and buy, even if you buy them a few little bits and pieces. Yeah, she's got another photo shoot for another paper, the producer said. He's so cynical. See, me, I wouldn't have said that. But I did predict there would be somebody who has lost their Christmas presents. Some little toe rag somewhere would have actually sort of taken them. So it means that they don't get to enjoy the festive season. It's the cost, isn't it? It's the cost, because I don't know whether or not you can have insurance for stuff like that. Steve, I had a nightmare getting M&S extra whipped cream, brandy cream and a Yule log for my partner Wendy's mum. 58 million, and she can have a Yule log every day. We could buy the factory that makes them. They were showing them making Christmas cards the other day, handmade Christmas cards. They decided to send that Greg What's-his-face out there to Greg Wallace, the one with the fake smile. He's either got too many teeth in his mouth or he's not used to smiling. It doesn't work, actually. He goes, wow, yeah. And so I didn't know that there was a shortage of extra whipped cream. I like it extra thick, which you can always get. Rose says, I haven't texted you for ages, but we still listen every day. Happy Christmas, or as Harry says now, happy holidays. I know, it's awful, isn't it? Ellie, my resident baker in Walthamstow, says, here I am out delivering today, and quite a few of my lovely customers have COVID. The Omicron variant apparently does not rip your sense of taste and smell. So we'll talk tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, so you're all right with COVID, are you? The new variant. Yeah. Oh, it's such a pain. It really is. When can we get back to normal? Yeah. Halloumi fries they've got here. Next Christmas. That's it. Asian-inspired selection from Tesco. They look quite nice. All the supermarkets. What's the matter? Halloumi fries are lovely. Perhaps we should get some and send it to that family who had they lost all their presents because they didn't get the COVID, the jab. And fancy having those things like that under your tree. Yeah. I hope so. I hope people help them out. That'd be nice. Warren says, here's my tip for a fantastic Christmas jus. Cool the turkey on top of a trivet. A trivet, just in case you don't know what a trivet is, it's the thing it just rests on. Of onion, carrot, leek and celery chopped up into large pieces. Cook your turkey as advised. Wait a minute, I've lost it. Oh, cook your turkey as instructed. Afterwards, use all the juices from cooking the turkey. Keep to one side, removing all the fat. Deglaze the roasting tin with white wine. Allow it to reduce to a sticky glaze. Add the turkey slices. Reduce. Add a large spoonful of cranberry jelly or sauce, and add a great big splash of port. Take off the heat and melt slowly by whisking. Sounds quite nice. A large good amount of cold real butter. Set aside to keep warm, seasoned to taste. Sounds big. I'll just take it out the oven, let it rest for about 15 minutes, and in the gob it goes. It's as simple as that. I love it. I love Christmas lunch.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company. 12 minutes to 6 is the time. They've got some images taken by NASA's Mars rover. Don't you find space travel amazing? Don't you find, when they take pictures on other planets And there's one here. It's they've got pictures of rock formations. These are on planets far, far away. Far, far away. I mean, I'm fascinated by these sort of things. I really am. A staple of the Christmas dinner, pigs in blankets, synonymous with the festive season, but not always. They really weren't always. I mean, I don't remember, as a child, I don't think we had them. The oldest mention of pigs in blankets dates back to 1882. So, not too far back, I suppose. And it was basically bacon pinned back with a toothpick before it was grilled or fried until the bacon cooked, served on hot toast. Pigs in blankets, as we know them today, came from America, first appearing in Betty Crocker's Cooking for Kids. We ate more than 128 million of them last Christmas. 128 million, that's an awful lot. And there's a National Pigs in Blankets Day celebrated here and in America. There are different variations. Apparently, in the States, pigs in blankets are sausages wrapped in croissant-style pastry with, while Wiener Winks are sausages with bread around them, which sounds quite nice. Mexicans make theirs by wrapping sausages in tortillas and deep frying them, while in Germany they're wrapped in pancakes. In China, their lapcheong boa is sausage wrapped in pastry and steamed, and in Denmark, US-style pigs in blankets are called sausage horns. So now you know. This year, Bristol restaurant, the Jolly Hog, served only food and drink made from pigs in blankets, including a trifle. That's what I'm going to be getting today, a trifle. And as part of their festive offerings, Sainsbury's are selling pigs in snow blankets, which are the usual snack, wrapped in a sushi roll with cranberry sauce and crispy onion topping. Wow, sounds nice. Fabio's Gelato in Hitchin made an ice cream sundae featuring vanilla gelato, maple syrup, sausages and bacon. I don't think you can really put things like that, can you? I don't think so. Christine says, my daughter tested positive last Saturday, having to isolate at the worst possible time. Granddaughter home from uni, grandson and girlfriend there. Myself and the rest of the family due to go Boxing Day. We were thinking still possible if daughter tests negative. However, son-in-law tests positive on Wednesday. And now my grandson yesterday. So like you, Steve, I think... we can safely say it's cancelled. Oh, by the way, says Christine, I'm with you on the skin on salmon. Revolting. I know, it sounds horrid, doesn't it? We're all in agreement on that one, apart from a couple of little people. Winner's Recruitment in Truro advertised the job of making pigs in blankets this year. 20 quid an hour they're paying. 20 quid an hour, but you've got to make them. You've got to put the sausage in a piece of bacon and roll it around there. Can't be that complicated, can it? Now, if you go somewhere, a man called Andre Ortolf, who holds the record for most pigs in blankets made in a minute. How many can he make in a minute? 20, exactly. Oh, that's a good guess. Or did you read the story? Oh, you read, yeah, it was you. Pigs in blankets, 20 he made. Wow. There's also the Cocktail Society, crafted a pigs in blanket cocktail, using a classic old-fashioned and giving it a porky twist. Includes a rich bourbon twist infused with bacon fat, cocktail sausages and a dash of cranberry juice. I don't think you should have sausages when in booze or something like that. That's not very nice. I don't like that at all. Well, yeah. Aled Jones, dressed up as a snowman, he gate crashes this morning, claiming he was booked to appear. And Philip Schofield has to say, no, Aled, we have to stop. I'm sorry. We've booked Leona Lewis. Somebody should have told you. I love a wind-up. Very good, isn't it? I'm looking forward as well to seeing the lost episode of Morecambe and Wise from October 1970s, 45 minutes, restored back to its former glory, which you can do, actually. It's very... You can send in photos and cine-film and stuff like that, which is good. It's found in an attic, yes. Their attic. Not just a attic, their attic. Steve, Merry Christmas. Like you, I don't like to eat anything labelled reformed ham. However, my reason is different from yours. I think it's unfair that the pigs are slaughtered after they've got their lives back on track. Get your coat, you bard. Okay, simple as that. I'm not having any of them stuff here. Grumpy-faced TV presenter Adrian Chiles confessed to cracking a few smiles after signing up for the Christmas Day Strictly show. Yeah, for how much money, mate? How much money? He's going to be joined by, here we go, this is the tremendous lineup. Fred Sirieix, again. I mean, really. Mel Gidroych, Moira Stewart, Jay Blades, and Anne-Marie. Who's Anne-Marie? She's a singer. What's she doing? Honestly, all these people sell out, don't they? You know, what are you doing, darling? I'm doing Strictly for Christmas. I thought you were somebody committed to singing. No, that's just the act. You know, I love it. I love it. No commitment to these people anymore. I'm always intrigued by a picture of Lad Baby. Mark and Rox Hoyle could be persuaded to release a 5th charity single if it means getting warring Oasis brothers Noel and Liam back together. They're still arguing. Over what? I can't remember. He said, I can hear it now. Rock and roll star becomes sausage roll star, sausage roll wall. Yeah. I'm not your Wonderwall. Oh, that was quite good, actually. Yeah, it's good. And whether or not it goes any further than that, I've got no idea. Loads of people with their doggies and babies and little creatures that they sort of dress up. Here's this bloke climbing the high wire between 2 balloons, which he went, oh, no. And believe it or not, a horrified diner found what in her box of KFC hot wings? A cockroach? No. No. A worm? No. She found a chicken head. A chicken. The grim find, complete with eyes and beak, was coated in batter. How does that happen? The woman named Gabrielle left a 2-star Just Eat review for the meal at a branch in Feltham in West London after sharing a picture. She said, put me off the rest of my meal. Why didn't you just go to the shop and say, look, and yeah. But one person said they wish they could go back in time by 2 minutes when I hadn't seen it. What does it take to get 1 star? Somebody said, at least you know it's real. KFC said on Twitter that it was the most generous 2-star review ever. God. But a spokesman said it's incredibly rare, saying this has clearly slipped through the strict process, the checks in place at the moment. Oh, well, it must be. It must be, because I would have thought they... Anyway, I don't know. It does put you off, doesn't it, a little bit? And saucy Brits get the hot stuff. Nando's do a sweet chili jam. And believe it or not, they're the big winner. Sales have rocketed to 35.4 million. At the same time, Heinz salad cream lost 3.7% of its sales to end the year on 27 million. I like salad cream. I've got some salad cream at home. And I've got a salad. It's a crunchy salad. I'm going to have it today because I'm feeling healthy. Ooh, look at me, honestly, being all clever. And then, by the way, when Tudor says things reformed, I won't buy any ham or luncheon meat or anything like that. If you turn over the packet, it will say made from reformed meat. What it is, they've basically blasted it, and then it's all compressed and put together. I don't want anything like that. I don't want anything like that at all. Some places do that with sort of chicken nuggets. Yeah, made from reformed chicken. And it's basically blasted so that every last piece of meat comes off the chicken, or it can be ham. It can be all sorts of things. You've got to check on the back. If it's got that, I put it back on the shelf. Just do. Anne says, thank you for keeping everybody company during hard times. I thought, well, to be honest with you, Anne, as you know, it's been... Listen, I've got away lightly, very, very lightly. Other people have suffered very badly with families and people who've actually lost people, and negative today. I tested myself today, and I'm negative. Because it's easy to do if you can get the test kits. That's the problem. Even on my local chemist stores, they've got a sign saying we have no COVID. What do they call them? Fast flow? Lateral flow. But you get... The whole kit is fabulous. And it's easy to wrap. You could give it to... Oh, they had it neck, didn't they? So, but the sort of people who are going to come round and pinch your Christmas presents, they're not going to know what lateral flow testing is. Are they really like gold dust? Wow. Well, I've got... You got yours nicked, did you? Oh, yes, you did. Yeah. Minty said she's my AP, and at the moment, keep her on her toes, and she had hers pinched, whereas we have CCTV cameras, watch it, because loads of people nick things nowadays, and these things are easy to see because it says on the box what it is. It's got a label on one side with your name on it, and on the other side it tells you it's the COVID lateral flow test. So it's not exactly, they're not exactly gift wrapping, are they? Yeah, guard them with your life. You get one, really. Really. Steve, big hug, Steve, from Shelley in Sunderland. Merry Christmas, and to you and the gang. Thank you for being there. I can't believe it's still Christmas Eve. Can you believe it's Christmas Eve today? Can you believe it? Wow. Like you, I shop in Iceland from time to time. I agree with you, says Anne, about the mash. You must try Aunt Bessie's mini roast potatoes. They're little and very crispy. But she says, I know you don't like cooking. Just bung them in the oven while the telly's on. Steve, my recipe for turkey gravy is amazing. Get the purple tub of Bisto gravy, place in a jug of hot water and stir and say thank you to Linda Bellingham. What a good idea. Lovely Linda Bellingham. Lovely Linda Bellingham. Matt says, do anybody know where I can buy a family-sized mince pie? I want one that'll serve 8 slices more. The only sort of place that you would probably get them from would be a baker's. You wouldn't get them from anywhere else. They just do mince pies. But the Aunt Bessie's crispy home-style mini roasties. They look quite nice, don't they? They look good. They look good. Woo. From Tesco. Don't know how much they are, but they can't be that expensive, can they? How much are they? £2. £2 for mini roasties. Lovely. Steve says, Phil in Streatham. Morning, Steve. Merry Christmas. I'm a culinary doctor. I've just cured a ham. Right, you're barred for life. Steve, you're right. Reformed ham doesn't sound great, but mechanically separated chicken sounds worse, says Johnny. I know. It is. I've seen them doing it. They basically do it, and it comes out as slop, and then it's reformed into something. It looks like porridge. I know. We seem to eat anything nowadays, don't we? Top Gear presenter Chris Harris was so posh, his parents hid his presence in the sauna when he was a child. He wore a velvet suit for his family's festive lunch at their home in Buckinghamshire. You've just alienated 90% of the audience, mate. Not very good, is it? And a charity is working very hard to ensure homeless people and their pets are cared for over Christmas. It's called Street Paws. You can find them on streetpaws.co.uk. So there's another load of people doing a lot of good work out there.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. Happy Christmas. Welcome to Nearly There, Nearly There. Very exciting, very exciting. One more sleep, and then, not for everybody listening. I've got lots of listeners overseas who'll be celebrating today and having their presents and all the rest of it, as you heard earlier on from Helinka. And for everybody else, even Jez in Hammersmith says, Merry Christmas to you, Steve, and the LBC production crew. That'll be you two. That's it. I remember seeing it ages ago, Mike Dickin, sadly no longer with us, a veteran LBC presenter, and he won a Variety Club award for Best Radio Show. And before him, there was a BBC programme that had won an award, and so the presenters were there with a team of about 20 people. And then they announced Mike Dickin was the independent local radio presenter of the year, and he turned up with one person. He said, this is my team. He said, this is commercial radio, and that's how it works. At the BBC, they're vastly overstaffed, as you know. On most of their radio programmes, they've got way too many people working on them. Sometimes you'll find 10, 15 people. It's quite frightening. Whereas you come to commercial radio, and it'll be down to 2 or 3. Mainly breakfast shows have probably got about 6 people on, I would think, in commercial radio. Not all commercial radio. Some of them, it's actually sort of an awful lot less than that. Yes, in some programmes, it's the presenter all by themselves, doing it. Yes, I've asked for ages now, could I work by myself, please? It makes it a lot easier. It's a lot cheaper. We can save money. I'll learn how to drive the desk. Isn't it funny, all these years, I've never managed to learn to drive the desk. And I don't think I really want to, actually. Steve, very happy Christmas. Thank you for the hours of listening, says Anne in Richmond. On your recommendation, I got some M&S mini chicken Kievs to die for. They're all, I like them. I bought some all the other day because tomorrow nothing will be open, so I'll have to have some food in. But I'll have Christmas lunch, which is very nice, at 4:00, which we're looking forward to. And but you need some other little nibbles, so I'll have to get a loaf of bread today. And then I can have some toast, peanut butter and things like that. Just to get you through the day, because there's nothing open. Although I suspect probably by Boxing Day I'll manage to find some shops open. But I don't need anything. Luckily I've got loads of Prosecco in, so that's sorted out. We're very happy. David says, Steve, I'm alone again on Christmas Day. Very grateful for your company. Radio's a lifesaver. Got some vol au vent and mini quiches. Ooh, you're a bit posh, aren't you? Actually, to be honest with you, I do love vol au vent. I'm not so mad about mini quiches, but I like vol au vents. What's the matter? What? You don't know what vol au vents are? They're those little, you put them in, they're round, okay, And then when you put them in the oven, they rise up, and then you put a filling in the top of it. Like puff pastry, yes. You do. Of course you know. Can you believe he doesn't know what a vol au vent is? Unbelievable. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. So mad. Mad as a fruitcake. That's why I want to work by myself. Fancy, you must have had vol au vents. My mother used to put creamed chicken in. You cut chicken up into little bits and pieces. No, but they're, well, you probably call them vol au vents or something like that. And you know what quiches are, don't you? Good. See, they're all right. I don't mind that. But the little chicken Kievs in M&S, they had them last year and the year before and the year before. They're not the most adventurous, but, I mean, they are nice. And I just shallow fry them. They only take about 2 or 3 minutes. Now, they're sort of succulent mini chicken Kievs, although, to be honest with you, I haven't actually checked. It's a retro favourite with a garlic herby sauce. It's a herby cheese filling. They're very nice and very useful if you're having a party, if you've got some friend round. You know, then you can sort of make sure you get the flow test, though, first. Don't invite people round without checking. I've got to do it tomorrow, but I'm very good. So you don't need to worry, actually, David. Being alone, you've got the radio in the morning. You've got Ian Payne on before me tomorrow morning, and then I'll be here for breakfast from 7. So don't sort of turn on and go, where is he? Where is he? Where's he gone to? From 7 tomorrow till 10. And apparently Deck the Halls with Boughs of Holly is a Welsh carol from the 1500s, says Michael. Look, see you bark. I love that. Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Don we now our gay apparel. I'm always worried about that line. Don we now our gay apparel. Who's Don? And why is he wearing gay stuff? What's going on? This was from the 1500s. You can imagine what the gay bars were like in those days, can't you? 1500. Hey, nonny, no. Would you have a mead with me? God, dear me. Steve, Boots had plenty of tests available every time I've been in there recently, says Tara. Wishing you all a fabulous Christmas, and thank you for being here to bring us cheer for a very grisly year. Yes, it has been grisly. I pray, like the rest of us, that next year's going to be a lot better. A lot better. It'd be nice to actually sort of go back to what they call normality. That's what I'm hoping for, anyway. Sorry to hear it'll be Christmas for one. Don't worry, Steve. Oh, no, it's not Christmas for one. No. Christmas for 2, plus I work in the business, so I'll be celebrating Christmas Day morning with a whole load of people that you normally wouldn't choose to work with. Yeah, 50 million people I'll be working out with. So it's never Christmas for one, never ever. In fact, it's definitely Christmas for 7 of us. 7 of us, all tested and good, which is fantastic. But he said, I'm in the same position. I'm with my friend's family on Christmas Eve, as I said at the start of the week, but they're doing it a day early. But Christmas Day, it's just me. Oh, no. That's the time I will be busy with things. I'll be in here, then going home Christmas Day, then sort of watching a couple of Christmassy things, and then it'll be good old me and Lynn again. Roast potatoes, veg, mash, quiche. I'm a vegetarian, and syrup pudding and custard. I'm going to be sick. Syrup pudding and custard? Who has syrup pudding and custard? Not surprised you're alone on Christmas Day. Blimey. That's not exactly a win-win-win situation, is it? Would you like to come round for dinner? Aye, we're having quiche. Aye, yeah, and yeah, Northern. And we're having syrup pudding. Hello? Who's going to go round to anybody who's having syrup pudding and custard? Definitely not. I wouldn't mind spotted dick and custard. That I could cope with, definitely. Chicken in mushroom soup was a filling for vol au vent, says John in Kent. Was it? Oh. Or whatever it was, actually. It's all good. Howie says, Merry Christmas from Brooklyn. Oh, not the Beckham kid again, is it? Oh, please don't do this to me, honestly. And you're the best thing since sliced bread, says Maggie. Yeah, but of course, if you haven't had sliced bread. Has anybody ever bought a loaf where you have to slice it yourself? You ever done that? Oh, you bought that? From the bakers. Oh, right. God, you're so posh, honestly. So posh. From the bakers. Yes, we bought artisan bread. I don't think I've ever done that, actually. I'm sure I must have done. We used to buy bread rolls years ago. Bruce Forsyth was older than sliced bread. Yeah. You sent me that thing with Bruce Forsyth. But he never did that game. He never did The Price is Right. No, he didn't. Bruce Forsyth never did The Price is Right. It was Leslie Crowther. Go on. Oh, yes, he did, actually. He did. I've just remembered. He did. The Price is Right. Yes. Leslie Crowther did it first. I'm not apologising. I don't apologise. The words stick in my throat. I see. I can't get it out. The word's just not there. Yeah. He only did it for a short while though. Only did it for a short while. But yeah, few years. That was a short while in terms of shut up. Don't 6 years. Well, it was 6 years anyway. He also did the Come On Dollies, Do Your Dealing. Do you remember that one? Which was called Play Your Cards Right. There was The Price Is Right. But he learned how to do game shows. There were very few people. See, nowadays they get loads of people who do game shows, but they're not experts at it. Whereas people like Bruce were experts at doing game shows. He sold a game show to you. Alan Carr was doing, I know, and that ghastly. Really, how can you honestly take something that's done by the master and replace it just with a camp version? Back with Don and his gay apparel all over again, I think. But no, I used to like watching it. They had somebody in America who cheated. Turns out that they were benefit fraudsters in America. They did the same show and they got caught out because there they were on television, having told the office that they couldn't do anything, could barely lift a teaspoon to their mouth. And here they were being able to pull that huge wheel round because it has to do one circuit, as they explain. Another one here, Steve, first Christmas without our mum, says Kathy in Nottingham. Going to miss her so much. We loved her homemade mince pies and cheese and pineapple on sticks. Oh, don't tell me she made cheese and pineapple on sticks. I used to love that. Honestly. It's funny how people now think it's a bit retro, don't they? They go, oh, cheese and pineapple on sticks, and you go, yeah. And my mum did mince pies. Somebody sent me in some mince pies. They were absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. And really nice. Martin in Carlisle, did you see McFly have done a rock cover of Walking in the Air? Have they? We're walking in the air. No, I can't see that at all. I liked it. But it was never sung by Aled Jones. He didn't sing. On the film, it was a chorister. It wasn't Aled. Everybody thinks it was Aled who did it, but he didn't. He did record Walking in the Air, yeah, but he didn't do it for the film, which a lot of people think he did. I see that somebody... who was I talking to today about Kelly Brook? Somebody said, oh, I'd love to meet Kelly Brook. Oh, I know who it was. It was Mike up at Prop Doc. He said, I love Kelly Brook. Well, she's in the paper today, actually, wrapping up well, wearing a woolly jumper from her F&F range and a beanie hat. And we love Kelly. She's on the floor above me. Obviously, makes it sound like I'm in the basement or something like that. But no, she's in here every day. So Warren says it's not a mince pie if it's large. It's a mince tart. And so he sent me in a picture of a minced... It looks delicious. He says, don't forget, I did work in 5-star hotels and Michelin restaurants, so it's a minced tart. You can get them with sort of a crumble topping as well. Look at that. There you go. On the left-hand side, fruit minced tart. And so that looks quite nice. You'd have that with custard, wouldn't you? That'd be good for, yeah. Won't be getting that at home over the festive season. I don't know who makes those things. Where do they sell them? Is it the bakers? Yeah. Like The Price Is Right. I know, Jackanory case. Steve, I thought I was dreaming, says Linda in Bromley, when I heard you read out a message on Wednesday from my husband, Brian. I'm so excited about going to Pantoland today. Thank you for making the surprise more special. You'll love it. I think it's for adults. I don't think it's for children. I think it's for adults. And also because it's got... Julian Clary's costumes are just mad. Paul Zerdin is fabulous, as always. And Donny Osmond is the seasoned professional. He really is. And Joe from Alcester, we don't know a lot about Alcester, says, I make my own pigs in blankets using chipolata sausages and smoked streaky bacon. Much better than using cocktail sausage. I don't care. I just like pigs in blankets. I think they're lovely. And Martin in Carlisle says, I thought Bob Monkhouse was a good game show host as well. Very, very good game show host. He was perfect, except when he did Bullseye. They dropped him from Bullseye, and they eventually brought him back on there. There was a good story. Check it out on the internet. Bob Monkhouse and Bullseye. I think it was Bullseye, wasn't it? The programme. Yeah, no, it wasn't Bullseye. Bullseye's all like a bit of bully. Golden Shot. Bob did the Golden Shot, which was before your time. Did Jasper Carrott do it? I don't know. You seem to know everything on this programme. I might as well bow to your better judgment.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Jasper Carrott did Golden Balls and not Golden Shot. No, I didn't say he did Golden Shot. Did we? No, the producer said he did Golden Shot. I didn't say that. No, he did Golden Balls. And Golden Shot was... Bob Monkhouse did it. He was very good at it. But then they decided to change him, and he made a big deal about it. He was sort of saying, this is the last show and all the rest of it. He was excellent. He was really good. I met him once. Came in to be interviewed on LBC, and he was such a genuine, nice person. I loved him. But over the Golden Shot, they ended up bringing him back because he was the best person. They used a guy called Charlie Williams, who was a black presenter, and he'd go, "Hello, Flower." I can't do the accent actually, but that didn't sound at all like him. But it was all "Hello, Flower" and all this kind of thing. And it was basically people at the end of it. They had a thing. You would get to play the Golden Shot, and they would say that they used to have a girl called Anne Aston on there, and she played Dipsy. She played a bit Dipsy. She's still around. And they would load the bolt into the crossbow, and they would go, "Bernie, the bolt." And you would see on the camera, there was a camera at the end of the crossbow, and they would put the bolt in there. I mean, this thing was quite... You'd never get away with it now with health and safety. And there was a thin thread on a target. It went through the middle on the bullseye. And if you cut the thread, all these gold coins would cascade out. And I think it was about 200 quid, which nowadays seems like a piddling amount of money, doesn't it? For most people. And very, very dangerous. This thing could have ricocheted off. But anyway, the idea was that you'd be on the television going left, left, because you could see straight down the barrel of this thing, and then you would go left, right a little tiny bit, fire, and they would fire, and it would go thud, and it would break the thread. That was the theory. I mean, a lot of the times it didn't break the thread, but there was one poor bloke, and they got him up on the line and said, "Here's Martin in Dunstable or something." And they're going, "You ready?" "Yes." Left, 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 and we're all watching this. It was, and the bolt was moving almost to the other side of the studio, and they went, wait. Can you see your television? And he said, "Well, not really, no." And they said, "Well, where are you?" He said, I'm outside Radio Rentals." He was watching it on their televisions in the window, and of course, as it went across, it was all the 5 televisions. Stupid. Hosted a pub quiz, says Chris, in Worcester last night in a lovely country pub in Lower Broadheath. 70 people taking part, raised a lot of cash for local charity. Miraculously, the Voice is still holding out. There you go. Hope you were all sort of COVID friendly. I don't like the idea of, this brilliant idea. I love stuff like that, which is good. Steve, I'm leaving a mince pie and a ginger wine out for Santa and a carrot for Rudolph. What do you leave out? Nothing. I blocked the chimney. I'm not having some old man coming down my chimney with a pack of presents for me. Thank you very much. What are you giving him ginger wine for? If every household, and you will be tracing Santa this evening, you can trace him via NASA. You can see where he gets to. But if every household gave him a drink and he drank it every time, he'd not make it past the end of the first road. And he needs to, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but he is a little bit rotund. Know what I'm saying? But a mince pie and a carrot for Rudolph, so I leave nothing out. We used to leave a glass of milk for Father Christmas because we thought that was a bit... Of course, milk's just as fattening. Milk's very fattening now. Game show hosts can't ad-lib like Brucey and Bob Monkhouse. Oh, no, I mean, to be honest with you, given the choice, I would go Bruce and Bob Monkhouse as being my 2 favourite presenters. Santa's started his journey, by the way. You can track him already from NORAID. He starts at 9 o'clock this morning. Oh, right, so he'll be... I suppose the reindeer have got to eat. Where do they go to the toilet? I only thought about that a short while ago. It'd be awful if he was sort of going over Mrs. Tiggywinkle's house, and all of a sudden, Rudolph and all the rest of them decided to go to toilet at the same time down the chimney. I liked it when they did the Santa Claus programme on television, because they've never quite got it right. He sort of makes himself into a different shape, and it sort of sucked him down the chimney. Remember seeing that? And then he creeps around, he puts the presents down there. But you've got to be good tonight, children. You've got to be very good. I'm talking to all of you lot, I've decided. We're all roughly the same mental age, I think. Young. And you've got to go to bed early. Because if you don't go to bed early, and you don't go to sleep, and even if you hear Father Christmas putting the presents under the tree, you're not to open your eyes. Spoils it. Merry Christmas to you and your family from Connie and Stockwell. Every day I count my blessings that me and the son and husband are COVID-free. Please don't open the phone lines tomorrow, Steve. I only want to hear your voice. I don't think we've ever done it, actually. I don't think we might have done a couple of little interviews, which is sort of somewhat different from opening up the phone lines and so on. But I mean, I've done it for so many years now. I'm sort of a little bit of a tradition. Karen's in Kingsbury, says Derek in Minehead. We listen every day, usually on podcast. My friend Mike, a magician, very good friends with Wayne Dobson. I saw him yesterday, and Alex and Dave up at Prop Dog. It's a magic shop, and they had. I'm going to tell you this story. I don't know the name of this lad, so it doesn't really help. Well, it does help, but I'd rather not identify him. Only in so much as he's a young lad, and he was up there, and they were sorting him out a deal with some magic that he wanted to buy. I think he was doing a little magic show. And he was so polite, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. You know, he was going, "Oh, thank you very much. It's very nice of you all. Thank you very much indeed." He's been there before, and I think he's about 12 years old. Anyway, when he left, and Mike said to me, he said, "I always feel a bit sorry when he comes in because he's in a children's home. Because for reasons best known to himself, he doesn't have any parents. So he's in a children's home." He said he's the most polite young man you will ever meet. He said he's so grateful for everything and so polite. I mean, literally, even I noticed it, and I'd own it. That's the first time I'd ever seen him. And if I'd known that I'd have said, "Listen, I'll buy you anything, whatever you want, I'll buy you it as a Christmas present." I don't know him, but because he was so polite, and you think it can't be easy for kids who are in children's homes, kids who don't have their parents, you know, kids who don't have anybody else, but he was really so polite. And do you remember a couple of years ago, well, every year we always do it for Make Some Noise, we raised some money. We raised a lot of money this year, ran into millions of pounds. And I've been to places where children are the main focus, and some of them are children with terminal illnesses who need help, and to make, you know, what they have left of their life as bearable and as happy and as interesting as possible. And there are so many good people out there who do so many things. I mean, you can't get your head around it. It isn't until you see either bits on the television or somebody talks about it on the radio that you suddenly realise that, you know, you phoning up a premium rate line to donate £3 can have so much of an effect, and you can help so many people out there. People have nothing. They've got nothing at all. You know, there are people who sort of have to rely on Meals on Wheels. There are elderly folk who don't have anybody that they see throughout the year, let alone at Christmas time. So, you know, the advice is, if you've got a neighbour who's maybe by themselves, I don't want anybody turning up at my place, and, you know, go and just check that they're okay. Take them around a sherry, do something like that. Anything, it doesn't matter what it is, because you might be the only person that they see over the Christmas period. And it's not all year round, but it's just something to do that will make you feel an awful lot better, and will make them feel as though it's not charity, it's just somebody looking in to make sure you're all right. I mean, always a box of chocolates goes down quite well. We have a thing in our local Waitrose. They have a bin, and you put in food that you've bought over. So in other words, chocolate biscuits and tea bags, you put that in there, and they distribute that to elderly people who don't have these things. And you think it's so little, and makes such a difference. It really does. So when I saw this young lad, and then when they told me the story afterwards, I remember thinking, God, I wish I'd bought him a Christmas present. You know, I'd have bought him anything in the shop. It doesn't matter. It would have been just a nice thing to do. But next time I see him, I shall make sure, because he was just so nice, and he came with his carer because he can't go out by himself. And you think to yourself, there's lots of kids like that, lots of kids, and magic helps. The Magic Circle, as you know, is a registered charity, and we have a junior magic circle for sort of young kids to go, and they get taught magic, and they learn magic, and they can talk about magic, and it opens up a whole new world for them. You know, when James Corden took his son, who I think is 10, to magic, his son loved it. He'd never been before. He absolutely loved it. And it opens up something, you know, shy people all of a sudden develop personalities. I find it quite frightening. I don't want any competition on the radio, thank you very much indeed. But just doing something nice over Christmas, it's only a little thing to do. You don't have to sort of go completely overboard and take around a complete turkey for them. But, you know, to take round, you know, maybe some sandwiches, some soup, all sorts of little bits and pieces you can do, which can, you know, and people appreciate.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I forgot to do the Christmas tree. Goodness sake, honestly, how can I forget things? And this is the original Spikers group, and there's 4 finalists 4 finalists, and what they do is they send in a photograph from the original Spikers Facebook group, and it's a photograph of their Christmas trees. Unfortunately, it comes down to me to pick the winner, and it's a bit difficult this year. It really is. The 4 finalists were Anna Oliver, Gemma Hacking, Karen Auckland, which I think is over in Denmark, and Paul Revis. And which one is going to be the tree that impresses me the most? I mean, it really is difficult. I hate doing things like this because you get 3 disappointed people. But the one that I liked, which sparkled really fantastically, is... They always do this on television programmes. I mean, you can go out to the toilet, come back, make a cup of tea. Yep. And the winner is Gemma Hacking. There you go. We're giving you the clap you so richly deserve. So congratulations, Gemma Hacking, and a very festive tree with a star at the top of it. Because it's supposed to be a star because they followed a star to get to the stable. Other people put fairies on there. But sometimes the fairies don't want to sit on the top of the tree. And so the star is the thing that keeps it going. The Queen. Do people still sit down and watch the Queen's message at Christmas? Yep, absolutely. And this year, more important than ever, because she'll pay tribute to Prince Philip. Can't be easy, to be with somebody for a long, long time and then lose them just that little bit short of their 100th birthday. So they were married for 73 years. And so I did say you'll have to look and see whose picture is on the table next to her. And it's a picture of her and Prince Philip. And the interesting thing is she's wearing the same brooch that she wore back in 1947. She's wearing that on the Queen's speech. And I think that Charles and Camilla are going to be spending Christmas with her at Windsor, which is quite nice because that's where she is. She'll probably go to Sandringham, but not till February. And they've also, Charles and Camilla are playing a starring role on social media for a literary event. They're doing a Christmas carol. The Prince will be reading, plus Miriam Margolyes, Derek Jacobi, Simon Callow, Patterson Joseph, Stephen Mangan, and Bridget Amofar. Amofar. But anyway, it's been organised with the Charles Dickens Museum, and so they're going to be reading. And it's a selection of book recommendations. It's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Harry and Meghan have emphasised their joy at celebrating Christmas. We're better off without them. And in fact, they've gone so American now. Their Christmas card thing goes, Happy Holidays. Boring. It's Happy Christmas. But there again, not for them, because normally I should imagine the royal family send out hundreds of Christmas cards. For Harry and Meghan, probably just 2. One to Oprah Winfrey and one to their literary agent. And that'll be it. What a difference a day, and some positive news on Omicron makes. They've got pictures. Oh, it's people queuing in Leicester Square outside the Lego shop. I've never been in the over here. I've never been in the Lego shop. Customers queuing at a butcher's in Petersfield. Marks and Spencer's in Crawley. Everybody there with their trolley. Everybody's going to be out today. 8 a.m. they were saying, to collect turkeys and chipolatas. Lots of places open much earlier. Also people milling around, Hamleys. So they'll be going out getting toys and stuff like that. And yet, 24 hours earlier, nobody. They took pictures in all these different places and nothing. People outside the Apple store. I mean, queues everywhere. So no shortage of money around this year by the look of it. Unsliced bread lasts longer, says Robin from Staining. First Christmas without my mother or a phone call, so I've got 10 for lunch tomorrow, and I'm trying Tom Kerridge's method of steaming the turkey. I should be spending Boxing Day in bed. Yeah, have you got everybody checked for the 10 for lunch? I don't want to be sort of the prophet of doom, but you really need to see a lateral flow test, because otherwise this thing will spread, very, very quickly. I knew of one particular group of people who had a party. They all went down with it, the whole lot. One person started off with it and the rest of them picked it up as quick as that. Because it always amazes me. You get school children as well, standing there chatting to each other, the 15, 16-year-olds, and you think to yourself, you're dicing with death here. This is not good. President Biden Says he'll run for a second term. I think he'll be crawling in a chair. I can't see him actually running anywhere at all. He's going to be 83 at the next election. He sounds like he's on his last legs now. He doesn't sound like he's slurring a bit. But mind you, I slur a bit sometimes, but that's probably due to, yes, after the show I do. Norman Vaughan did it after Bob, followed by Charlie Williams. Norman Vaughan. Oh, roses, they grow on you. Wendy says, a safe new year. Yes, please. 2 packs of pigs in blankets, says little Julie. Defrosting. No Christmas pudding for us, as not keen. So chocolate fudge cake with cream. Oh, my God. Chocolate fudge cake. I might get some profiteroles, actually. Little Julie says, no to the phone lines, please. It's interesting, isn't it? People are very divided on the phone. Go on, Steve, open the phone lines. And then all my my very regular people. No. When did I last do the phone lines? Blimey, I've got no idea. I can't. On Christmas Day, I don't know. I can't remember. I really can't remember. But that's age for you. Yes, not recently. I don't think. Steve, we gave our window cleaner a small box of biscuits and a card as a tip for Christmas. We wish we could give him more, but he was so grateful for our gesture. Says Stephen in Chile, Birkenhead. Merry Christmas to you and the groovy gang. And David in Sunderland says, great show. Hope you don't think I'm being stupid. I live at home with my mum. My sister wants me to go to hers for Christmas, but I want to spend it alone eating a chicken jalfrezi. Well, you do what you want. Depends how old you are, actually. I mean, if you don't, I mean, I just make up excuses, Don't feel very well. Don't feel, do it like that. Just cough a few times, splurt into the telephone receiver. Sorry, I don't feel very well. Yeah, so this year, of course, you can get away with that. That's always a very good one. Good morning, Steve, says Ash in Margate. If only we were all a little bit nicer to our fellow humans than in this day and age, a tad more friendly, so make a huge difference. If you can't give a little bit more of yourself to someone who may be a little bit lonely or may be struggling at Christmas, when can you do it? Absolutely. Absolutely. As I say, that, sometimes you see things on television or you read about something in the paper or you hear something on the radio and it kind of affects you, and you see people and you think to yourself, I want to make sure it's good for you, because if you're a lad of 12 years old and you're in a children's home, of which there will be thousands of people in children's homes, and they just get by because either they're not with their parents for all sorts of different reasons or they don't have any parents, in which case it makes it particularly difficult. But this particular lad was just so grateful and so polite. And I thought, if I see you in there again, I'm going to let you pick something. That's just me. Gina and Joe in Stanwell say, hubby and me had our boosters, feeling great. Good. And little Julie says, thank you for judging our competition. It was very hard, all great trees. And John Warrington did very well choosing the final 4. Yes, I think so as well. This key to the jail cell for Nelson Mandela, £1 million. This is the Robben Island key, and his first jailer was an 18-year-old boy. His first jailer, an 18-year-old boy. It's amazing, isn't it, really? It's being sold at an online auction together with an exercise bike and a tennis racket, owned, of course, by Nelson Mandela. The New York auction house has put a reserve price of nearly £200,000 on the key, but the firm's Ariane Ettinger said it could fetch more than $1 million. He said the idea that an ordinary key worth pennies should be so important is extraordinary, but it represents the best and worst of humanity. He said the key was an important part of world history and hoped it would be bought by somebody who'd put it on display to the public. A museum would do that. What they should... Do you know what I'd like to see? And they've done it in the Museum of London. They've got a cell from the big prison that we had in London, and they've got one of the cell doors. I can't remember which one it is. And I don't know if it's from around here. I can't remember where the cell door is from. But it's in... And I remember thinking, blimey, the amount of people who must have been behind that cell door looking out. They've got all sorts of things. So, Museum of London, door. Try door. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It'll need a little bit more than that, actually. But they've actually got... Newgate Prison. Is it Newgate Prison? Sorry, just occasionally things float into my mind and then float out again. It's all a bit difficult. They've got something. There you go, Newgate Prison. Demolished in 1904, it was extended and built many, many times. In the late 1700s, remember it vividly, Executions were moved here from Tyburn Gallows, and they took place on the public street. So in other words, they, if you look at pictures of it, I mean, the conditions were dreadful. Dreadful. I mean, for its history, a succession of criminal courtrooms were attached to the prison, commonly referred to as the Old Bailey. The present Old Bailey now occupies much of the site of the prison. So they would bring the people out. They would sort of post a thing on the door saying there's going to be an execution, next Tuesday or whatever at such and such a time. And that's what had happened. They'd come out and there'd be public hangings. But it was just inside the City of London. In fact, it was originally at the site of Newgate, a gate in the Roman London Wall. You need to go to museums. They're very good, actually. Very good, really. And Steve, I only want to hear you, says Donna, your favourite bus driver. Thank you. And Mandy in Leeds says, we're having Bailey's profiteroles from Iceland for Christmas pudding. It's all right. That's all right. That's okay. That's something that's quite nice, isn't it? You can do any of these sort of things. In fact, you could do anything you like. It's Christmas. It's Christmas Eve. People will be going out. You'll see people everywhere laden with bags. And why they leave it so late, I've got no idea. Last time, I want to sort of do it. It would be Christmas Eve. We've got pigs in blankets, but also love M&S cheese in blankets. This year, they've not made them. We've been having them for years, says Saffron in Redditch. So I'm going to try making my own. Well, bully for you. Good luck. Good luck. Why not? Heavens above. Birthdays. We got birthdays today. What's that? 7:15. There's no time left, is there, really?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Get the car out. You're going to need the car today, or the buses, or the trains, or something. And just remember, over the holiday season, there's going to be very little public transport, not only because they always pare it back, don't they? So I think Christmas Day and Boxing Day is going to be a bit sparse, if anything, on Christmas Day. The RMT are going on strike. Thanks, guys. Really fantastic. Nice to endear yourself to the public again, isn't it, really? I don't know why. They always sort of do it, and the only people who get hurt are the British public, who sort of support them all the way through. And yet all of a sudden they do something, not till the new year. But even so, it's a case of why. It's over rotas or something. Oh, blimey. If everybody went on strike every time something happened, we might as well just grind the country to a standstill. But anyway, so just bearing in mind that there might not be. People do turn up, believe it or not, at the station and go, oh, but you'll find that the barriers will be down and all the rest of it. There'll be no chuff-chuffs going in and out. And also because of COVID, a lot of the places have actually got restricted buses and trains running as well. Today's going to be busy because it's Christmas Eve, and it's always busy on Christmas Eve. And it's always a case of people get out there and they want to buy things at the last minute. Whereas, in fact, some people who've written into us this morning are very organised, very, very organised. And they've sort of done the Christmas shopping. They've done the present wrapping. They've got the tree. Some people don't even have a tree up as yet. They've sort of left it till the last minute, and people will be rushing around, going, quick, we've got to, it's almost Armageddon. There'll be nothing left. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll all, listen, we make it through every year, but just remember, everything next year goes up. All the bills are going up. Everything they've said, this is going up. Train fares are going up by, I forget how many percent, like 3.6% or something. And you start thinking, because what's going to happen is, and it happens every year, we go out, we buy stuff, and we put it on the credit card. And then you completely forget about it. You forget how much money you put on the credit card. You really do. And then all of a sudden the bill comes in halfway through January and you start thinking, oh, my God, this is how much we spent over Christmas. So, it's a case of trying to pare back a little bit because guaranteed all those bills. And remember, you've probably been paid now, I should imagine. If you're one of those people who gets paid monthly, you get paid before Christmas. But it's now going to be 6 weeks before you get paid again. I always keep telling people that. They go, oh, why are you saying that? I said, because people don't budget for it. They just go, oh, it doesn't matter, it's Christmas. We'll just go out and get drunk. Don't drink and drive. There's going to be lots of unmarked police cars out there. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Tim says, Merry Christmas. I was going to see my 93-year-old mum tomorrow, but the nursing home's in lockdown. So sad. It is sad, isn't it? It is sad. But let's keep our fingers crossed that we have a peaceful Christmas. Not going to be very peaceful with me here on Christmas Day and Boxing Day, I'm afraid, and all the following week, and then on New Year's Day. So the good news is I don't do New Year's Eve. I know people do, and I've seen the after effects. The after effects are not pleasant. People, being sick in doorways and everything else. People just want to go out and get drunk for some reason. I don't know why, because the public transport side of it, and also coming into town for New Year's Eve, not really worth it this year. The public transport will be pared back, and there's nothing to see. There's no firework display. Oh, the Big Ben's going to be bonging, apparently. Very exciting. Well, just watch a video. Or a DVD or something like that. But thank you for all the cards this year. Thank you very much indeed for the cards. Very nice. Little Julie says, can you wish Joe a very happy birthday for yesterday and today to Conchita? How lovely. Happy birthday. B&Q was selling 6-foot Christmas trees yesterday for £2 in Chelmsford, says Ray. They do at the last minute. Nadine says, Steve, thinking of my 16-year-old daughter Rhiannon, who's doing her first ever Christmas Eve in food retail. Her first job. But I love your show. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And so we are here tomorrow morning between 7 and 10. Okay. And then following me is Ian Dale. He works as many hours as I seem to. No, actually, he works much more than I do. And then Nick Ferrari. And then James O'Brien has got one of his programmes, hasn't he? He's doing his... there's loads of stuff. I mean, it's absolutely chock-a-block. I looked at the rundown the other day. And so many presenters. And 99.9% live. 99.9%. I wish television could say the same, but of course it can't. Coldplay. Apparently they're a beat combo, very popular. Hosted or headed by somebody called Chris Martin, very popular. And they're going to call it a day in 2025. They're going to stop making music, but the live shows could go on. So... Are they a big touring band? I'm always amazed at who's that U2? Bono. They're huge, aren't they? Absolutely not. I can never understand it. I've seen them. I remember when Bono walked through this building one time, and he walked through our entire floor. And I remember strangely looking at this man with orange glasses on, orange lenses. The world must look really bizarre to him. Very bizarre. But Jan Moyer, columnist of the year for the Daily Mail, is looking back on the year and what a year it's been, the A to Z of yet another year to forget. And I nearly bought some mistletoe the other day. But then I decided not to. Remember also, a lot of the shops that are open early this morning close early because the staff would like very much to go home and celebrate Christmas for themselves. So, the idea is get out early, get your fruit, get your veg, get your satsumas, get your nuts, get your bits and pieces, get everything. I mean, you should have everything, hopefully. We've done it long enough, for goodness sake. If we can't get it right by now, we're never going to get it right. It's just that this year you've got the added pressure of COVID and testing and visiting family and stuff like that. Steve, there are some cells from Newgate Prison attached to the cellar of the Viaduct Tavern opposite the Old Bailey. Some say they're not there, but they are. Oh, they are there. Definitely there. I know they're there because you have to ask, and I believe somebody will take you down and show you the cells. Grim places, grim places. Please, Steve, can you say happy 21st birthday to my nephew, who's called Shivam? Shivam, have I pronounced that? I'm hopeless on pronunciation. Don't ever ask me to do things. I'm rubbish at it. I can do standard names. Tom, Dick, Harry, usual sort of things. So, Steve, I can just about get in there. And it really is better to give than to receive for your blood pressure at least, because that's what they say, don't they? They sort of make out. I do love. There's a great piece. They've got little figures, a merry little Christmas. They've got Lilliputians in surreal backgrounds, the little tiny figures. You get people who make figures that fit into the eye of a needle and things like that. These are a bit similar to those, which are very nice. Happy birthday today to Ed Miliband, 52. Oh, so much older, but there you go. And Carol Vorderman, the maths whiz, raised on free school meals, graduated from Cambridge, and she's 61 today. She became TV's highest paid female presenter, so happy birthday to her. 1974, the former Labour minister John Stonehouse was found alive in Australia after faking his own death. And in 2013, and possibly the most important thing, the World War II codebreaker Alan Turing was given a royal pardon 59 years after his death following a conviction for homosexual acts. They had to apologise. They gave him an official pardon. a little bit late by that time, as you can well imagine. What he did was nothing short of miraculous. And if you go down, you can see the place where he worked. And you can go and see the room, and you can see the machines, and you can see everything, and it's well worth it. I think the Science Museum had a big display dedicated to Alan Turing, a quite remarkable person. But because in those days being gay was illegal, he paid the price. He paid the ultimate price. So the Queen, this will be the Christmas Day message, and her words are particularly personal. Can't wait to hear what it is, because it was recorded back in, I think it was either beginning of December or November. I can't remember when they do it. But we'll be having it on LBC as well, so you will hear it. And there's pictures of her on the front page of every newspaper, which I'm delighted to see. And what was the other one? Oh, it's the amount of booster doses. 31,684,926, which is good. Long may it continue. Long may it continue. The daily booster doses, we got 840,038 the other day, and that's gone up a bit. So I think we're just under the million, aren't we? Just under the million for the booster doses. Well done. But if you can get those flow test kits, get them now, because they're really difficult to get hold of. They're like gold dust. And that's it from me. Donnie says, would you like me to co-host the show with you tomorrow morning? What a lovely idea. There you go. Co-hosting a show. We'll let you know. I'll call your agent. Have a safe day. Have a good day. Make sure you get everything that you need to get. And I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. I get a bit of a lie-in, actually. Because I don't start work till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, till 10. And we'll do that for Christmas Day and Boxing Day. So that'll be something. God knows what we're going to talk about. I've got no idea.